Chapter 3608. Daoist Xiangtian. Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff and shouted angrily, "Can't you see? Every time you fight someone, you cause a change in the defensive formation, and each change is stronger than the last. You've already caused more than 10 golden core cultivators to die in the defensive formation. Do you want to drag us down with you?" Xiao Hua's voice was extremely loud. It sounded like a thunderclap inside the defensive formation. When Reverend Yuan Qing heard it, he couldn't help but feel shaken. He was immediately stunned. How could this Xiao Hua possibly speak inside the defensive formation? Daoist Xiao. Daoist Yuan Qing hastily said, but as he thought, even though his voice contained magic power, it still couldn't reach far. It was at this moment that the flute sound in the defense formation suddenly became sharp. The weak wind that was generated earlier suddenly intensified. The weak wind was more powerful than any magic weapon. When it blew on immortal Yuan Qing's body, the golden light that protected his body was extinguished in a visible manner. Not only that, but the light on Ming Hao's halberd was also flickering rapidly. A feeling of friction between the halberd and the sand was transmitted from Ming Hao's halberd. Even the magic treasure couldn't withstand the weak wind of the defensive array. Not good. Daoist Yuan Qing's expression changed and he opened his mouth. A blue bead rushed into the air, and a watery brilliance fell, completely covering Daoist Yuan Qing. In the weak wind, a string of small bubbles appeared on the surface of the light. The bubbles popped and popped like boiling water. Even though the water bead couldn't completely resist the weak wind, Daoist Yuan Qing let out a long sigh of relief. He reached out to grab Ming Hao's halberd, but when he tried to use his magic power, the weak wind blocked his magic power. Ming Hao's halberd flashed a few times, and like a wanderer unwilling to turn back, it only struggled to return several feet. Daoist Yuan Qing had no choice but to use his flying light to fly in the direction of Ming Hao's halberd. At this moment, the expressions of Reverend Xiangtian and the nameless cultivator changed slightly. Reverend Xiangtian was shocked by Xiao Hua's divine ability and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. In the end, Reverend Xiangtian didn't dare to act rashly and recalled the cold plum blossom flying sword and the cauldron. In just a moment, half of the cold plum blossom flying sword had been blown away by the wind, causing Reverend Xiangtian to be shocked. The nameless cultivator seemed to have been prepared for this. Seeing his magic weapon being corroded by the weak wind, he didn't seem surprised, but when he heard Xiao Hua's voice, he was greatly alarmed. He opened his mouth and a pale white bead flew into the air. The bead's brilliance didn't cover a large area, only a few dozen feet in size, but within this area, not a single weak wind could be produced. Air-frozen bead? Reverend Xiangtian's eyes lit up. The flying sword seemed to be greedy, and it shrank a few times in the air before returning to his hand. This was because at this moment, Xiao Hua, who Reverend Xiangtian was most unsure of, had arrived. Although the golden light around Xiao Hua's body flickered slightly in the wind, as if it was being eroded by the wind, Xiao Hua's flying speed was much faster than before. Although it couldn't compare to the lightning evasion technique, in the eyes of Reverend Xiangtian, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. After all, Xiao Hua was his enemy and not his friend. "All of you, stop." After several changes in the defensive formation, Xiao Hua was finally able to say these words in front of the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. "If anyone dares to act rashly again, this Xiao will immediately kill them." With that, Xiao Hua's eyes swept over Reverend Xiangtian and the nameless cultivator like lightning. Reverend Xiangtian flew into a rage and the flying sword in his hand flew into the air again. His previous misgivings were thrown far away as he loudly shouted, "Brat, what qualifications do you have to order this old man around? What divine ability do you have to kill this old man? What if I join in?" The nameless cultivator's eyes twitched in the face of Xiao Hua's fierce expression. When he heard Reverend Xiangtian's challenge, his eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. He raised his hand and a small drumstick that he had put away earlier shined with a yellow light. Join in I. Reverend Yuanqing finally arrived and said with a smile, Ming Hao's halberd in his hand. Humph. Reverend Xiangtian coldly snorted and said, even if it's the three of you, do you think this old man will be afraid of you? However, although Reverend Xiangtian's voice was fierce, the flying sword in his hand didn't fly out. Xiaohua coldly smiled and said, I don't know if you're afraid or not. What I do know is that if you don't cooperate with the three of us, not to mention the treasures on the cliff, even your life will be lost. With that said, Xiaohua pointed to the left and sternly shouted, take a look. The defensive formation is filled with weak winds and glaciers. There are also immortal soldiers and immortal generals hidden inside. Don't tell me you don't know the existence of these immortal generals and how powerful they are. A few golden core cultivators won't be able to fight back in front of them. Even nascent soul cultivators like us won't be able to escape if they surround us. Reverend Xiangtian's words were still unyielding. That's what you think. This old man naturally has his own divine ability. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're just using the excuse of cooperation to prevent this old man from obtaining the treasures. Xiaohua ignored Reverend Xiangtian and turned to the nameless cultivator. He cupped his hands and said, I am Xiaohua of Black Cloud Mountain. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? The nameless cultivator smiled and said, I am Su Tingzi of the Jingxi Mountain Villa. Good. Xiaohua nodded and asked, fellow Taoist Su Tingzi, do you wish to sign with the imperial teacher? The imperial teacher's sign? Su Tingzi smiled. I don't need it. Yes. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. I need the imperial teacher's sign. Since fellow Taoist needs different things, we should be able to work together. As you wish. Su Tingzi was even more delighted. Your wish is my wish. Reverend Xiangtian. Xiaohua glanced at Reverend Xiangtian. Do you want to oppose the three of us? So what if I oppose you? So what if I don't oppose you? Reverend Xiangtian looked around and saw that the weak wind had already started to condense. These strands of weak wind gradually turned into hurricanes. When these weak winds converged into hurricanes, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like him wouldn't be able to deal with them. He had no choice but to find a way out of this situation. I won't talk about the consequences of opposing you, Xiaohua said indifferently. If you want to work together, then let's put aside our grudges for the time being. As for the strange treasure on the cliff, let's put it aside for the time being. We'll first work together to protect ourselves and use our divine abilities to break this defensive formation. Huh. Xiaohua, are you joking? Reverend Xiangtian didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking and laughed loudly. Break this defensive formation? Do you know what this defensive formation is? How dare you talk about breaking it so arrogantly? Xiaohua slightly frowned and said indifferently, since it's a formation, it can be broken regardless of whether it's a Taoist formation or a Confucian formation. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. Reverend Xiangtian coldly snorted. The ignorant are truly fearless. Let this old man tell you, although this old man doesn't know what this imperial formation is, seeing that it can injure both you and me, this imperial formation must be one of the famous 28-star sovereign imperial formations of the Jade Pavilion Conference. In the past, the cultivators who participated in the Jade Pavilion Conference were able to walk out of this defensive formation and obtain the Imperial Teacher's sign. There was no need to go through any selection. I've never heard of the 28-star monarch defensive formations being broken. Let's hear Reverend Xiao out. Reverend Yuanqing said coldly. You and I might not be able to break this defensive formation, but it's still possible for us to protect ourselves and obtain the strange treasure inside the defensive formation. That's right. Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and said, we'll first work together to protect ourselves and then obtain the strange treasure together. If it's the Imperial Teacher's sign, then I'll thank you 3 fellow Taoists. If it's not the Imperial Teacher's sign, then after we escape from the defensive formation, you 3 will discuss how to divide it. Who's going to take the strange treasure? Reverend Xiangtian asked straightforwardly. Xiaohua said proudly, naturally, it's me. Why is it you and not me? Reverend Xiangtian was immediately dissatisfied. Because I'm Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at Reverend Xiangtian and said word by word. Reverend Yuanqing clapped his hands. I agree. What about you? Fellow Taoist Su Tingzi. Xiaohua looked at Su Tingzi. Su Tingzi pondered for a moment. He looked at Reverend Yuanqing and then at his air-frozen bead, which had already begun to waver. He couldn't help but say tentatively, I'm afraid this air-frozen bead won't be able to last for long. If Reverend Xiao has the means to protect us while we head to the place where the strange treasure is, then I'll agree for fellow Taoist to take it. Yes, I'll naturally agree to this. As Xiaohua spoke, he waved his hand and the weak water bead flew into the air. As soon as the weak water bead flew out, puffs of weak water fell down and formed a water curtain of varying density that protected the 4 of them. The dense weak water blocked the weak wind. Although the weak wind was able to pass through the sparse weak water, Reverend Yuanqing and the others could see through the sparse weak water. The weak wind that passed through the sparse weak water couldn't threaten the safety of the 4 of them. Good. I'll listen to Reverend Zhao's arrangement. Su Tingzi was overjoyed and hastily put away the air-frozen bead. Reverend Xiangtian looked at the weak water bead above Xiaohua's head and his eyes flickered. The current situation had already been decided. If he didn't agree to Xiaohua's request, then Xiaohua would definitely make a move. Reverend Xiangtian had the strength to fight against Reverend Yuanqing and Su Tingzi, but now that Xiaohua's strength was unfathomable. Reverend Xiangtian pondered for a moment and said indifferently, given the current situation, do I still have a choice? Let's go. Seeing that Reverend Xiangtian didn't object, Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush. He pointed at the weak water bead and flew toward the cliff. Reverend Xiangtian was even faster than Reverend Yuanqing and Su Tingzi. His body swayed and landed on Xiaohua's left hand. He was within the range of the weak water bead and maintained a sufficient distance from Xiaohua. Reverend Yuanqing wasn't in a hurry. He raised his hand slightly and signaled Su Tingzi to fly in front while he followed Xiaohua behind. Chapter 3609. Rumble. Innumerable pillars of weak wind raged within the defensive array, as though they were going to tear the entire space apart. The pillars of wind hit the weak water, causing the water curtain of the weak water to shake violently, and a lot of weak wind rushed into it. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Su Tingzi didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly took out the air-frozen pearl. Under the pale white brilliance, the weak wind weakened by 60%. The weakened weak wind naturally couldn't threaten the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Immortal Yuanqing stole a glance at the weak wind storm outside the brilliance and trembled in his heart. He knew very well that if it weren't for Xiaohua and Su Tingzi, he would have some means to deal with the weak wind. However, after using these means, his strength would be greatly reduced. Not to mention snatching the rare treasure, he might not even be able to escape from this defensive formation. The most likely outcome was that he would die in the formation of one of the 28 celestial lords. This. Immortal Yuanqing was greatly astonished and muttered to himself, it seems that the previous Jadestage gathering wasn't like this? Why is this year's Jadestage gathering so strange? Unfortunately, there were only unexpected things in this world, but there was nothing that others could not achieve. Just as Reverend Yuanqing thought he was lucky, a series of crackling noises that sounded like thunderclaps were heard from the sky above the defensive formation. Streams of icy rivers that were several times stronger than before poured down in torrents. Weak gusts of wind crashed into the icy rivers, and soldiers that were tens of feet tall and even hundreds of feet tall gushed out. These soldiers were either roaring barefooted or riding on horseback while brandishing their spears as they charged toward the four men along with the icy rivers. "Watch this old man's technique." Immortal Xiangtian roared and waved his arms. The flying sword in his left hand turned into a cold plum and rushed out of the air frozen pearl's brilliance to protect the weak water pearl. The cold plum slightly rotated and the sword rays emitted a glaring brilliance. Immortal Xiangtian's right hand let out a roar from the cauldron. Samadhi true fire flew out from the cauldron and formed a layer of fire shield around the cold plum sword rays. Xiaohua's weak water droplet could only block the weak wind, it could not block the condensed ice river soldiers. When the valiant soldiers rushed into the weak water droplet, they were immediately killed by the Samadhi true fire. They either turned into the weak wind, or turned into the ice river and fell down. Even if there were some that were not killed by the Samadhi true fire, the cold plum blossom sword light behind it could also kill them. Immortal Xiangtian really lives up to his reputation. Xiaohua understood and nodded his head inwardly. He also understood that there must be something else in Reverend Xiangtian's Samadhi true fire. Although Xiaohua didn't mention how the treasures would be distributed after obtaining the imperial tutor's lot, it was clear that if one didn't contribute, they wouldn't have the qualifications to obtain the treasures. Once Daoist Xiangtian revealed his two treasures, Su Tingzi and Daoist Yuan Qing immediately paled in comparison. Daoist Xiangtian couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. Of course, immortal Yuan Qing wouldn't agree. He waved his hand and was about to use the halberd when Xiaohua sneered and said, "Immortal Yuan Qing, about 10 feet away from your left hand, attack with all your strength." Immortal Yuan Qing was stunned. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He circulated all the magic energy in his body and the immortal halberd in his hand roared. It turned into a blue dragon and pounced towards the area 10 feet away from him. That was where the weak wind and the ice river had just appeared. Boom! Before the immortal halberd reached the ice river, the space around him was covered by the halberd's aura. Kacha, kacha, sounds came from the ice river. When the dragon pounced into the ice river, a blood-curdling scream was heard. A immortal general wearing immortal armor fell out of his chest with a bloody hole. The immortal general's face was filled with disbelief. Sai. Immortal Yuan Qing sucked in a breath of cold air, let alone immortal Xiangtian and Su Tingzi. This was an immortal general, a Confucian cultivator with 4th grade origin energy. His strength was comparable to an early nascent soul cultivator. Even though he was hiding in the defensive formation, he was still seen through by Xiaohua. Xiaohua's words about breaking the formation were not just empty words. 30 feet above your head. Xiaohua shouted again. Immortal Yuan Qing no longer had any doubts. The immortal halberd once again soared into the sky. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The second immortal general was killed on the spot. Too powerful. Immortal Yuan Qing was full of admiration for Xiaohua. Su Tingzi, 20 feet ahead. Xiaohua shouted again. Su Tingzi's face lit up with joy. The small drumstick in his hand flew out. Woo! A clear sound came from the drumstick. A yellow light condensed into a sharp arrow and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already 20 feet away from the weak wind. As the three expected, the corpse of a decapitated immortal general appeared again. Go! Xiaohua ordered again. The three hurriedly used their flying techniques and followed Xiaohua for several hundred feet. Kill! Following Xiaohua's orders, close to 10 immortal generals were forced out of the defensive formation. Of course, these 10 immortal generals were not killed. Among them, 4 were only seriously injured. Then, they borrowed the power of the defensive formation to escape. After these 4 immortal generals escaped, the entire defensive formation became a little quieter. No other immortal generals flew out to kill them. Without the immortal generals blocking them, the four arrived at the bottom of the cliff in a short while. The light of the strange treasure above their heads could be seen clearly. It was a square jade box. "Let's fly over. Immortal Yuan Qing, take it." Xiaohua did not wait for the three to say anything. He immediately ordered, "Then, I will take care of it." "Okay." Immortal Yuan Qing did not hesitate. He urged his body to fly up with Xiaohua. However, as the four approached the cliff, Immortal Yuan Qing was about to reach out his hand. Rumble. The entire defensive formation let out a loud rumble. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. All the sounds of the flute, the river of ice, and the army were drowned out. In front of Xiaohua and the others, the entire cliff was shaking. With this shaking, the cliff rapidly retreated. Even the weak wind, the river of ice, and the sound of the flute disappeared in the shaking. What? What is going on? Immortal Yuan Qing was shocked. His hand unconsciously froze. Looking at the jade box within reach, Immortal Yuan Qing involuntarily used his divine ability. A large hand came out of his sleeve and streaked across the sky, chasing after the fleeing cliff. The nascent soul hand can be used. Divine sense can be used as well. Immortal Yuan Qing was overjoyed. After a sweep of his divine sense, he exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, the halberd of Ming Hao flew out and flew toward the cliff in the distance. Yes, divine sense can be used. Immortal Xiang Tian was also overjoyed. However, he immediately cried out, "Not good, this defensive formation seems to have expanded a lot." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out from the distant horizon, "Eh? Where is this? Io, is this a rare treasure? Let's see who dares to snatch it from this old man." Before the voice fell, a large hand that was several times larger than Immortal Yuan Qing's nascent soul hand streaked across the sky. Following the large hand was a magic treasure that was not inferior to Ming Hao's halberd. It released a powerful aura and fell toward the cliff. "A rare treasure? Who dares to snatch it from me?" Immediately after, an extremely arrogant voice came from the other side. Another large hand appeared in the sky. Xiaohua's soul had already swept through the entire defensive formation. Just as Immortal Xiang Tian had said, the defensive formation had expanded by several times. Within this expanded range, there were more than 20 nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of gold core cultivators. There were far more cultivators than the ones who had fallen into the defensive formation before. There was no need to think too much about it. Xiaohua already understood that the Star Monarch defense array that these cultivators had fallen into earlier was definitely not the Star Monarch defense array. This Star Monarch defense array must have connected several or even dozens of other defense arrays together. Either it wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, or it wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, regardless of what the people of Celestial Lord Hall were planning, Xiaohua's plan had failed. Reverend Xiangtian had already taken out 2 more magic treasures and used his nascent soul hand to snatch the jade box from Reverend Yuan Qing and the others. Reverend Yuan Qing, who was not far away, saw that his divine ability was inferior to the others and called out, "Reverend Xiao, quickly give this poor Taoist a hand." Xiaohua frowned. He felt that Immortal Yuan Qing's call was a bit abrupt, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, he was the one who had come up with the plan. It was normal for Immortal Yuan Qing to ask for help if he couldn't get the jade box. Thus, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the nascent soul hand immediately rushed out and grabbed towards the cliff. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was much larger than the others, and its speed was also much faster. However, just as he was halfway there, the nascent soul hands that rushed out earlier felt that they were not as fast as Xiaohua. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound as they all flipped their hands at the same time. Several nascent soul hands grabbed at Xiaohua's large hand. Seeing that Daoist Yuanqing's hand was still in the lead, Xiaohua understood Daoist Yuanqing's intention. With a flip of his hand expanded once again, tightly grabbing the hands of several nascent soul cultivators. Gotcha! The entire space trembled. Xiaohua's giant hand shook a few times and tore apart the other nascent soul cultivators' giant hands. Only when the several giant hands slowly disappeared did Xiaohua's giant hand collapse with a loud bang. Everyone turned pale with fright and looked at each other. At this moment, a deafening sound of a flute rang out above everyone's heads. The sound of wind and water appeared again. What made everyone tremble with fear was that a three-colored giant python fell from the sky with an indescribable majesty along with the sound of the flute. The three-colored majesty filled the entire defensive formation. Whether it was the cauldron, the flying sword, or the Hongming halberd, they all paled in comparison. Immortal Xiang Tian turned pale with fright. His heart trembled as he whispered, 28th Star Lord? Chapter 36:10. Just as Daoist Xiangtian let out a low cry, the three-colored giant python had already landed on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand had just collapsed, so he simply didn't have the time to use a divine ability to resist. Boom! The giant python pierced Xiaohua's back, revealing a bowl-shaped spear. Poof! Xiaohua seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His entire body trembled a few times on the spear before slowly falling down, and his arm powerlessly drooped down. Daoist Xiao. Daoist Yuanqing raised his eyebrows. The appearance of this long spear was really unexpected. Seeing that Xiaohua was seriously injured, Daoist Yuanqing seemed to have thought of something. He cried out in alarm and stopped. That huge hand that was rushing towards the sky and the halberd that was following closely behind also restrained its brilliance and carefully stopped in mid-air. The spear that had injured Xiaohua paused for a moment beside Xiaohua, as if it was hesitating. Then, it turned back into a python and flew back into the sky. The pressure that caused all the nascent soul cultivators to tremble disappeared without a trace. Humph! Daoist Xiangtian let out a cold snort and the giant hand that had stopped moved once again. While the nascent soul cultivators were hesitating, it immediately rushed forward. Daoist Xiangtian turned into a rainbow and the cold plum blossom flying sword let out a thunderous roar as it protected him. It was as if he wasn't afraid of being killed by the celestial monarch. Xiaohua. Daoist Yuanqing stood in the air and scanned Xiaohua's body with his divine sense. He frowned as if he was hesitating, but only for a moment. Daoist Yuanqing also turned into a rainbow and the halberd shined brightly. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious dragon shape appeared once again. However, this dragon shape didn't chase after Daoist Yuanqing. Instead, it waited in the air until Daoist Yuanqing flew past it before charging into Daoist Yuanqing's golden light shield. Su Tingzi was originally in a daze, but when he saw Daoist Yuanqing also abandon Xiaohua, he immediately understood. The reason the celestial official in charge of the defensive formation killed Xiaohua was not because Xiaohua wanted to snatch the rare treasure. The rare treasure of the defensive formation was something that should be snatched. Instead, it was because Xiaohua and the other three had killed the immortal general controlling the formation. Or perhaps it could be said that because of Xiaohua's existence, the four people who should have been fighting fiercely did not fight to the death. Instead, they formed a rope. Although they did not have the strength to break through the defensive formation, they still made the star venerates guarding the formation feel afraid, which was why they attacked. Sigh. Su Tingzi looked at where Xiaohua had landed and wanted to help. However, he didn't dare to offend the star monarch controlling the array. After all, the star monarch guarding the array was a 5th-stage origin Qi realm cultivator. He was far from being a match for him. However, Su Tingzi sighed. He knew that he no longer had the advantage of being the first to enter the array. At this moment, even the other nascent soul cultivators who had just entered the array were stronger than him, let alone Sage Xiangtian. He could only look for other opportunities. As a result, Su Tingzi decided not to snatch the treasure. Instead, he released his divine sense and carefully observed the movements of the defensive formation. He wanted to find an opportunity to escape from the defensive formation. Moreover, Su Tingzi was selfish. He wasn't too far away from where Xiaohua had landed. When the defensive formation was in chaos, he wanted to see if he could bring the heavily injured Xiaohua along with him. Of course, this was only a trace of kindness. Su Tingzi didn't know if the star monarch controlling the formation would let Xiaohua go. Taoist Yuan Qing and Sage Xiangtian moved. Whether it was their nascent soul cultivators or their escape techniques, they immediately alerted the other nascent soul cultivators. In the beginning, the other cultivators were naturally puzzled. They thought that the two of them were not afraid of death and dared to oppose the star monarch guarding the formation. However, when they saw that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the treasure and that murderous tricolored python spear had yet to appear, how could they still hold themselves back? Damn it! A nascent soul mid-stage cultivator angrily cursed. He opened his mouth and a magic treasure that looked like a string of beads rushed into the air. Then, the entire string of beads exploded. As the cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood essence on it, the beads transformed into sinister skulls. They let out soul-stirring screeches in the air and rushed towards the treasure as fast as lightning. Another cultivator slapped his forehead. A very delicate crane emerged from the top of his head. It let out a soft cry in the air and flapped its wings before falling into the void. When it reappeared, it was already 300 meters away. There were even several nascent soul cultivators who let out loud roars. Magic power surged around their bodies and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly poured into them. They either flickered with golden light or faintly glowed with green light. There was even one who had a demonic body. Feeling that they could not stop others from obtaining the treasure, the cultivators prepared to intercept Sage Xiangtian or Taoist Yuan Qing from all directions. However, the cultivator who had a demonic body was a strange winged demonic body. When he spread his wings, his flight was equally astonishing. He joined the ranks of the cultivators who fought for the treasure. The nascent soul cultivators within the defensive formation each used their own methods to fight for the treasure. How could the 100 or so golden core cultivators who were swept into the defensive formation dare to approach? They did not even have the intention to take advantage of the situation like Su Tingzi. They only trembled as they descended. They were prepared to find some spiritual herbs and other items within the defensive formation. Otherwise, they would wait in a safe place and escape when a flaw appeared in the defensive formation. The nascent soul cultivator with the demonic body seemed to be the fastest. In just a few breaths, he had already caught up to the hand of a nascent soul cultivator. How could the hand let him go? The hand whistled and grabbed at the air, wanting to stop the cultivator. Kaka. The nascent soul cultivator let out a long laugh. He did not use any other abilities. Instead, he flapped his wings and charged toward the hand. Rumble. A loud sound echoed through the defensive formation once more. A large hole was created in the hand of the nascent soul cultivator. The nascent soul cultivator's demonic body staggered and was about to fly back into the sky. However, at that moment, a ray of light appeared. It was an unknown nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure that blocked the path of the nascent soul cultivator. Pa! Just as the ray of light appeared, it immediately turned into a 5-colored screen and covered the nascent soul cultivator before the nascent soul cultivator could see it clearly. Not only that, but right after the loud noise, the entire defensive formation shook again. The life-threatening sound of the pipa rang out, and the Ice River iron horses broke free from their reins. This formation was even stranger than the one Xiaohua and the others had encountered before. After the sound of the pipa, the sound of the whistle also rang out. The weak wind and the dense fog coexisted, and there was a sense of harmony between the zither and the zither. Kill! Battle cries rang out from the omnipresent cavalry. The already chaotic defensive formation became even more chaotic as battle cries shook the heavens. Damn it! Seeing that his head was blocked by the five-colored light and that there was a dazzling light coming toward him, the nascent soul cultivator was furious. Blue light appeared around his body like a wave and a dragon horn gradually appeared on his forehead. The moment the horn appeared, his aura increased and his wings expanded even more. He flapped his wings and his demonic body charged toward the light like a meteor. He wanted to break this magic treasure just like he had broken through the nascent soul cultivator's hand. However, he didn't notice that a weak wind was quietly blowing above his head. Puff! The nascent soul crashed into the countless screens of light. The screens of light closed up like a peacock folding its wings. However, in front of the screens of light, a ray of blue light shot out like a sharp thorn. Boom! The space several dozen feet around him shook. The magic treasure was actually shattered by the nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul cultivator. Puff! In the distance, a short nascent soul cultivator's expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that his life source magic treasure had been destroyed and he had suffered a lot of damage. However, before he could take out a healing pill from his Qianquan bag, he heard a burst of ear-piercing pipa music below him. A dozen ice spears suddenly pierced toward him, scaring the cultivator into hastily forming hand seals. A light as large as a mountain smashed down and blocked the ice spears. Whoosh! Immediately after, a weak wind blew and a sizzling sound could be heard. The short cultivator's already somewhat dim protective light was blown out even more. Not good. The short cultivator grew alert and hastily slapped his forehead. A 5-meter-tall nascent soul appeared with a broken fan in its hand. However, there was a trace of golden blood at the corner of the nascent soul's mouth and its face was dispirited. Schwa! The moment the nascent soul appeared, it immediately rubbed its hands and the fan fell. The 5-colored light was about to cover the cultivator's body once more. Unfortunately, just as the 5-colored brilliance swept past the cultivator's neck, an iron spear emerged from the wind and mysteriously pierced the cultivator's back. Ayo! The small nascent soul let out a roar. It was clearly extremely angry. It reached out and a blood-red restriction smashed down like thunder. Boom! After a loud bang, the iron spear broke in half and was thrown into the air. A mouthful of blood came out of the wind, but when the wind blew by, everything disappeared. Damn it! The nascent soul helplessly looked at its lifeless body and the large hole in its back. It let out a sharp curse, then light surged around its body and it was about to fly away. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Woo! A dense fog appeared. It was several times more dense than anywhere else. Along with this dense fog, an aura that could even suffocate a grade 5 origin energy cultivator came out from the nascent soul's body. A pillar of boundless chi that was even more solid than the nascent soul's hand covered the nascent soul. GG. The nascent soul was shocked. As it screamed, it spat out several mouthfuls of blood, which turned into extremely bright symbols. The symbols disappeared into the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. This nascent soul wanted to use teleportation to escape from the boundless chi pillar. Boom! The boundless chi pillar rumbled as it rushed into the void, causing the surrounding space to distort intensely. That nascent soul no longer made any sound. Furthermore, the rumbling sound of the boundless chi pillar was not that loud compared to the neighs of the glacier war horses. The group of cultivators who were focused on the treasures on the cliff did not notice the disappearance of a nascent soul. Chapter 36:11. Since the nascent soul stage adepts who had sneak attacked others ended up in such a miserable state, the nascent soul stage adepts who had been sneak attacked did not fare any better. The Dharma stage adept with a demon body had just rushed out of the magic treasure with his powerful demon body. The green light around him flashed rapidly, as if his Dharma power was not enough to support his Dharma form. At this moment, the ice river suddenly flowed, and a group of armored horses stepped on the ice and surrounded him in an instant. Although the sound of cracking could be heard at the beginning, when the wind blew and the fog arrived, the nascent soul stage adept with a demon body did not appear again. Which of the dozens of nascent soul stage adepts was not arrogant? Which of them would be willing to submit to others? Which of them would care about the ice river and armored horses created by the defense array? Even if they found out that someone was injured or killed, they would only feel happy. They would only feel that there was one less person competing with them. Who would think more about it? On the contrary, the golden elixir stage adepts began to gather together and form a certain formation to resist the defense array together. Of course, their strength was insignificant in this battle between the 28 Star Lords. In a short time, dozens of adepts had fallen. Fortunately, they were not the main targets of the Star Lord Palace, so there were no immortal generals around them. Sigh. Since ancient times, the onlookers had a clearer view of the situation. Su Tingzi did not feel much when he was fighting for the rare treasure, but now that he was standing at the side and saw how fierce the defense array was, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If this Yaotai meeting is so dangerous, even if it's for the Imperial Preceptor's lot, even if it's for the rare treasure, who would still participate? Could it be that Kong Hongwu is stupid? In just half a day, several nascent soul stage adepts and dozens of golden elixir stage adepts have fallen in this defense array. What about the other defense arrays? Moreover, there are immortal soldiers and immortal generals hiding in the fog and in the weak water. It is far from what the rumors said before that the defense array was only created by the defense array. Could it be that this Yaotai meeting is different from the previous ones? In the past, no matter how few the Imperial Preceptor's lots were, there were at least dozens or even 50. How could there only be 10? No matter how rare the rare treasures in the past were, it seemed that they could not be compared to this one. Previously, when this old man heard about the rare treasure, I was already blinded by greed. Now that I think about it, isn't this a dead end? Su Tingzi immediately broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of the death trap. Since it was a death trap, how could there be any survivors? Since it was a dead end, how could he allow anyone to speak of this matter? In an instant, Su Tingzi understood why the Star Lord Hall had given out the lot of 10 Imperial advisors and why they had taken out 3 rare treasures. Perhaps there were survivors, and there were 13 of them. Perhaps more, but definitely not too much. The Confucian cultivator's methods are truly too ruthless. Su Tingzi didn't know why the Confucian cultivator was so ruthless, but he knew that this trip wasn't a good one. What should we do? Su Tingzi's gaze was fixed on the Imperial array. Cries of murder filled the entire Imperial array. Reverend Xiangtian and Reverend Yuanqing's figures had already disappeared. The Dharma treasures on the cliff shone with boundless brilliance, and the pillars of Aoran Qi soared into the sky. However, the dense fog and weak water blocked all of this. Su Tingzi could only see the golden core cultivators fleeing in panic like ants. Perhaps I'll have a chance to survive if I mix in with the golden core cultivators. However, if I do that, how am I supposed to live in the future? How am I supposed to survive in the Tao sect? What a pity. If only Xiao Hua was here. That's right, Xiao Hua. That Taoist Xiao seemed to have been injured by the Star Lord guarding the array, but he didn't die like the other nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, that python spear hesitated for a moment, as if it was confirming Xiao Hua's death. Damn it, I'll go all out. Thinking of Xiao Hua's abilities, Su Tingzi couldn't help but feel excited. Xiaohua was still alive even after being killed by a Star Lord at the 5th stage of origin energy. This level of strength was far beyond his reach. If he could save Xiaohua, not only would he be indebted to him, he could even borrow Xiaohua's strength to escape from the Imperial Array. Su Tingzi weighed the pros and cons. He looked at the sky, then looked at the fierce battle in the distance. After destroying a few glaciers, he quietly landed at the place where Xiaohua had landed. Su Tingzi looked into the distance and also thought about the sky. However, he forgot that he was also a nascent soul cultivator. Some golden core cultivators not too far away from him were also thinking about him. Seeing Su Tingzi quietly land, about 20 golden core cultivators exchanged glances and also followed him to the bottom of the Imperial Array from a distance. The golden core cultivators thought very well, but when they got close to Su Tingzi, they were dumbfounded. They thought that Su Tingzi had found a flaw in the defensive formation, but when they saw Su Tingzi, they only saw him carrying the unconscious Xiaohua with one hand with a strange expression on his face. You. Su Tingzi was even more dumbfounded than these golden core cultivators. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Several weak winds and glaciers appeared between him and the golden core cultivators. Even if the golden core cultivators fought bravely, 2 of them still died on the spot before Su Tingzi could make a move. We juniors are trapped in this Imperial Array and don't have the ability to escape. We only hope that Senior can help us. Once we leave the Imperial Array, we will definitely follow you through life and death. We will serve Senior or Senior's country. Seeing that Su Tingzi had made a move, the 2 late golden core cultivators at the front were overjoyed and hastily spoke. Don't. Su Tingzi raised his hand and quickly waved it, but before he could say anything, his expression froze. Then, his eyes darted around a few times, and he changed the topic. There was some bitterness and some difficulty in his voice as he said, "Forget it. Since we are fated to meet, why not help you this time?" How could the golden core cultivators notice that Su Tingzi's tone was strange? All of them were about to bow, but just as they were about to do so, Su Tingzi spoke again. However, even I am powerless within the defense formation. I still have to split my energy to take care of all of you. Swear a blood oath right now, or I won't agree. Su Tingzi's words were very honest. No one would risk their lives for a cultivator they didn't know. The golden core cultivator's words from before were indeed a bit careless, so the 2 golden core cultivators at the front didn't hesitate to make the oath. Sure enough, among the 20 or so cultivators, there were still 4 golden core cultivators who weren't sincere. They didn't wait to make the blood oath before activating their magic treasures and rushing elsewhere. They must be looking for their own opportunities inside the Imperial Array. Su Tingzi looked at the backs of these cultivators and coldly smiled. He waved his hand and said, "Activate your magic treasures and form an ordinary formation behind me." Although the golden core cultivator at the front had said his name when he made the oath, how could Su Tingzi remember it at this critical moment? He pointed with his finger and said, You, the 3 of you stand in front of the other people's heads. The rest of you, find 3 people to stand behind them, yes. The golden core disciple at the front hurriedly agreed. He turned around and called out a few names. They lined up according to Su Tingzi's instructions. At this moment, a weak wind blew, and the ice river appeared. Su Tingzi led the nearly 20 golden core cultivators into the wind and rain of the formation. With a nascent soul cultivator like Su Tingzi taking care of them, the 20 golden core cultivators only paid the price of 2 golden core cultivators being injured. Su Tingzi's magic treasure was shaped like a drumstick. When he activated it with all his strength, it produced a yellow glow around it. It was called the Heaven-Shaking Hammer. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, it was able to kill a few dozen golden core cultivators and even a dozen immortal soldiers. However, the more he killed, the paler Su Tingzi's face became. There was even extreme fear in his eyes. Occasionally, he would look at the sky as if he was afraid of attracting the attention of the star monarch guarding the imperial array. When he looked at the cliff, there was even more fog and light. He didn't know how many nascent soul cultivators were still alive, and he didn't know who had obtained the treasure inside the jade box. Seeing that the wind was getting weaker, both the sound of the pipa and the whistle were getting weaker, Su Tingzi's eyes were filled with joy. He waved his hand and whispered, "Quick, follow me and increase our speed. There should be a result over there." This imperial array, unfortunately, before Su Tingzi could finish speaking, he heard a loud whistle and a three-colored python descended from above his head. At the same time, an unparalleled aura came crashing down like a huge mountain. "Save me!" Su Tingzi was shocked and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was as if he had long been afraid of this aura. As Su Tingzi circulated his spiritual energy, the golden light around him shined brightly. The heaven-shaking hammer turned into a giant hammer and charged at the three-colored python. As for Xiaofan, who was still in his hand, he casually tossed him to the side. Boom! The heaven-shaking hammer flew into the air, but before it could even touch the python's spear, it was sent flying. However, the strange thing was that Su Tingzi didn't seem to have any intention of fighting the python's spear head-on. Although the heaven-shaking hammer was sent flying and Su Tingzi's face was pale, his body continued to fly backward. Roar! The python's spear was like a dragon. It let out an angry roar and stabbed toward Su Tingzi's heart even faster than Su Tingzi's retreat. Under the three-colored light, Su Tingzi's face was ashen. He stared at where the python's spear came from as if he wanted to see the Star Lord's face clearly. Whoosh! When the python's spear was less than 6 feet away from Su Tingzi, a ray of golden light shot out from the side of the python's spear. The golden light shot into the air and a thunderous sound echoed. Then, a miserable scream rang out and the python's spear stopped in midair. Xiaofan, who had been thrown into the air by Su Tingzi, suddenly jumped up. He reached out and used the universe in the sleeve on a three-colored python spear. Although the python spear had returned to its original form, it seemed to have a life of its own as it trembled violently. Wails came from the body of the spear, and strands of righteous spirit rushed out like an aura. Even when Xiaohua's magic power reached out, the Taoist robe fell on the body of the spear, and a thick pillar of Aoran Qi roared with a powerful roar, smashing onto Xiaohua's universe in the sleeve, wanting to work together with the python spear to destroy Xiaohua's magic. Chapter 36:12. Unfortunately, no matter how much the python spear struggled, even if the weak wind, thick fog, and icy river above Xiaohua's head disappeared, revealing a clear sky, the python spear still sadly fell into Xiaohua's hands and instantly disappeared. Only then did another drop of blood fall from the sky. All the golden core cultivators prostrated themselves before this aura. While they trembled with fear, they didn't have any thoughts of fighting back at all. However, they were extremely shocked as well. After seeing Su Tingzi's situation, how could they not know that everything had been set up by Xiaohua? Even them following Su Tingzi was a move by Xiaohua to lure the star monarch guarding the formation. The few sharp-eyed cultivators who were the first to fall into this defensive formation saw the might of the tricolored python spear when it killed Xiaohua. Then, they saw that Xiaohua was still alive and kicking, as if he was not injured at all. The hope in their hearts rose again. Humph! A sound that shook the space hundreds of feet in radius fell from the clear sky above everyone's heads. Countless pillars of noble qi descended once again, and everyone's vision darkened. A golden-armored celestial general that was hundreds of feet tall blocked the light that shone into the defensive formation. At the same time, a huge amount of noble qi rushed into the celestial general's left hand, and a huge golden hand slowly appeared in mid-air. Looking at the celestial general's appearance again, wasn't it one of the 28 star monarchs that had appeared in front of the Yaotai mountain? The aura of this star monarch was like his huge body. Wisps of golden fog flowed out from his golden armor and condensed into huge inscriptions on the armor. Each inscription gave off a powerful aura that was not inferior to the aura of a golden core cultivator. The aura of the inscriptions on the armor gathered together as if it was real, blocking everyone's mouths and noses. The fear of not being able to face an enemy involuntarily rose from the bottom of the hearts of the golden core cultivators. Even Su Tingzi, who had escaped death and looked lucky, could not help but release his aura to resist with all his might. Woo, 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 woo. Just as the crowd was in fear, a similarly powerful pillar of qi appeared opposite the celestial lord. With a roar, it rushed into a gradually expanding golden body. Waves of golden light emerged from the golden body like the rising sun, and a similarly rising pressure overflowed from the golden body. Wasn't this Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body? Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body appeared and immediately fought against the Star Lord's golden body. A series of violent crackling sounds were produced in the void between the two. In the midst of this explosive sound, the group of Jindan cultivators was blown far away. They actually didn't even have the ability to get close to it. Su Tingzi's eyes turned. Seeing that Ruo Feng, Bing He, and the others near Xiao Hua's golden body had disappeared, he hastily flew towards the golden core cultivators, quietly preparing to sneak out with these golden core cultivators. You are very powerful. That star monarch watched Xiao Hua's golden body form and indifferently said. That voice was like a yellow bell that shook the surroundings loudly. However, once you enter Yaotai Mountain, you will not have the opportunity to leave. This old man is Star Monarch Hall's Star Monarch Jing Mushuan. If you become a star general under this old man's tutelage, this old man will not only guarantee your survival, but will also allow you to obtain everything you want. Whatever you need in your cultivation, whether it is cultivation methods or medicinal pills, this old man can give them all to you. Star Monarch Jing Mushuan. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. He sneered and said, "You dare use the name of the 28 lunar mansions. You truly are arrogant. If this old man were to become your subordinate, wouldn't this old man's illustrious name be sullied? Since ancient times, Confucianism and Taoism have been different. Since this old man has chosen Taoism, he will not wallow in the mire with Confucianism cultivators like you. Ha, ha. You insignificant Taoism cultivator is the arrogant one. Even if you have touched the threshold of essence energy 5th rank, even if you have a scheme to make this old man fall into your trap, how could you know that this old man was probing you? However, this old man was somewhat careless, not expecting your magic weapon to be this powerful. A moment of carelessness and I fell into your trap, that's all." Jing Mushuan laughed heartily. Pointing his finger at the soaring dragon shears flying above Xiao Hua's head, he said, "This old man likes that you have some abilities, and this old man just happens to have a vacancy for a star general. This is why this old man said these few words to you. Otherwise, this old man could kill you right now." Noisy. This old man has never seen such an arrogant absorption like yours. Don't you think you'll cut your tongue if you talk big? Xiao Hua was unmoved. This old man has only used 30% of his abilities, and you are not my opponent. If I use all of my abilities, would you not die on the spot? Forget it. Jing Mushuan seemed to have lost his patience. Clenching his hand, a thick and vast pillar of qi condensed into an enormous spear in his hand. This old man knows your intentions. It's a pity that even if you stall for time, those little things cannot possibly break out of the star array. Even you are about to fall into the star array. Woo! Jing Mushuan opened his mouth, and a mouthful of tricolored true qi rushed into the air like a waterfall. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountain swayed, and the entire mountain ridge swayed. Immediately, that mountain ridge rumbled, and two enormous dragon figures slowly emerged. And at the cliff between the two mountain ridges, a cloud several hundred zhang in size appeared. A portion of the tricolored true qi fell into it, immediately drawing the vast amount of vast qi from the void to pour in. That cloud transformed into a tricolored ball of light that fell into the imperial array. The two dragon figures also roared as they rushed towards this ball of light. Two dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua somewhat understood, and his calm face became gloomy again. This was because, with his tyrannical divine sense, he had already understood that the two dragon figures really surrounded the entire star array in the center. When the dragon figures were hovering around the pearl, it had already driven the entire imperial array. The airflow inside the imperial array was like a knife. The nascent soul cultivators who were previously fighting stopped in horror, trying their best to resist this innate power. As for the nearly 50 gold core cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, they were like dandelions in the wind. They could only roll around, unable to resist. Jing Mushuan did not need to do anything at all. As long as he controlled the huge ball of light to trigger the dragon figures playing with the pearl, all the cultivators would be killed. Eat this old man's staff. Xiaohua smiled coldly and calmed his heart. He raised the wishful staff with both hands. The staff turned into hundreds of feet in size and smashed towards Jing Mushuan. The staff crossed the sky, and cracks appeared in the void. The whistling sound of the wind rushed into the cracks, and no one could hear it. Jing Mubao's face was full of contempt, but he didn't dare to be careless. The long spear in his hand also didn't dare to be careless. Woo! It let out a strange sound, and also went to meet Xiaohua. Not only that, when the long spear swayed, a pillar of great spirit as heavy as a mountain, and a great spirit as sharp as a flying sword also appeared around Xiaohua, rushing toward his golden body. Boom! Bang! The pillar of noble qi hit Xiaohua's body, and a dark golden crack appeared and a black liquid seeped out of the crack. Jing Mushuan's strength of the 5th level was not just for show. The power of this blow alone could kill a nascent soul cultivator. However, when the noble qi fell on Xiaohua's golden body, Xiaohua's wishful staff also smashed on Jing Mushuan's long spear. With a loud bang, not only was the long spear smashed, but Jing Mushuan's arm was also hit by the wishful staff. The newly regenerated left arm was now splashed with blood and flesh. See! Jing Mushuan sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and hurriedly urged his genuine qi. However, seeing the birth of three-colored genuine qi, his injured arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, one injury after another made Jing Mushuan's face even paler. I have to say, this old man has underestimated you. Jing Mubao said solemnly. He did not dare to neglect and hurriedly took out a huge strange weapon from his Qiankuan bag. The weapon looked like a long spear, but there was a big hand in front of his head. The hand was holding a thick dagger. Kill. Xiaohua already had the intention to kill. Without waiting for Jing Mushuan to take the weapon, the wishful staff in his hand stirred up the wind and clouds and struck again. Jing Mushuan was also a good martial artist. He waved his huge weapon and urged the abundant noble qi in the defensive array to fight with Xiaohua. These two huge golden bodies fought in a chaotic battle. In just half a cup of tea's time, the entire defensive array was disturbed by the two. Even the two dragon forms were not as powerful as the two. However, Xiaohua was not as calm as Jing Mushuan. He wanted to protect himself and save Su Tingzi and the others, so he must kill Jing Mushuan. Jing Mushuan was an immortal general of the 5th level. It was easy to defeat him, but how difficult was it to kill him? Also, Jing Mushuan could borrow the power of the defensive array, so the possibility of Xiaohua killing him was really small. In particular, Jing Mushuan was still fighting with Xiaohua with ease and did not borrow the power of the defensive array. Xiaohua waved his staff and knocked Jing Mushuan down half a foot. He squinted at Jing Mushuan's golden body and then looked at the two dragon forms in the distance. Unconsciously, he had a plan in mind. At this time, Xiaohua did not have his own spiritual treasure that could kill Jing Mushuan in one blow, but he would not test it one by one like before. However, Jing Mubao roared angrily, and a three-colored auspicious cloud appeared under his feet. He waved his strange weapon again, and the Haoran Qi swords that could flatten a mountain peak stabbed towards Xiaohua. A huge roar also came from the hand in front of the weapon. Although Xiaohua's golden body was cut down and collapsed piece by piece, his face was still as calm as water. The invisible nascent soul controlled by the green-robed Xiaohua quietly appeared above his head. The Tingjiao shears, which was flashing with golden light in mid-air, turned into a huge dragon again and rushed toward Jing Mushuan. That huge dragon swung its tail at Jing Mushuan's back. You have some skills. Seeing Xiaohua multitasking, using his divine thoughts to activate the Tingjiao shears while fighting him, Jing Mushuan was slightly surprised. Just as this faint surprise appeared, he saw a small gourd appear above Xiaohua's head. In the blink of an eye, something with a nose and eyes emerged from the mouth of the gourd. Jing Mushuan's mind was in a trance. Oh, not good. Jing Mushuan turned pale with fright and hurriedly patted his head. A three-colored genuine qi rushed into the sky and instantly turned into a majestic Z. Chapter 36:13. This Z was different from Xiaohua's previous Z. It was dressed like a general, and even the appearance of this Z was somewhat similar to Jing Mubai. 3 Qi's unification. Refine the spirit back to the void. As soon as Xiaohua saw Jing Mubao's tricolored true Qi and Z, he immediately understood. Jing Mubao had not only cultivated the 3 Qis unifying the origin, but he had also refined his mind into the Z, reaching the stage of refining the mind back to the void. Moreover, when this Z appeared, Jing Mubai's absent-minded eyes immediately became clear. Even when the 2 green and red spirit execution yuan light fell on the top of this Z's head, they were stopped by the 3-colored true Qi and could not fall at all. Even so, Jing Mubao, who was lucky enough to escape, was sweating profusely on his back. He was still in a state of shock. As soon as he felt this, a sharp pain came from his back. The soaring dragon shears had taken advantage of his resistance to the spirit-slaying yuan light to cut off a large piece of his back. Damn it! Jing Mubai gritted his teeth. The 3-colored Z above his head waved its hand, and countless inscriptions fell from its hand. Jing Mubai was a military Confucian cultivator. His Z was not only dressed like a general, but also could control the inscriptions with a raise of its hand. It was somewhat similar to the Confucian cultivators of Confucianism. Cha-cha-cha. As the inscriptions in the hands of the Z smashed down, thunderbolts appeared from the clear sky around Xiaohua, flocking into Xiaohua's golden body. Boom! The thunderbolts of the Z were really powerful. Not only could it blow down the entire mountain range, but Xiaohua's golden body also collapsed along with it. However, the thing that made Jing Mushiwei raise her eyebrows happened again. She saw a green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and one by one, the green seal characters that were even colder than the inscriptions appeared. Then, a spell that sounded like the whispers of the gods resounded in the air. Rumble. Layers of dense lightning appeared and fell on his golden body. Incomparable numbness came out, and the golden body collapsed in an instant. Moreover, the collapse spread rapidly, and there was no way to stop it. What kind of method is this? Has this Yaotai mountain already locked the Dao Sect's thunder drawing technique? How can this cultivator use it? Moreover, how could this lightning have anything to do with the strange characters? Jing Mubao was completely dumbfounded. Admittedly, Jing Mubao was stunned by Xiaohua's means, but his nightmare had just begun. Because under the dark green lightning, he did not know when a layer of 2-colored fire net had sprouted from the bottom of his feet, rolling up from bottom to top. As soon as his golden body touched this fire net, it immediately turned into pure liquid and fell into the air. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jing Mubao roared in succession. It was unknown whether he was scolding Xiaohua, regretting that he had carelessly lost his weapon, or scolding himself for not even preparing too many imperial weapons and scrolls. While Jing Mubao was cursing, the tricolored Z above his head suddenly flew up. His right hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor piercing through the sun, he smashed towards Xiaohua's head with an irresistible imprisoning force. He. Xiaohua sneered. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled his invisible nascent soul to immediately fly out from the top of Xiaohua's head. His two hands hugged the air, and streaks of lightning slowly emerged, preparing to launch a sneak attack halfway. However, just as Xiaohua's nascent soul flew out, it immediately gave birth to a kind of indescribable warning sign. A vague huge suction force came from the depths of the defensive formation. Although it had not yet come out, it had already locked onto Xiaohua's nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua shuddered. He did not have time to sneak attack Jing Mubao, and immediately urged his nascent soul to land on top of Xiaohua's head. When this nascent soul touched Xiaohua's body, the warning sign immediately disappeared, and the suction force also disappeared. Damn it! What's going on? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. It was also because of this absent-mindedness that Xiaohua immediately lost the opportunity. The Z's fist fell down. Xiaohua looked at the head that he dodged, but it was precisely his left shoulder that collapsed. Rumble. With a series of muffled sounds, Xiaohua's several hundred zhong golden body could no longer support, and slowly shrunk. Jing Mubao was also not that strong. When the Z just hit Xiaohua's golden body, Jing Mubao felt his mind become confused again, and the soul-punishing Yuan light once again had a tendency to fall. He hastily withdrew the Z, and then looked at Xiaohua, who hastily withdrew his golden body, and a trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, that Z waved his hand, and a huge ball of light fell in front of him. Those two dragon-shaped figures dragged their long dragon bodies and pounced over. Jing Mubao lowered his head and looked at the fire net that he couldn't extinguish even with his noble qi. He knew that if he didn't kill Xiaohua, he wouldn't be able to escape. But he saw Jing Mubao grin. The Z above his head waved his hands, and the huge ball of light immediately divided into three under the noble qi that was sharper than the edge of a blade. Among these three balls of light, the one in the Z's hand was bigger, and the other two were smaller. Go! A majestic voice that could shake the entire defensive formation burst out from the Z's mouth. It was more ear-piercing than spring thunder. Two vast noble qi pillars emitted a huge rumbling sound as they penetrated the heaven and earth, and directly rushed into the two small balls of light. At the same time, the Z opened his mouth again, and three-colored Jin Qi spurted out like a rainbow bridge, which divided into two and fell on top of the balls of light. Roar! The two dragon figures raised their huge heads. Although the dragon heads were blurry, they revealed an indescribable excitement. When the dragon heads opened, a cold and dark aura was emitted from the holes in the dragon heads. The two balls of light that were filled with Jing Mubao's condensed Jin Qi fell into the dragon heads. Pa 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 pa. The originally blurry dragon heads, after the three-colored Jin Qi fell into their mouths, clearly had some color, like the finishing touch, and this color quickly spread over the dragon body. Roar! The earth shook, and the ice river and the weak wind formation were now crazily surging. Along with the swaying of the two dragon figures, an imposing aura that could suppress everything, along with the entire defensive formation, rushed towards Xiaohua. Jing Mubao smiled, and his smile was very bright. Although the fire net under his feet had not been extinguished, and although the spirit-slaying light above the head of the Z was still threatening his life, he was not the slightest bit afraid. The momentum of the two dragons playing with a pearl was the final killing move of the defensive formation. While Xiaohua was scheming against him, he was also scheming against Xiaohua. Jing Mubao had never seen a Taoist cultivator who could escape from the defensive formation of the two dragons playing with a pearl. In the previous Jade Pavilion gathering, the defensive formation of the two dragons playing with a pearl was enough to catch all the Taoist cultivators in one fell swoop. Who knows what the palace master is thinking? Today, he actually opened the 28 star arrays? The strength of this Taoist cultivator is far beyond the 4th level of Yuanli. It would be a pity to kill him. It's better to suppress him and use him for me. Jing Mubao secretly calculated. Unfortunately, there was always an accident. Just as Jing Mubao smiled, he saw a disc spit out from Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as the disc came out, it suddenly expanded. Layers of golden dragon qi gushed out from the disc, and within this dragon qi, countless images of mountains and rivers emerged. This. Jing Mubao was stunned. His heart gave birth to a kind of unimaginable feeling. He watched as the whole disc instantly turned into an oval-shaped imperial jade seal in the midst of the dragon qi. A terrifying aura rushed out of the imperial jade seal, causing immortals and mortals to retreat. It rushed towards Xiaohua's two dragon forms and pressed down. Suppress! Xiaohua coldly roared. Although his voice was much less dignified than the previous Z, it was still exceptionally clear and incomparably powerful. Following this voice, the two dragon figures trembled violently. The dragon qi of the mountain and river seal descended like a large hand. Regardless of whether it was the dragon head or the dragon pearl, it grabbed them all in one go. You, how can you have the national weapon? You, how can you control the national weapon? How can you control the fate of a country? Jing Mubao shouted in disbelief, and then his Z also trembled like a sieve under the suppression of the dragon qi. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before arose in his heart. Logically speaking, although the mountain and river seal was powerful, it might not be able to suppress him, a Star Lord of Star Lord Palace. However, in order to control the imperial formation of the two dragons playing with the pearl, he had fused his genuine qi with the dragon pearls. This way, although it was easy to control the imperial formation, when Xiaohua suppressed the dragon pearls and dragon figures, his Z was also suppressed. What scared Jing Mubao the most was that the dragon qi above the mountain and river seal had an irresistible force. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the two dragon mountains of Yaotai Mountain was far inferior to that of the mountain and river seal. Under the suppression of the mountain and river seal, the dragon pearls and dragon heads had been submerged. His Z also collapsed along with the dragon pearls and was about to be pulled into the mountain and river seal. Jing Mubao suddenly felt that he was at his wit's end. He did not know how to get out of this predicament safely. Go all out. Jing Mubao patted his head, and the tricolored genuine qi gushed out again. The genuine qi madly rushed into his Z, trying to stabilize his Z. Roar. Another clear dragon roar came from the mountain and river seal. At first glance, it sounded like two dragon figures struggling, but Jing Mubao knew that this was not the qi of the mountain range that he had previously controlled, because along with this dragon roar, the suction of the mountain and river seal suddenly increased several times. His Z collapsed with a loud bang, and the spirit punishment vital light took advantage of the situation to fall. Jing Mubao only had time to swing his weapon, and the spirit punishment vital light had already broken through his defense and swept past his huge neck. Puff! Blood soared into the sky, and the whole golden body fell down with a loud bang. Good. Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He urged the spirit punishment vital light to fall again, preparing to kill Jing Mubao's spirit that had already been refined back to the void. However, before the spirit punishment vital light fell, a terrifying fluctuation came out from Jing Mubao's prostrated golden body. At the same time, the Z under the suppression of the mountain and river seal also sent out the same fluctuation. Not good. Xiao Hua was both regretful and frightened. He knew that he had not been able to completely kill Jing Mubao according to his previous plan. Jing Mubao knew that he could not escape death at the last moment, and did not hesitate to self-detonate his spirit to perish together with Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation was on par with Jing Mubao's and he had many means, it was impossible for him to stop Jing Mubao's self-detonation at the same level. Chapter 36:14. Xiao Hua hastily put away the sword gourd. Ignoring the soaring dragon shears, he had dragon vein. Xiao Hua used the mountain and river seal to block the two dragon-shaped tails in front of him. That 5th-grade star monarch self-detonation had already arrived. Rumble. The entire defensive formation shook once again, and all the mountains and rivers within a dozen li turned into nothingness. Wave after wave of qi rushed into the sky, spreading in all directions. Xiao Hua, who was at the center of the qi waves, could no longer resist. His dragon-shaped qi was smashed into fragments, his defensive earth shields were torn apart, and clusters of protective golden light were instantly extinguished. In the end, his golden body was torn into pieces, and the brilliance of Xiao Hua's physical body was extinguished. It was like a fallen leaf drifting in the air with the waves. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire defensive formation slowly calmed down. Originally, the defensive formation controlled by Jing Mushuan was one of the 28 star formations. It covered an area of several dozen li. As a 5th-grade star monarch, Jing Mushuan's self-detonation was equivalent to a Taoist spirit-severing cultivator. His self-detonation could cover 100 li or even several hundred li. However, in order to kill Xiao Hua, Jing Mushuan specially controlled the range of his self-detonation. Of the entire defensive formation, only the area where Xiao Hua and Jing Mushuan fought turned into nothingness. After a long while, suddenly, an arrogant and shrill laugh came from the ground. "Damn it, I'm actually still alive. This rare treasure is mine. Ha ha ha." Immediately, a black and rough nascent soul cultivator flew up from the ground. His divine sense swept through the entire mountain peak, as if he was looking for the jade box that Jing Mushuan and the other nascent soul cultivators failed to snatch before his death. Just as this cultivator released his divine sense, 5 different divine senses appeared in the mountain range. These 6 divine senses suddenly collided in the air. Then, 5 nascent soul cultivators with tattered Taoist robes rushed into the air from different hiding places. The 6 of them stood still in midair like trapped beasts, their faces still in shock. More than a dozen nascent soul cultivators had fallen into the defensive formation, and only a few of them had been killed in the fierce battle. The others were only injured, but Jing Mu's self-detonation had almost killed all of the nascent soul cultivators who were seriously injured. Although the remaining 6 nascent soul cultivators had managed to escape, it appeared that they had also suffered significant losses. Reverend Yuanqing and Reverend Xiangtian each stood at a corner. Their faces also carried the same expression of luck. They had already realized that everything was part of Xiao Hua's plan when Xiao Hua suddenly attacked and killed Jing Mubai. Especially Taoist Yuanqing, who had some understanding of Xiao Hua, immediately understood that the fight between the two would not end well. He made a decision almost instantaneously, giving up on snatching the rare treasure in the jade box and fleeing into the distance as soon as possible, away from the place where the two were fighting. Although Reverend Xiangtian was arrogant, he was also alert. He had been paying attention to Reverend Yuanqing, who was hostile to him. When he saw Reverend Yuanqing give up the rare treasure, although he was extremely unwilling, he also fled, as far as possible from Xiao Hua and the others. Even though the two of them had reacted early, they were still injured by Jing Mubai's dying strike. After escaping the calamity and coming out again, each of them had different feelings. Taoist Xiangtian felt both lucky and ecstatic. It could be said that he had survived a double calamity. He had formed a personal grudge with Xiaohua. He even considered killing Xiaohua with the power of wind and thunder after leaving the Imperial Formation or the Jade Pavilion gathering. Now, seeing that Xiaohua's means were even more powerful than the Star Monarch guarding the formation, Daoist Xiangtian shuddered. He really didn't dare to imagine the result if he dealt with Xiaohua. Who would live and who would die? Fortunately, this guy perished together with the Guardian Star, so I didn't have to worry about it. This is Xiaohua's remains? Just as Reverend Xiangtian was rejoicing, his divine sense swept over and suddenly found an abnormally damaged body. This body was covered in a blood-stained Daoist robe, and there was not a single piece of undamaged flesh on the body. Those tightly closed slender eyes, and that deathly pale face without any color of blood, wasn't this Xiaohua, who had shocked Reverend Xiangtian greatly? Not good. This guy is still breathing. As soon as Reverend Xiangtian discovered Xiaohua's corpse, he immediately became frightened and couldn't help but steal glances at the other cultivators. Fortunately, Reverend Yuan Qing and the other cultivators were taking pills, and the places where the jade box could be located were all swept by their spiritual sense. Therefore, no one discovered Xiaohua's corpse. If this guy is allowed to recover, wouldn't this old man's previous plan be for naught? If this guy is allowed to come back to life, how can this old man still have a share of the rare treasure in the jade box? Moreover, if Reverend Yuan Qing knew that Xiaohua was not dead, wouldn't he immediately save him? The favor of saving a 5th-grade essence chi cultivator, I'm afraid he won't be able to repay it in his lifetime. Reverend Xiangtian's heart could not help but violently beat. Moreover, Xiaohua just killed the Star Monarch guarding the formation. His magic treasure, and his nascent soul, he even took the Star Monarch guarding the formation. Damn, this is comparable to the rare treasure in the jade box. With this thought, Reverend Xiangtian's right hand trembled slightly, and the damaged flying sword in his hand could not help but let out a low sword hum. However, just as Xiangtian was tempted, he hesitated again. After all, before this, Xiaohua had already used a trick to deceive the heavens. As early as when he entered the formation, he pretended to be injured by Jing Muxiao's python spear, luring Jing Muxiao into a trap. Who knew if Xiaohua was using another trick at this time? However, Xiaohua's body fluttered down and crashed into a mountain peak. The collapsed mountain peak blocked Xiaohua's fall. Xiaohua's body rolled a few times on the mountain peak. His body was covered with a lot of dust. Even the rocks on the mountain peak gradually rolled down and slid off Xiaohua's body. There were also traces of blood on the rocks after they slid off Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Daoist Xiangtian immediately understood that Xiaohua must have fainted. Even the nascent soul in Xiaohua's body must have been knocked out by Jing Mubai's self-detonation. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Xiaohua, even if Xiaohua didn't wake up, as long as the nascent soul caught its breath, it would definitely attract Daoist Yuan Qing's attention. However, Reverend Xiangtian still underestimated the vigilance of Reverend Yuan Qing and the other nascent soul cultivators. Although the other 5 were taking pills, the sword hum in Reverend Xiangtian's hand caused them to raise their heads. Humph! Sage Xiangtian coldly snorted and swept his gaze across the crowd. The flying sword in his hand moved, and a not-so-brilliant sword-light soared into the sky, fiercely stabbing towards the heart of Xiaohua, who had landed on the cliff in the distance. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly looked in that direction. 2 cultivators raised their hands and were about to release their magic treasures. Everyone thought that Reverend Xiangtian had discovered the Imperial Jade Seal and hurriedly attacked. However, when they saw that Reverend Xiangtian was attacking Xiaohua's body with their eyes and spiritual sense, they were stunned. After all, in their hearts, Xiaohua should have died a long time ago. Reverend Yuan Qing was also stunned. The flying halberd was like the magic treasures of the other nascent soul cultivators and stopped in midair. Without the restriction of the defensive formation, a nascent soul cultivator was no different from a fierce tiger with wings. Daoist Xiangtian took the initiative to attack, and with Daoist Yuanqing's hesitation, the meteor-like lightning had already pierced Xiao Hua's chest. An indescribable expression appeared on Reverend Yuanqing's face. He pointed his finger and was about to retrieve the halberd. He knew that even if he and Reverend Xiangtian attacked together, they wouldn't be able to snatch it away. Rather than offending Reverend Xiangtian for no reason, it would be better to wait for an opportunity to escape. Although Reverend Xiangtian's expression didn't change, his heart was still clenched. He was afraid that something would happen again. Seeing that Reverend Yuanqing no longer tried to stop him and that the flying sword was about to reach Xiao Hua, Reverend Xiangtian's heart dropped. After all, they were so close that even if Xiao Hua was in perfect condition, he would still be seriously injured. He already had the advantage against Xiao Hua. People with ulterior motives will always encounter ghosts. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce Xiao Hua's chest, an iron rod suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Moreover, the iron rod suddenly expanded and blocked the flying sword with a flick of a finger. Clang! A loud noise rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword pierced the iron staff and unexpectedly let out a mournful cry. A cluster of sword lights scattered out like cold plum blossoms, falling in defeat in front of Xiao Hua. Ah! Reverend Xiangtian was stunned. He was familiar with this iron staff. Wasn't it the same staff that Xiao Hua was holding before? Moreover, at this moment, Xiangtian's heart turned to ashes. Deceiving the heavens, 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 deceiving. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face was somewhat dirty and messy, like the eyes of a morning star, Reverend Xiangtian hurriedly circulated his magic power. At this moment, a strange golden light flew over from the side. The frightened Reverend Xiangtian didn't even have time to defend. The golden light cut through Reverend Xiangtian's waist in the blink of an eye, causing blood to spurt out. Reverend Xiangtian looked down in disbelief at the blood that was slowly flowing out of his body. Above his head, a bright light flashed and a 6-foot-tall Yuanying appeared. It was holding a small sword in its hand and wearing a small soft armor. As soon as this Yuanying appeared, its body flashed with light. It simply didn't want to face anyone and hid itself in the void. It wanted to teleport away. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water as he stood up. The sword gourd flew out of the space and covered Daoist Master Xiangtian's Yuanying. The green and red spirit-slaying Yuan light rushed out, preparing to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. However, before the spirit-slaying origin light could fly out, a white mist appeared in the sky. Within the mist, an aura that caused all the cultivators to suffocate came from the nascent soul. A majestic pillar of aura descended from the sky and covered the nascent soul. The majestic pillar of aura was so solid that the spirit-slaying origin light couldn't land on the nascent soul. Even the nascent soul, which was originally in a daze, woke up. However, after waking up, the nascent soul was even more afraid because the majestic pillar of aura had dragged it out of the sky. Chapter 36:15. GG. Reverend Xiangtian's nascent soul let out a mournful cry. The runes on his body flashed chaotically as he struggled with all his might. However, amidst the rumbling of the vast aura, everyone could only see the shock on his nascent soul's face. Soon after, his nascent soul was blasted into the fog by the vast aura and disappeared. Rumble. The sound of thunder rang out again. Xiao Hua's face was gloomy as he used the lightning escape technique to chase after the pillar of boundless qi. Seeing the nascent soul being sucked into the void by the pillar of boundless qi, Xiao Hua hurriedly pointed at the space between his eyebrows and opened his Dharma eye. He saw a crack that was like a crack slowly closing. Then, his eyes were filled with boundless waves. These waves were endless. He didn't know where they came from, nor did he know where they were going, damn it. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth. After killing Jing Mubao, he ambushed Reverend Xiangtian in order to eliminate the danger. He didn't want to leave Yaotai Mountain and be troubled by Fairy Xiangfeng. Who would have thought that in the end, he would fail on the verge of success? This vast aura, what is the meaning of this? Is Reverend Xiangtian dead or alive? Xiao Hua closed his magic eye and held his chin. He looked at the sky and the mess below him and began to ponder. Reverend Xiao. A slightly cautious and respectful voice sounded. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Reverend Yuan Qing who was closest to him. At this moment, Reverend Yuan Qing's face was filled with an indescribable awkwardness and bitterness. Xiao Hua had pretended to injure him twice and he had ignored both times. Previously, he had said very well in front of Xiao Hua that they would work together. How could his actions convince Reverend Yuan Qing? The other 4 nascent soul cultivators all stood behind Reverend Yuan Qing. Similarly, their previous arrogance was restrained. Facing a Dao sect senior who had broken the Star Lord Great Formation by himself, they didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. The most important thing was that the Tingjiao shears that killed Reverend Xiangtian was still floating in the air. No one knew if it would fall on their necks or not. Xiao Hua's face didn't show any anger, nor did he have any intention of scolding them. Instead, he looked at them and said, "The formation has been broken. You all go to the Jade Box and see if there are any other rare treasures near the mountain range." Yes, this junior understands. Although Taoist Master Yuan Qing's cultivation was not the highest among the 5, he was, after all, familiar with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly bowed and agreed. Then, he discussed with the other 4 in a low voice. In a moment, the 5 of them spread out in 5 different directions, releasing their divine senses to slowly search. Xiao Hua looked at the backs of the 5 people. With a wave of his hand, the Tingjiao shears appeared in his hand. Looking at the golden half of the Tingjiao shears, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. His current strength was comparable to the spirit severing stage, but the magic treasure in his hand was not strong enough. Currently, he could only use the soaring Wyrm scissors, the ocean overturning seal, the spirit slaying light, and the icefall mirror. Of these 4 magic treasures, only the ocean overturning seal was complete. The other 3 were incomplete. The spirit extermination vital light had yet to be successfully refined, and the soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror were damaged and incomplete. Although Xiao Hua now had the means to refine spirit treasures, he still couldn't decide which magic treasure to refine into his life source magic treasure. Compared to the damaged soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror, the ocean overturning seal's power was slightly lacking. It was not even comparable to the wishful staff. However, if he were to refine the soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror into spirit treasures, Xiao Hua felt that it was inappropriate. It could even be said that it was not worth it. Previously, Xiao Hua's main goal was to refine the 5 elements wishful staff, but after much effort, he discovered that what he was refining was only the heaven-leveling staff. Now, he had finally obtained the main material for the refining of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. However, it was a huge task to refine it. It was definitely not something he could complete now. This made Xiao Hua feel as if he was drawing water with a bamboo basket. It's difficult. Xiao Hua sighed. With a turn of his hand, he put the soaring dragon scissors into the space. Then, with a move of his finger, he took out the sword gourd. Now, the sword gourd was extremely powerful. Even Jing Mulong was buried under the spirit extermination vital light. However, there was another problem with the spirit extermination vital light that was difficult to solve. That was, the sword light was not very sharp. Not to mention Jing Mulong, who was a 5th grade elemental power, even Reverend Xiangtian and Leng Qingge, who were 4th grade elemental power, could withstand it. Of course, Xiaohua also knew that the extreme magnetic light was the key to refining the spirit extermination vital light, but he couldn't find the extreme magnetic light. How can a spirit treasure be easy to refine? Looking at the sword gourd, Xiaohua's heart gave birth to a realization. Although this Xiao's magic treasures are not very useful, they are gradually being perfected. When the opportunity comes, this Xiao's spirit treasure will be earth-shattering, right? The ancients often say that haste makes waste. This is probably the case. After putting away the sword gourd, Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked around at the 5 nascent soul cultivators who were searching for him. Then, he released his soul awareness to search for Su Tingzi's location. Compared to Reverend Yuan Qing, Xiaohua cared more about Su Tingzi. After all, Su Tingzi had received Xiaohua's instructions to use him as bait to lure Jing Mulong out. Xiaohua would remember this favor. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua recalled a little, identified a direction, and flew in a certain direction. Then, he released his Buddhist awareness to look around. As he looked, Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. Then, his figure flashed and he entered the ground. After a moment, he flew out again. In his hand, he was holding an earth-yellow magic treasure that was several feet in size. This earth-yellow magic treasure was Su Tingzi's heaven-shaking hammer. Gently placing the heaven-shaking hammer on the ground, Xiaohua stretched out his index finger. At the tip of his finger, a similarly earthy yellow light landed on the heaven-shaking hammer like a sharp thorn. The heaven-shaking hammer let out a soft rumble and slowly retracted. It returned to the size of a palm and landed in Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the ground now, it was a rather tragic sight. Inside, Su Tingzi's face was yellow and his eyes were tightly shut. Just as he moved his eyeballs, he opened his eyelids with difficulty. Of the nearly 20 golden core cultivators behind him, only 9 were alive. The other 10 had already turned into broken limbs. Even though these 9 people were still alive, Xiaohua's Buddha's consciousness had already swept over them. He had already found out that these 9 people were already seriously injured. Not only had their corporeal bodies been damaged, but even their golden cores had also been shattered. If they didn't take the spirit pills as soon as possible, then they would die in less than 2 hours. Taoist Master Xiao. Su Tingzi opened his eyes and saw that it was Xiaohua. Joy appeared on his face. He forced a smile and said, "I didn't disappoint you." Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Taoists, righteousness is something that I will remember in my heart. Not only did you help me lure out the star monarch guarding the array, you even protected the 9 golden core disciples. Although you were heavily injured, their lives were saved. Su Tingzi slowly sat up and looked at the 9 golden core cultivators. He sighed and said, "Their lives are saved for now, but they will die sooner or later. I was moved by Taoist Master Xiao and became a good person for once." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Good people will be rewarded. Fellow Taoist, you didn't care about your own safety and used your natal magic treasure to protect them. How can I let them die?" Su Tingzi's eyes flashed with surprise. He said anxiously, "Taoist. Taoist Master Xiao, do you have the 9 revolutions life-extending pill?" Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, "I don't have that kind of spirit item, but I have other medicinal pills." As he spoke, he first handed the heaven-shaking hammer to Su Tingzi. Then, he took out a few medicinal pills and handed them to him. He said with a smile, "Try this medicinal pill of mine." Su Tingzi naturally knew that this wasn't the time to be polite. He put away his magic treasure and took out a medicinal pill and put it in his mouth. Su Tingzi's face was filled with ecstasy as soon as the medicinal pill entered his mouth. He immediately closed his eyes and started to circulate his cultivation. Xiaohua hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. There are still 9 golden core disciples who need your help. I have to circulate my cultivation and don't have time to help them. Although they made a blood oath to me, they made a blood oath to Taoist Master Xiao. I'll have to trouble Taoist Master Xiao with their matters." Su Tingzi still hadn't recovered from his injuries, so how could he care about others? He closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He took out the medicinal pills and fed them to the 9 golden core cultivators one by one. Then, he poured his true essence into the 9 people's mouths to help them dissolve the medicinal effects. Xiaohua's medicinal pills were very powerful. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 9 people woke up at almost the same time. When they saw the smiling Xiaohua and Su Tingzi, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, they immediately understood what had happened. They all struggled to get up and kneeled. "No need to be so polite." Xiaohua hurriedly pressed the 9 people down and said, "You're all heavily injured. It wasn't easy for me to save you with my medicinal pills. If you move any more, my medicinal pills will be wasted." Junior Pan Yu thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. The golden core cultivator in front looked left and right. An indescribable bitterness appeared on his face as he clasped his hands and said with difficulty. The several gold core cultivators also reported their names one by one and thanked Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Pan Yu, not only are your physical bodies heavily injured, even your golden cores are shattered. Now that you're on Yaotai Mountain, your lives could fall at any time. What do you plan to do?" "This." Pan Yu looked at Su Tingzi, who had his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "Junior and the others have already sworn a blood oath to serve Senior Su Tingzi, don't worry about me. I can't even take care of myself right now. I'll transfer your blood oath to Taoist Master Xiao." Su Tingzi didn't open his eyes and said in a low voice, "Besides, I was just following Taoist Master Xiao's orders at that time to lure the Confucian cultivators into a trap." Su Tingzi's voice was extremely low, but the golden core cultivators heard it clearly. Wasn't that the situation at that time? However, Pan Yu and the others seemed to have never heard of a blood oath being transferred to someone else. They couldn't help but look at each other. Xiaohua looked at the 9 late-stage golden core cultivators and rolled his eyes. He nodded and said, "Since fellow Taoist Su Tingzi has the heart, then I can't be careless. If you're willing to serve me loyally, I can naturally protect your lives. As long as I can walk out of Yaotai Mountain, I'll definitely bring you out. Moreover, I can also guarantee your future cultivation, including cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and other things." Chapter 36:16. Thank you, Senior. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to Senior. Pan Yu and the others were overjoyed. Being able to pledge their loyalty to someone as powerful as Xiaohua naturally brought them many benefits. However, Xiaohua frowned again and said with difficulty, "But the problem is that even if this old man wants to protect all of you, there are still many defensive formations in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Even if all of you stay close to this old man doesn't have much confidence, Senior." A golden core cultivator saw that Xiaohua was in a difficult position and said in a low voice, "Senior, don't you have the nation treasure? That thing can be used to suppress cultivators of our generation, so it can naturally contain us. It won't be too late to let us out after Senior leaves the Jade Pavilion conference." In fact, Xiaohua originally wanted to let them enter his Qiankuan bag or spirit storage bag, but after hearing this golden core cultivator's words, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you all. Taoist Master Xiao." Su Tingzi opened his eyes and hurriedly called out, you should also suppress I. Why do I feel like I won't be able to last until the Jade Pavilion conference ends with my injuries? That's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, as long as fellow Daoist doesn't worry, I can enter. Su Tingzi's words were half a joke. After all, once he entered the mountain and river seal, his entire life would be in Xiaohua's hands. No matter what Xiaohua did to him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, when Su Tingzi heard Xiaohua's straightforward answer and thought about his impression of Xiaohua in this short period of time, he couldn't help but be tempted. After Xiaohua finished speaking with Su Tingzi, he raised his hand and took out 9 medicinal pills. He handed them to Pan Yu and the others and said, "These are the medicinal pills that I used before. They should be able to help you all condense your golden cores. Take them now, and after I put you all into the mountain and river seal, you can take advantage of this time to cultivate." Condense. Condense golden cores? Pan Yu and the others could not believe their ears. They all carefully received the mountain river seal and hurriedly put it into the air. Xiaohua did not hold back and had Dragon Vein Xiaohua use the mountain river seal to suppress the 9 people inside. Su Tingzi was moved. Although Xiaohua didn't say who refined this pill, Su Tingzi had never heard of any famous alchemist in the hidden immortal continent who could refine this legendary pill. Even if Xiaohua didn't know how to refine pills, if Xiaohua was able to get acquainted with this kind of person, he would definitely be able to gain some benefits if he befriended Xiaohua. Therefore, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Su Tingzi took the initiative and said with a smile, "Daoist Master Xiao, there is also I, don't forget. Is fellow Daoist really willing?" Xiaohua smiled meaningfully. "I thought fellow Daoist was just joking." "Sigh, didn't Daoist Master Xiao say it already? Good people have good karma. I just did a good deed. Spiritual Master, you should let I have a good karma, right?" Su Tingzi blinked his eyes and smiled. When Xiaohua heard this, he nodded solemnly and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Many thanks, Daoist Master Xiao." Ever since Su Tingzi woke up, he had been calling Xiaohua Daoist Master Xiao, instead of fellow Daoist Xiao. Dragon Vein Xiaohua activated the mountain and river seal. Just as he was about to put Su Tingzi away, Su Tingzi suddenly shouted, "Daoist Master Xiao, please wait." "Oh?" Xiaohua said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Fellow Daoist, are you regretting it?" "No." Su Tingzi waved his hand. "Previously, inside the defensive formation, I saw 2 strange things. Now that I suddenly remembered, I have to remind Daoist Master. Fellow Daoist, please speak." Xiaohua was bewildered. After hearing Su Tingzi talk about the 2 nascent soul cultivators' nascent souls disappearing after their deaths, he asked again, then. "Fellow Daoist, do you know if such strange things happened in the Jade Pavilion gathering?" Su Tingzi shook his head slightly. "This. I don't know. However, from what I know, it doesn't seem to be the case. Of course, it said that there are many defensive formations in the Jade Pavilion gathering, and every defensive formation is different. Perhaps the defensive formation we fell into is different from the others." I understand. I'll pay attention." Xiaohua temporarily suppressed his doubts and said, "Fellow Daoist, you should go back and cultivate." As he spoke, he activated the mountain and river seal and suppressed Su Tingzi. After putting everyone away, Xiaohua looked at the mountain and river seal in his hand and smiled. This mountain and river seal was actually a bit similar to a cosmos bag, but the space inside was much larger. Putting people into a cosmos bag sounded very disgusting, but if it was put into the mountain and river seal, it sounded more comfortable. However, in reality, what was the difference? It wasn't as comfortable as his own space. A nation weapon, a nation weapon. A nation weapon, how interesting. Xiaohua spun the mountain and river seal in his hand and put it back into his meridians. He looked up at the clear sky and muttered, "Damn it, Li wanted me to keep a low profile, but I broke a Celestial Lord's defensive formation as soon as I arrived and even killed a Celestial Lord. How can I keep a low profile in the future? Now that the defensive formation is broken and the Celestial Lord is dead, Kong Hongwu will fly into a rage. I really don't know what methods he'll use to deal with me. It seems that he won't rest until he's dead. It's time for me to change my appearance." On the Jade Mountain, within the Celestial Lord Palace, there was a huge space. Kong Hongwu was standing in the starry sky with his hands behind his back. Behind Kong Hongwu were a boy and a girl. They each held a flute and a sword in their hands as they stood there respectfully. However, the two boys' gazes were different from Kong Hongwu's. Kong Hongwu narrowed his eyes as if he had a card up his sleeve. As for the two boys, they looked at the starry sky below them without blinking, their faces filled with anticipation. The stars in the starry sky were dazzling, and each star flickered with a different brilliance. Aside from the ordinary brilliance, there was also a faint mist. This mist was either like a thin thread or like cotton. It was actually different. However, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see the strangeness of the starry sky. Although there were many formations in the starry sky, they were sparse. It was far from being as dense as the real starry sky. Moreover, there were only a few dozen stars that could be considered dense. The brilliance of these stars linked together, and they were either shaped like a rooster or a black bear. It was very dazzling. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be able to tell that there were exactly 28 stars in these dozens of spots. They were the 28 lunar mansions. There was another special place in the starry sky. Under the starry sky, there was something that looked like a long river. This thing seemed to hold up the entire starry sky. Above the long river, there were layers of purple clouds. Between the layers, there were mountains, ridges, long rivers, streams, and so on. Occasionally, the shadows of cities and farmhouses could be seen. Suddenly, on a star that was not shining brightly, a small light dust fell like a meteor. This light dust fell into the long river under the starry sky. At the same time, a thin white line rushed out from the long river and caught the light dust. When the light dust fell into the long river, it did not cause any splashes. 35. The girl was quick to speak and hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master, 35 have already appeared." Kong Hongwu faintly replied. His brows slightly furrowed, as if he was not very happy. The girl's pearl-like eyes turned slightly and she smiled, "Palace Master, what is this thing? How come I have not seen it in the previous Jade Pavilion conference? It's really fun." Hee, fun? Kong Hongwu opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "In this world, the most beautiful thing is to sit and watch the clouds rise and fall. The most calming thing is to wait for the flowers to bloom and wilt. In this world, the most satisfying thing is to control the life and death of others." The two children were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. The boy thought for a moment and asked, "Palace Master, when the Dragon Gate was opened, I saw Hua the Daoist rush into the Dragon Gate. Why did he participate in the Jade Pavilion conference? Did he think that the reward from Palace Master was not enough and came to my Jade Mountain to pick spirit herbs? He is really too greedy." Humph. Hearing the mention of Hua the Daoist, a layer of anger appeared on Kong Hongwu's face. He slightly nodded and said, "Yes, he is indeed too greedy. Little Yun, remember, people die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an old saying that describes human greed. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have died because of this sentence. Little Huada is not walking the Dragon Gate, it is a dead end. Don't be greedy in the future." The boy named Little Yun hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Palace Master, I will remember. I can get whatever I want in front of Palace Master, I won't be greedy. Kong Hongwu smiled and looked at little Yun. You are still young, how can you know how big the temptation of this world is? Do you think those Dao sect cultivators who came to participate in the Jade Pavilion conference don't know the disadvantages of greed? Do you think they didn't say such words in the past? Greed is the biggest enemy in life. Palace Master, look, there is a lot of light dust falling. While speaking, the girl jumped up and clapped her hands, saying, so beautiful, just like fireworks. Kong Hongwu raised his head and looked. Sure enough, there was a snake-shaped star flashing with extremely brilliant brilliance. Under that brilliance, dozens of light dust fell one after another. Above the long river, there was a rushing filament that pulled these light dust into the river. Kong Hongwu unconsciously showed a satisfied smile on his face. There is also that one. Little Yun was not to be outdone. He also pointed at a tiger-like star and shouted, and there are more fireworks, more beautiful. Before the little girl could take it out, the starry sky was filled with specks of light dust. There were more and less specks of light dust, and they were exceptionally bright. This caused the corners of Kong Hongwu's mouth to curl up again, and he looked very proud. But when Kong Hongwu slightly lowered his head and was about to squint his eyes, suddenly, at the place where the previous star was, the whole star rushed out a few feet of starlight. Near the star, there was a dragon-shaped star river that fiercely rotated and crashed into the star. Chapter 36:17. Shangguan Yiran? Jingmu Xian? Seeing this strange scene, Kong Hongwu was shocked. He hurriedly unfolded his robe, and his eyes flashed with 3 colors of clear light. Hua! There was a sound like falling into water, and the whole star collapsed. The brilliant starlight instantly dimmed, and as the starlight was annihilated, several light dust fell again. What's going on? Kong Hongwu was inexplicably surprised. This Jingmu Xian star formation was broken by someone? How is this possible? The 4 eyes of the boy and girl rolled around, and there was panic and fear on their faces. Obviously, they knew the seriousness of the matter, so they closed their little mouths tightly and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Kong Hongwu stared at the starry sky formation, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had understood something, and said, ha ha ha. Hongmeng old man, you're really good. It seems that you want to make an example of my Star Lord Palace. I really underestimated you. When I saw your subordinates leave, I thought you didn't dare to come to Yaotai Mountain to make trouble, but I didn't expect you to send Xiaohua to make trouble. Good, I'm not your opponent, but I'll cut off your claws and teeth. I'll let you know the power of my Star Lord Palace. After saying that, Kong Hongwu raised his hand, and the sword in Xiao Yun's hand flew up with a clang, and landed in the starry sky. Kong Hongwu patted his own head, and a puff. 3-colored air column spurted out, and condensed into a Z in the air. Except for the abnormal skin color, this Z was also dressed in a Confucian robe, and looked like a real person. This Z stretched out his hand, and the sword fell into his hand. Immediately, jumping inscriptions flew out from the sword, and the inscriptions made a clear chanting sound. The chanting sound was full of rhythm, and strands of noble qi, which were as thin as hair but condensed with terrifying power, came out of the void and crashed into the inscriptions. Layers of extraordinary splendor mixed with clouds gushed out from the surface of the inscriptions. In the time it took to eat a meal, the inscriptions on the whole sword rushed into the air, and condensed into the appearance of a golden-armored celestial man. Please. Kong Hongwu lightly opened his mouth and spat out a word. Thousands of rays of light flew out of the Z's mouth and landed on the forehead of the golden-armored celestial man. The rays of light converged and turned into the inscriptions of the sun, moon, and star. Then, the Z waved his hand and pointed the sword at the center of the three inscriptions. The golden-armored celestial man flashed with an intense golden light and rushed into the starry sky. Boom! With a soft sound, the golden-armored celestial man disappeared. At the same time, a blood-red star with a long tail flew out from where the golden-armored celestial man disappeared. On top of the star, there were shadows of the sun and moon that were flashing with different colors of clouds. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the horizon and released his Buddhist sense to check the area again. He didn't find anyone alive. Only then did he fly to the place where Reverend Xiangtian was killed. Reverend Xiangtian's corpse had been split into two and looked very bloody. Xiaohua waved his hand and a samadhi true fire fell and burned the corpse. He then raised his hand and took a few qiankuan bags. Xiaohua opened them and looked inside. There were many things inside. Xiaohua didn't have time to look at them carefully and casually threw them into his space. Daoist Xiang Tian's cold plum flying sword was also thrown to the ground. However, this sword was Daoist Xiang Tian's life treasure. Since Daoist Xiang Tian's nascent soul was holding a small sword, even if Xiaohua erased the origin soul imprint on it, it wouldn't be of much use. However, Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment. He raised his hand and the cold plum sword fell into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he erased the nascent divinity within it and put it away. A magic treasure painstakingly refined by a nascent soul cultivator could definitely be given to an ordinary core formation disciple. It's here, it's here. At this moment, a cultivator's hoarse voice sounded. Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was one of the cultivators that Daoist Yuan Qing sent to search for the jade box. Xiaohua urged his body to fly towards that person. The other four people also stopped searching and flew towards that person's location. When Xiaohua arrived, that person had already taken out the jade box from the collapsed mountain rocks. This place was already very far from the cliff where the jade box was previously placed. Moreover, the surrounding mountain rocks, debris, and fallen ancient trees were all present. It was really a mess. From time to time, there would be some fog, weak wind, and other things rushing out. If one didn't look carefully, it would really be difficult to find it. That person was slightly thin and his face was pale. When he saw Xiaohua fly over, he hurriedly handed over the jade box and said with a smile, "Senior Xiao." Xiaohua glanced at the jade box and said indifferently, "Wait a moment. Let's wait for them to arrive." Yes, that person didn't dare to say anything else. He held the jade box in his hand and stood in the air. Seeing that Daoist Yuan Qing and the others still hadn't arrived, Xiaohua asked again, "How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" "Senior Xiao, you're too polite. I'm Daoist Jingting." Daoist Jingting was flattered when he heard Xiaohua call him fellow Daoist. "You found this thing, so it should be yours. However, I need the Imperial Preceptor's lot. If it's the lot of the Imperial Preceptor, then it belongs to me." Xiaohua said, "However, I'll give you some compensation." "I wouldn't dare." Daoist Jingting said hurriedly, "With Senior's ability, finding this thing is as easy as lifting a finger. It's my honor to be of service to Senior. Even if it's the three treasures mentioned by Star Lord Palace, I'm willing to offer them to Senior." "Oh?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, somewhat puzzled. He rubbed his chin, embarrassed by his own deterrence. Although he was somewhat puzzled when he saw Xiaohua, Daoist Jingting didn't explain much when he saw Daoist Yuan Qing and the others flying over. He just waited quietly on the side. When Daoist Yuan Qing saw the jade box in Daoist Jingting's hand, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Senior." "Hee, congratulations, congratulations." Xiaohua nodded slightly. Daoist Yuan Qing took out a few more jade boxes from his bosom and handed them to Xiaofan, saying, "Also, these are some spiritual herbs and spiritual objects that Junior found nearby. Senior saved Junior's life. Junior has nothing to repay Senior, so I'll take these as my thanks to Senior." Xiaofan took a deep look at Daoist Yuan Qing and didn't refuse. He took them with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, I'll accept these things. Fellow Daoist Yuan Qing, you don't have to keep talking about your so-called kindness. I'll listen to Daoist Zhao's instructions." Daoist Yuan Qing was very happy. After answering respectfully, he stood to the side. Xiaofan understood, so how could the other three nascent soul cultivators not understand? They all took out a few jade boxes from their Qinquan bags. Who knew if they found them in such a short time? They all handed them to Xiaofan. Xiaofan took them one by one without hesitation. He roughly looked at them and sent them into his space. Then, he looked at Daoist Jingting and said, "I've always liked to be magnanimous. Although I didn't say it clearly and only asked you to help me find the jade boxes, the things inside the jade boxes." Soon after, Xiaofan repeated what he had just said to Daoist Master Jingting. Only then did he order Daoist Master Jingting to open the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a flash of brilliance, and a faint, mighty roar of a beast rushed into the air along with the jade box. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a happy expression. He could already clearly see that under that brilliance, there was a swan-shaped imperial jade seal. "Congratulations, Daoist Xiao." Daoist Jingting also slightly closed his eyes because of that light, and then he shouted with a happy expression. "Huh!" Seeing that it was the state preceptor's lot that he needed, Xiaohua didn't hold back. He covered his Daoist robe, and the state preceptor's lot fell into his hand, instantly disappearing. Daoist Yuan Qing and the other four nascent soul cultivators also opened their mouths to congratulate him, but the smiles on their faces carried a trace of bitterness. More than 10 nascent soul cultivators risked their lives, and so many of them died. Who would have thought that the jade boxes only contained the state preceptor's lot? How could they not feel wronged? Of course, their congratulations were sincere. After all, the state preceptor's lot wasn't what they wanted, and Xiaohua taking it wouldn't make them feel pained. Xiaohua received the state preceptor's lot, and this trip was complete. Then, he asked with a smile, "I've already achieved my goal of participating in the Jadestage meeting. I'm not going to go any further. I'll just wait here until the Jadestage meeting is over and leave. Fellow Taoists, if you still have other ideas, feel free to go." Taoist Master Xiao. The somewhat short nascent soul cultivator said regretfully, "With your skills, how can you stay here? Not to mention that any one of those 3 treasures is useful to you, even the spiritual grasses and spiritual items in other places of the Jadestage mountain are incomparable to other places of the hidden immortal continent. Don't you want to get 1 or 2? Xiaohua said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "If I were to snatch those 3 treasures, wouldn't you all be empty-handed? Those things are useless to me, so I'll leave them for you." The short nascent soul cultivator's face was somewhat embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, "Since Daoist isn't willing to go forward, then this junior will take his leave first. If Daoist has time in the future, please come to Pingyu Lake. This junior will welcome you with open arms." "Okay, you can go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Daoist Master Yuan Qing, Daoist Master Jing Ting, and the others. However, just as he finished speaking, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh, don't worry, I just remembered something. I don't know which fellow Daoist can help me." When the short nascent soul cultivator heard this, his face was very happy. He had the same thoughts as the others, they all wanted to follow Xiaohua. This way, even if they encountered any danger, they could ask Xiaohua for help. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua didn't intend to go forward at all. At this time, hearing Xiaohua's words, the cultivator hurriedly said, I don't know what Taoist master wants to do. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to ask you, who knows about the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence? Xiaofan said with a smile. Chapter 36:18. When the short nascent soul cultivator heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Looking at the three people beside him, they all looked confused. He slightly shook his head and said, I have never heard of it. Hee, no matter. Xiaofan smiled and waved his hand. If you don't know, then don't know. At this moment, Taoist Jingting said calmly, I know what Taoist Jingting is talking about. Moreover, I also know that there is one in Yaotai Mountain. Is that so? Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Taoist Jingting and said with a smile, if fellow Taoist can help me, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Taoist Jingting seemed to have made some decision. He lightly bit his lips and said, Taoist Jingting and I can be considered to be fated. If Taoist Jingting can obtain that thing, I ask Taoist Jingting to share some with me. Of course. Xiaofan agreed without hesitation. There is no need to doubt this. Good. Taoist Jingting made a prompt decision. He cupped his hands and said, if Taoist Jingting is willing, I will take Taoist Jingting there. However, that place is rather dangerous. The other fellow Taoists shouldn't rashly take risks. When the short nascent soul cultivator saw that Taoist Jingting had already said this, he hurriedly bowed and said, I wish Taoist Jingting success. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he urged his magic power to leave. At this moment, he heard a very distant place, the location of that Yaotai mountain. Rumble. The sound of mountains and tsunamis reverberated through the entire sky. Xiaofan and the others looked up and saw a blood-red meteor rushing out from the peak of Yaotai mountain. It went straight to the top of the sky, and then with a large blood-red tail, it rushed from the top of the sky to the other end of the mountain range. As the meteor streaked across, the blood-red color was like a sharp sword cutting open the sky. A long bloody scar appeared in the sky. Not only that, but the sky before the meteor was extremely trembling. A myriad of multicolored lights burst out from the front of the meteor. After the meteor, that long red tail seemed to be overflowing with ripples, expanding the bloody scar to the extreme. The sky was filled with blood-red multicolored lights in an instant. Not only did they cover the clear sky, but they also covered the sun and the moon. That night and blood could be seen with the naked eye rushing towards Xiaofan and the others from a distance. What is going on? The short nascent soul cultivator was shocked. His body, which had been flying away, came to a stop as he looked into the distance in shock. Strands of heaven and earth yuan qi, as well as streams of righteous qi, slowly surged into the sky. It was as if blood had fallen into a pool of water. The blood-colored rays of light were descending towards Yaotai Mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble. The sound of thunder and claps of thunder seemed to be the only sound in the world, reverberating back and forth. Not only did the blood-colored meteor streak across the horizon, it even cut open the hearts of all the cultivators. An indescribable restlessness, viciousness, and brutality unknowingly diffused out from their hearts. A rare treasure? The short nascent soul cultivator had just stopped and his attention fell on the blood-colored meteor when he saw jade boxes flickering with brilliance and clouds rushing out from all directions. Behind the jade boxes were many cultivators. These cultivators were either activating their magic treasures or using their abilities. They were all extremely excited. Unfortunately, the majority of the jade boxes immediately disappeared into the blood-colored rays of light when they rushed into the air. Only a few landed in the hands of the cultivators. Those who obtained the jade boxes either turned around and flew away or directly rushed forward, disappearing with the other jade boxes. Those who didn't obtain the jade boxes naturally didn't want to fall behind. They immediately rushed into the blood-colored rays of light and disappeared. As for more cultivators, they were hesitant. After all, this blood-colored meteor was an ominous sign. Who knew what was inside the rays of light? However, wherever the meteor passed, the blood-colored scars didn't disappear. The rays of light spread downwards bit by bit without any intention of stopping. Some cultivators who were close to the rays of light didn't even need to move their bodies. Once they came into contact with the rays of light, they immediately disappeared. Seeing this, how could the cultivators not know that Star Lord Palace's intention was to let all the cultivators enter the rays of light? Rather than waiting here to be sucked in by the rays of light, it was better to enter the rays of light now and obtain the rare treasure a step earlier. Thus, even more cultivators flew out from the continuous mountain range and rushed into the rays of light, disappearing without a trace. The short nascent soul cultivator looked at the treasures falling into the rays of light with greed in his eyes. Seeing that there were cultivators rushing into the rays of light, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, I'll go first." "Please." Xiao Hua nodded. That nascent soul cultivator urged his body and rushed up 100 feet. Once he came into contact with the blood-colored rays of light, he disappeared like the other cultivators. Xiao Hua's divine sense followed. He only felt that the rays of light could isolate divine sense, but he couldn't see anything strange about it. "Fellow Taoists, hurry up and go," Xiao Hua urged, then said to Taoist Master Jingting, "Fellow Taoist Jingting, you can lead the way. From the looks of it, Star Lord Palace wants to drive us to a place. The defensive formation from before might be closed." When Taoist Master Jingting heard this, he immediately understood. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Taoist Master, please follow me." As he said this, Taoist Master Jingting also urged his body and flew towards a place. The other nascent soul cultivators cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua and also rushed into the rays of light somewhat hurriedly. They originally had some intention to go with Xiao Hua, but when they saw that Xiao Hua wanted to break through the formation again and didn't want them to follow, especially when all the rare treasures were sent into the blood-colored rays of light by Star Lord Palace, all the cultivators on Yaotai Mountain had to enter the rays of light to obtain the rare treasures, so Xiao Hua's role was weakened. Therefore, they also dispelled the idea of advancing and retreating with Xiao Hua. Taoist Master Yuanqing looked at the nascent soul cultivator who flew away, his face unmoved. He calmly said to Xiao Hua, "Taoist Master Xiao, Junior's cultivation is limited. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to escape from Yaotai Mountain. I can't not follow you. You won't drive me away, right?" "Huh, how is that possible?" Xiao Hua laughed. His body flew up and rushed out after Taoist Master Jingting. He even said, "But if you want to follow us, don't call me senior in the future." Taoist Master Yuanqing laughed. His Taoist robe fluttered as he chased after Xiao Hua. He also said, "Taoist Master Xiao, if you say so, how can I not follow your orders?" The three of them flew towards this place for about the time it took to eat a meal. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the entire Yaotai Mountain was completely covered by the rays of light like volcanic clouds. Under the rays of light, rare treasures and spiritual objects flew out one after another. Not to mention that the defensive formation was gradually closing, even if it wasn't, who would still stay here when the formation was empty? Jinren Jingting saw them flying over several mountain ranges, flying and stopping. In the ancient forest, which was more than 100 feet high, they found a sandbar where 3 streams converged. Jinren Jingting stopped. He turned his head and narrowed his eyes to look at the multicolored light falling from above and behind him. He said, "Jinren Xiao, this is the place where the elites are. Although the rays of light will activate the defensive formation, it's 90% similar to the records I've obtained." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out. He saw that the vast chi above the sandbar was mixed with obscure inscriptions that blocked his divine sense. He knew this should be one of the defensive formations of Star Lord Hall. He then looked at the lush ancient trees on the left side that blocked the blood-colored rays of light. If Taoist Master Jingting didn't bring him here, he probably wouldn't have found this place. So Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jingting, before I came here, I also asked several fellow Taoists for advice. According to them, this Yaotai gathering is completely different from the previous one. There's nothing to learn from them. I wonder how fellow Taoist got the information about this place." Reverend Jingting looks at Xiaohua, then looks at Reverend Yuanqing, who is following behind him. He sighs and says, "To tell you the truth, Reverend Xiao, I didn't get this information from anyone else. It was during the last few Yaotai gatherings that I came here by chance and found out." "Oh?" Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that fellow Taoist Jingting has attended the Yaotai gathering many times? Not to mention Xiaohua, even Taoist Master Yuanqing looked at Taoist Master Jingting with interest. A bitter smile appeared on Taoist Master Jingting's face. He nodded and said, "I'm not afraid of Taoist Master Zhao's joke. This is the 13th time I have attended the Yaotai gathering." Xiaohua didn't make a move, but Taoist Master Yuanqing cried out in surprise. However, after being surprised, Taoist Master Yuanqing became somewhat embarrassed. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jingting, you think too much. This Yaotai gathering is also the 3rd time I've attended. You've only attended a few more times than me. I'm afraid I'm the pot calling the kettle black." Alas! Taoist Master Jingting sighed. His voice was full of bitterness and helplessness. He looked at the sandbar in front of him and said, "Fellow Taoists, please don't laugh at me. Actually, the purpose of this humble Taoist's visit to Yaotai Mountain is not for the treasures mentioned earlier. This humble Taoist is also not interested in the 3 treasures that Star Lord Palace has taken out. This humble Taoist's purpose is the same as that of Taoist Xiao." "Oh?" Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at Taoist Master Jingting and asked curiously, "Could it be? Fellow Taoist Jingting has attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times just for the Imperial Preceptor's lot? And 12 times, you actually didn't get it?" Taoist Master Yuanqing was also surprised. After all, it wasn't particularly difficult to get the Imperial Preceptor's lot when one's cultivation had reached the middle nascent soul stage. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, one could get it by attending the Yaotai gathering once. How could one be like Taoist Master Jingting, who had attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times and still hadn't gotten it? Taoist Master Jingting originally wanted to urge Xiaohua, but when he saw Xiaohua looking at him with great interest and seemed to have already released his divine sense, he knew that Xiaohua was observing the defensive formation in front of him. Thinking of his own decision, he opened his mouth and said, "You're right, Taoist Master Xiao. Since I attended the first Yaotai gathering 400 years ago, I've attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times in the past several hundred years and returned empty-handed. I didn't get the Imperial Preceptor's lot even once. Fellow Taoist Jingting, you really have perseverance." Taoist Master Yuanqing didn't know how to comfort Taoist Master Jingting, so he could only say this in a low voice. "Actually, the first 3 times. I really did want to establish a country and have the ambition to be a country's teacher." Taoist Master Jingting said with a smile, "But by the 4th time, the general who was on good terms with I was already old. Seeing that I couldn't help them establish a country for a long time, his son had already abandoned I and cooperated with others. I also met the fellow Taoist who helped them establish a country. I also met him at the Yaotai gathering. I can't help others, but of course, I can't disturb them. Therefore, the things that happened after that were just me acting in a fit of pique. I actually want to see how many times I can get the Imperial Preceptor's lot." Chapter 36:19. After Xiaohua's divine sense landed on the defensive formation and carefully observed it for a moment, he unconsciously frowned slightly. This defensive formation was rather strange. It was like a lock covering the sandbar. The three streams rushing in from all directions were like keys to the lock. The defensive formation could only be opened by the streams. However, there was a faint strangeness in the streams, which contained a murderous intent. Xiaohua felt that it was somewhat familiar, but also difficult to grasp. He had no choice but to think more about it. Fellow Taoist Jingting, how did you enter this place last time? Xiaohua seemed to have a plan and asked. Reverend Jingting said without hesitation, when I participated in the Yaotai assembly for the first time, I had already obtained the Imperial Preceptor's lot on a mountain range not far from here. Unfortunately, before I could put it in my Qianquan bag, I was discovered by another fellow Taoist. This fellow Taoist was more powerful than me, so I was thrown into that stream. In order to escape that fellow Taoist's pursuit, I used the water escape technique to hide. Who knew that a very inexplicable force would bring me into that sandbar? It's just that. I only entered the sandbar for a very short time. I was only able to see the situation inside before I was brought out. Later on, by chance and coincidence, I found out that inside was the renjing that ordinary Taoist cultivators of my sect talked about. Alas, since I knew this thing was the renjing, I had to come here every time I came here to take a look. However, apart from the first time, this was the only time I could see the surrounding ancient trees. In the past several hundred years, Star Lord Hall never opened this place. This time, I don't have much time left. Xiaohua looked at the place that was only a few li away. The edges of the ancient trees were already blurred, as if the blood-red light had swallowed the ancient trees. Moreover, under the cover of the light, all the mountains, forests, and streams could no longer be seen. Only the distant Yaotai mountain stood tall like a pillar that reached the sky. Upon seeing this, Reverend Jingting straightened his clothes and bowed to Xiaohua. Reverend Xiao, in fact, when I obtained the jade box containing the Imperial Preceptor's lot, I had a premonition in my heart that the jade box contained no other treasure but the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Why? Reverend Yuan Qing was somewhat puzzled. If you didn't have a premonition, why did you fight for it? Taoist Jing Ting said very meaningfully, I naturally fight for the State Preceptor's lot, but if I can't get it, then it's naturally not the State Preceptor's lot. However, Zhenren Shao killed the Guardian Star and asked us to search for it. The only thing I could find was the Imperial Master's lot. Taoist Master Jingting's words were very awkward, but Taoist Master Yuan Qing also understood a little. Taoist Master Jingting's luck was extremely bad. This was his 13th time participating in the Yaotai assembly. The number of the Imperial Preceptor's lot was pitifully small. This was the first time he was so close to the Imperial Preceptor's lot, but he just happened to encounter the unstoppable Xiaohua. Even if he could get the Imperial Teacher's lot in his hands, in the end, he would have to give it to Xiaohua. As Taoist Jing Ting spoke, his figure didn't get up. Since the heavens let me present the Imperial Preceptor's lot with both hands, then it's also letting me serve Taoist. I hope that Taoist Xiao can guide me when you establish your country in the future. Taoist Yuan Qing's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. He glanced at the silent Xiaohua and said, Fellow Taoist Jing Ting, I'm afraid this isn't your true reason, is it? Yes, this is a reason, but it's not the most important one. Taoist Jing Ting didn't quite understand the relationship between Xiaohua and Taoist Yuan Qing, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak and only Taoist Yuan Qing spoke, he thought Xiaohua didn't quite believe him. He hurriedly said, the most important thing is that I really don't have confidence in myself. I must rely on a senior with destiny. Taoist Xiao controls the national treasure of Confucian cultivators, so you're definitely a person with great destiny. If I don't rely on Taoist Xiao, who else can I rely on? Taoist Yuan Qing blinked his eyes and said with a smile, so that's how it is. I thought fellow Taoist was as afraid of death as I, being afraid of death is naturally one of the reasons. Daoist Jing Ting said with a smile. Xiaohua looked at Daoist Jing Ting's bowing appearance and nodded. As early as when fellow Daoist Jing Ting gave me the jade box, I already promised you that I would take out something of equivalent value to the treasures inside the jade box to exchange with fellow Daoist. Since fellow Daoist wants to use his own future to exchange with me, I naturally feel ashamed to accept it. When Daoist Jing Ting heard this, his face was filled with ecstasy. He shouted, "State Preceptor, please accept this subordinate's bow." Fellow Daoist is too polite. Xiaohua raised his hand and helped Daoist Jing Ting up. Since you want to work for me, I will certainly not treat fellow Daoist unfairly. As long as I can give you anything, I will satisfy fellow Daoist. Daoist Yuan Qing's face showed a trace of surprise. He also said with a smile, "Congratulations, Daoist Xiao." "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Jing Ting, Xiaohua was about to raise his head to answer when suddenly his eyebrows rose and he let out a cry of surprise. He immediately waved his hand and grabbed Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jing Ting out of thin air. Without waiting for the two to speak, he dragged the two of them and rushed to the nearby sandbar. Daoist Jing Ting and Daoist Yuan Qing were slightly stunned. However, when their divine senses swept over the sandbar, they saw that under the blood-red brilliance, near the upper wind of the second stream, an inexplicable aura rushed out. The originally disorderly inscriptions immediately swarmed up. That aura was like a sharp blade that cut open a flaw in the defensive formation. "There's someone inside," Daoist Jing Ting exclaimed in a low voice and looked at Daoist Yuan Qing. The two of them looked at each other with surprise. The inscriptions were like a fountain, and the noble spirit swarmed out. This noble spirit was like an incomparably sharp flying sword, and it slashed in the air with a whooshing sound. Strands of fine texture appeared in the void, and the white clouds were turned into nothingness by these fine texture. Xiaohua brought the two of them with him. His whole body flashed with a faint golden light. This golden light also made cracking sounds in the fine lines and shattered into pieces. However, the moment it shattered, the golden light condensed again. "Go!" Xiaohua landed in the middle of the inscriptions and waved his hand. A ray of brilliance appeared, like a huge fist crashing into the inscriptions. Boom! Thousands of inscriptions were forcibly suppressed. The place where the aura appeared was torn apart by this fist. The aura that rushed out became more and more violent. However, just as the aura rushed out, an ear-piercing beast roar was heard from within the crack. The aura suddenly converged, and even a kind of weakness and helplessness leaked out from the aura. Demonic beast. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He made a hand seal to protect himself and the others. As his body crashed into the crack, his divine sense rushed inside. "Oh. This is somewhat interesting." Xiaohua landed in the defensive formation. His divine sense had already seen the situation inside the formation clearly. His face unconsciously revealed an expression of interest. He saw that this place was several acres in size. 3 streams rushed into the sandbar, dividing the sandbar into 3 parts. And the 3 streams converged at the center of the sandbar. A layer of watery splendor rushed out from the center of the sandbar, covering a part of the sandbar. Moreover, with Xiaohua's divine sense, he had already sensed the mana fluctuations of this splendor. What was covering a part of the sandbar was actually a Daoist magic array. Looking above the sandbar, the aura that rushed out of the defensive formation came from a demonic beast that was several tens of meters in size. This demonic beast had long ears, blood-red eyes, and a 3-petaled mouth. It was very similar to an ordinary rabbit. However, this demonic beast's fur was brownish-red, and its tail was several tens of meters long. How could a rabbit compare to the bloodthirst in its eyes and the vicious aura on its huge demonic body? Below the demonic beast's body, two forelimbs that were like human arms were currently covered in a scarlet ring of fire. This ring of fire burned with flames that were several feet high, roasting the demonic beast's forelimbs black. A pungent smell pervaded the air. Not only that, but above the demonic beast's head, a three-pronged trident that was more than a foot long was emitting a three-colored brilliance that firmly covered the demonic beast's head. The demonic beast's thunderous roars could not be heard. In front of the demonic beast, there were several nascent soul cultivators who were flying in a circle in midair. The three at the front were forming hand seals and activating their magic treasures. The four at the left were holding magic treasures in their hands and coldly looking at a female cultivator wearing dark reddish-purple clothes behind the demonic beast. Xiaofan brought Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jing Ting into the defensive formation. The seven of them were immediately alerted. However, when everyone scanned them with their divine senses, they saw that the three people activating their magic treasures were not alarmed at all. It was as if they had just seen a passerby. On the other hand, the other two people were surprised but also had a trace of ridicule. Xiaofan also knew these two people. Weren't they the two cultivators that Xiaofan had met on the night before he entered Mount Yaotai and participated in the trade fair? One was Daoist Xiaofan, and the other was Daoist Chu. This was what they meant by enemies are bound to meet. Xiaofan could clearly see the two people's ridicule. His heart was unconsciously moved and he looked towards the formation below him. As for Daoist Jing Ting, as soon as he entered the defensive formation, he was immediately attracted by the rabbit-like demonic beast. His gaze had already fallen on the female cultivator wearing dark reddish-purple clothes. He saw that this tall female cultivator looked to be in her 20s. The purple clothes she wore accentuated her curves. The woman's appearance was elegant and she had an oval face with a small nose that was slightly raised. Her most attractive feature was her pair of eyes. The woman's eyes weren't large and were apricot-shaped. Under her thin eyelids, her flowing gaze was like water ripples. The woman's gaze swept past Xiaofan and the others. Immediately, a kind of faint sadness emerged in everyone's hearts. This sadness seemed to be a reflection of the female cultivator's unfortunate life, but it also seemed to be a kind of pity for the female cultivator. Because at this moment, the woman's face was pale and flushed. Obviously, she was injured. On top of the woman's head, a simple and unadorned jade pendant emitted a misty brilliance that firmly enveloped the woman. However, this brilliance was as thin as paper. It seemed that any random magic treasure could break through the woman's defensive magic treasure. Aoo. Seeing that another person had rushed into the defensive formation, the demonic beast opened its mouth and roared. Its body struggled with all its might and a kind of dense demonic fog sprayed out from its mouth. However, under the confinement of the trident, that dense fog couldn't reach very far. Even the demonic beast's twisting body overflowed with runes. These runes were like ropes that trapped the demonic beast. Chapter 36-20. Oh. Fellow Daoist Jingting, could it be, you know this female cultivator? Xiaofan withdrew his gaze from the formation and turned to look at Master Daoist Jingting, asking in a low voice. When Master Daoist Jingting heard this, he hastily said, reporting to Master Daoist, I do know this female cultivator. Didn't I tell you before? I've been here many times in the past 400 years, and I've met this female cultivator twice. Her name is Li Jing, and her Daoist name is Fairy Jing. Oh. Xiaofan looked at Master Daoist Jingting with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, it seems this Fairy Jing has the same idea as fellow Daoist Jingting. Emicham, it seems so. Master Daoist Jingting looked at Fairy Jing's struggling appearance and sighed, although we didn't have a deep conversation on those two occasions, I already sensed it. Before entering Yaotai Mountain this time, I specifically looked for her but didn't see any trace of her. I didn't expect her luck to be better than mine. Master Daoist Yuanqing said in a low voice, Master Daoist Xiao, these 7 cultivators are all mid-nascent soul stage. For that fairy Jing to be able to confront them, her cultivation isn't low. Right now, the 2 sides are in a deadlock. If Master Daoist wants to help, then we'll immediately take action. Otherwise, we'll head into the formation to look for her. Master Daoist Jingting said with a bitter smile, that Ren Jing can only be obtained one at a time. If Fairy Jing obtains it, I'm afraid we'll have to return empty-handed. When Xiao Hua heard this, he faintly smiled and said with deep meaning, that's right. Since we've already arrived late, it's better to wait and see. Although Xiao Hua's plan was well thought out, Fairy Jing's summon immediately shattered his plans. Seeing Master Daoist Jingting whispering to Xiao Hua and the others, Fairy Jing's eyes rippled like water. She said, Master Daoist Jingting, you've also come? Master Daoist Jingting's expression changed. If it was before, he would definitely fly into a rage. After all, Fairy Jing's words, whether intentional or not, had dragged him into the vortex. But fortunately, his anger only swept away for a moment, and he immediately calmed down. Beside him was Daoist Xiao, who was a 5th-grade origin power. Why should he care about the petty thoughts of others? Daoist Jingting was calm and didn't agree. The 7 cultivators surrounding him had a plan in their hearts. Everyone exchanged glances and transmitted a few words. Daoist Xiaofan and Daoist Chufeng flew out. Daoist Xiaofan was still able to cup his hands in salute, but Daoist Chufeng unexpectedly didn't even need to salute. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Hua, we've already come here first. The spiritual items here are also things we want. As the proverb says, a gentleman doesn't seize another's good things. I presume that a gentleman like Daoist, who has a graceful bearing, surely won't lower himself to the level of common people like us, right? He. Xiao Hua laughed. He laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed. He pointed at Fairy Jing and said, the ancients have a saying that good men don't fight with women. You 7 big men actually besieged a female cultivator. Where are the manners of men? Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't attack, Master Daoist Chu sneered in his heart, but he still said, fellow Daoist Xiao is wrong. Didn't you see this demonic beast? Although this woman is a Daoist cultivator, she actually raised demonic beasts and wallowed in evil with the 1,000 demonic saint realm demonic beasts. Where is the dignity of a Daoist cultivator? As Daoist cultivators, we naturally have the obligation to help this lost lamb return to the right path. Daoist Yuanqing and Daoist Jingting were very astonished. The 2 of them didn't quite understand the meaning of Master Daoist Chu Feng's words, but seeing that Xiao Hua didn't move, the 2 of them simply ignored him. Master Daoist Chu Feng saw that Xiao Hua and the others were only standing in the air, and he was pleased with himself. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the formation and he nodded again, fellow Daoists' words are very reasonable. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you guys from upholding justice for our Daoist sect. Farewell. Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Master Daoist Chu Feng raised his brows and became even more pleased. He raised his hand and gestured with a somewhat strange tone. Xiao Hua pretended to turn around, but he suddenly opened his mouth again. That's right, I heard that there's a strange treasure of Star-Lord Hall here. As the proverb says, treasures have no owner and only the virtuous can obtain them. I'll go take a look. I won't disturb you, will I? No, fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Master Daoist Chu Feng laughed until his stomach hurt. Beside him, Master Xiaofan also resisted the urge to laugh. They really didn't expect Xiao Hua to leave just like that. Of course, it couldn't be said that they didn't think about it, but they didn't dare to believe it. All right. Xiao Hua turned around with a smile, but just as his figure moved, he clapped his hand again. A gust of wind whistled and golden light gushed out from the top of his head. It transformed into a palm that was tens of meters long and grabbed at the air. He even said coldly, "Brat, one is a traitor and the other is a strong-willed person. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Now that everyone is besieging an orphan girl, you actually speak with conviction. If I don't kill you today, when will I?" Master Taoist Xiaofan was really shocked. Although he was on guard before, he gradually let his guard down after seeing Xiao Hua being persuaded. However, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to immediately turn hostile as soon as he turned around. How was this still the pedantic cultivator in his heart? Spiritual Master Xiaofan was also caught off guard. By the time the two of them hurriedly formed hand seals and two rays of light rushed into the air to block Xiao Hua, the large hand had already grabbed down. The space within a radius of several hundred feet was controlled by Xiao Hua. The two hand seals rushed out like little loaches. They struggled in the air with all their might and were unable to move. Not only that, but when Xiao Hua's large hand grabbed down, the trident that had previously imprisoned the demonic beast immediately lost its brilliance and fell down. The rabbit-like demonic beast raised its head and cried out loudly. A dense demonic aura immediately gushed out and rushed toward the three people in front of it. At the same time, there were crackling sounds like beans being fried. One by one, jumping runes fell from the demonic beast's body. Seeing this, Fairy Jing was also stunned. However, the joy in her heart far surpassed the shock. After all, Xiao Hua was standing in front of Master Taoist Jingting. She didn't dare to climb up to Xiao Hua and could only probe Master Taoist Jingting. Unfortunately, Master Taoist Jingting didn't even pay attention to her. Clearly, he was following Xiao Hua's lead. She then looked at Xiao Hua again. Unexpectedly, he was locked in by Master Taoist Chu's words and wanted to leave after a few words. Fortunately, this Fairy Jing wasn't a scheming person. She didn't play any tricks and only used her own magic power to bitterly support herself. But at this critical moment, there was a sudden turn of events and Xiao Hua suddenly attacked. However, the power of Xiao Hua's palm was really too fierce. Fairy Jing pointed at the jade pendant above her head. The jade pendant struggled to emit a brilliance, wanting to attack the somewhat difficult opponent. However, the jade pendant in Xiao Hua's hand seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. Not only was it difficult to send out magic power, but the jade pendant itself was also difficult to move. This Master Taoist Xiao, what is his cultivation? Fairy Jing glanced at Xiao Hua with great fear. Kacha. Several crisp sounds rang out. Not only did the demonic beast break free from its shackles, but the rings on its front claws also fell off. The three attacking cultivators couldn't help but retreat a few dozen feet from the shock. It was also at this time that a fiery voice came from the array not far below them. Which bastard actually dares to break this old man's forbidden technique? Along with the voice, a black dot appeared at the center of the spell formation. The black dot quickly expanded into a vortex and a cultivator wearing black armor charged out from the vortex. A divine sense comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivators angrily swept toward them. Behind the black battle armor, several cultivators activated their own magic treasures and followed after him. Not only that, but several popping sounds rang out as tricolored bubbles also appeared on the other two parts of the formation on the sand island. Two bursts of spiritual sense that were no less powerful than the suit of black armor also swept forth from the spots where the bubbles ruptured. One of the divine senses fell on Xiao Hua and paused for a moment. Soon after, a crimson fist flickered with dark flames and smashed towards Xiao Hua without any explanation. As the fist moved, the previously angry cultivator waved his hand. Countless amounts of world yuan qi followed his gesture and condensed into a large hand. This large hand had faint black threads floating within it and whistled towards Xiao Hua. As for the third nascent soul cultivator, he seemed to be somewhat hesitant. However, as the two large hands fell, he could only point with his finger. A cloud flew out of his hand and a foot-long horsetail whisk fell from the sky. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. So it's an old acquaintance. Hua de Zhenren, did you not learn your lesson at the banquet? As Xiaohua spoke, he flew out and activated his Fa Li. His palm, which was originally a feint, immediately changed. It flipped over like it could overturn mountains and seas, then suddenly expanded. It was like a real giant hand that flashed with golden light as it slammed towards Hua de Zhenren's giant hand. Rumble. Xiaohua's big hand fell down and collided with the other two. The entire sky exploded with a powerful qi wave. The scarlet fist along with the dark flame was completely extinguished by Xiaohua's attack. That blackened big hand was already imprisoned by Xiaohua's magic power halfway. Only a faint black thread spread out like a small snake and retreated with extreme vigilance. There was also the horsetail whisk in the cloud. When the cloud was struck down by Xiaohua, the entire horsetail whisk slightly swayed. Thousands of golden rays of light shattered Xiaohua's little finger. Damn it. The black-armored cultivator angrily cursed and his expression changed. He slapped his hand and a foot-long iron spike appeared in his hand. He was going to use his magic power in this fierce wind. You dare! Suddenly, Xiaohua let out an angry roar. The figure that had already landed in front of Daoist Hua De suddenly flashed with lightning and retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he rubbed his hands together and countless tiny lights fell into the void. Bang, bang, bang. Following the collision of the hands of the three nascent soul cultivators, the sound of air breaking rang in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another violent sound rang out and the entire defensive formation shook. However, the center of the shaking was not between the four nascent soul cultivators, but where Xiaohua just left. Chapter 36-21. Xiaohua was furious. He hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique and charged toward the center of the explosion at lightning speed. Moreover, countless golden threads flickered in front of him where the lightning had exploded. It was the technique Xiaohua had activated earlier. However, these golden threads were somewhat disorderly from the impact of the explosion and couldn't fall down for a long time. Only after the most powerful wave of the explosion had subsided did the golden threads disappear. Looking at the sky again, the rabbit-like demonic beast had been blasted hundreds of meters into the air. Its two ears were swaying weakly and its scarlet eyes flickered with an expression of lingering fear. Fairy Jing, who was on the demonic beast, was also deathly pale. She looked ahead regretfully. As for the four nascent soul cultivators who were attacking Fairy Jing, they had long since flown away. All of them were watching the scene with schadenfreude. In the air, Daoist Chu Feng and Daoist Xiaofan were surrounded by flickering golden threads. Daoist Chu Feng's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Daoist Xiaofan's eyes were filled with innocence. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Xiaohua was furious and couldn't even open his mouth. As for Daoist Yuanqing, he was standing hundreds of meters away from the two. Half of his Daoist robe was torn and his face was dark red. His eyes were filled with a look of someone who had just escaped from death. His gaze was still fixed on the place where he had tried his best to escape. There, the unfortunate Daoist Jing Ting had already disappeared. Not to mention a corpse, not even a drop of blood could be seen. No one saw it more clearly than Daoist Yuanqing. Just as Xiaohua retracted his hand and fled to attack the three late nascent soul cultivators, Daoist Chu Feng, who had escaped from Xiaohua's imprisonment, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a several-inch-long rhombus-shaped object. Daoist Yuanqing immediately felt fear and trepidation as soon as that object appeared. Immediately afterward, a rumbling sound erupted from Xiaohua's location. Daoist Yuanqing immediately moved to attack Daoist Chu Feng, but he was still a bit too slow. Daoist Xiaofan frantically shook his hand and half of his arm turned into blood that rushed into the rhombus-shaped object. The object immediately trembled and disappeared before Daoist Yuan Qing's eyes. How could Daoist Yuan Qing not know how powerful this object was? He hurriedly fled. Daoist Jing Ting's cultivation couldn't compare to Daoist Yuan Qing's, and his scheming was even more difficult to compare. Only after Daoist Yuan Qing fled did Daoist Jing Ting come to his senses. By the time he hurriedly brought out the heaven-shaking hammer, the rhombus-shaped object had already appeared in front of his chest. Bang, bang. The sound of air currents was the sound of the rhombus-shaped object breaking through Daoist Jing Ting's protective qi. Then, the rhombus-shaped object exploded loudly and Daoist Jing Ting's corpse was blown to smithereens. Even though Daoist Yuan Qing reacted quickly, he was still injured by this object. Not only was half of his body unable to move, but the qi and blood in his body were constantly surging and difficult to calm down. What is this thing? Why is it so powerful? It can even kill a mid-nascent soul cultivator? Daoist Yuan Qing thought to himself with lingering fear. I'm afraid, it's a destructive magic weapon specially refined by an expert related to Daoist Chu. While Daoist Yuan Qing was pondering, Xiaohua's figure had already appeared where Daoist Jing Ting was standing just a moment ago. Xiaohua merely swept over with his divine sense before he had time to look elsewhere. He heard Daoist Huada sneer behind him. You dare! Then, he saw Daoist Huada clap his hands and a fist-sized fire gourd flew into the air. A ferocious aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth rushed out of the gourd's mouth. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed, unable to restrain his anger. This matter couldn't be considered as his carelessness. He saw that Fairy Jing was able to confront 3 nascent soul cultivators by relying on her demonic beast and magic weapon. He only needed to break the confinement spell on the demonic beast. Then, he had Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jing Ting on his side. 3 nascent soul cultivators and 1 demonic beast dealing with 7 nascent soul cultivators shouldn't be a problem. And when he saw the confinement spell on the demonic beast, he knew that there were definitely other powerful nascent soul cultivators within the array. Therefore, he broke the spell and lured them out. But Xiaohua didn't expect Daoist Chu to actually have such a powerful magic weapon. This item was similar to the single-use magic weapon Xiaohua refined when he was still a low-level cultivator. Moreover, this item was 100 times more powerful than Xiaohua's. In particular, the lamentable Daoist Jing Ting was extremely unlucky. Daoist Yuan Qing was able to dodge it, but Daoist Jing Ting actually didn't react at all and was killed. Perhaps Xiaohua would avenge Daoist Yuan Qing's death, but Daoist Jing Ting's death was something Xiaohua must avenge. Xiaohua simply ignored Daoist Huada's sneak attack from behind. His eyes were burning with anger as he stretched out his hand. A large illusory hand grabbed Daoist Chu and Daoist Xiaofan. These 2 were nascent soul cultivators, but under Xiaohua's fury, they couldn't resist at all. Now, they were like infants in Xiaohua's hands. The 2 revealed fear in their eyes. They did their best to open their mouths as if calling for help from Daoist Huada. But before Daoist Huada's magic weapon could fly out, pft, pft, 2 consecutive sounds rang out. The bodies of the 2 nascent soul cultivators were crushed into meat paste amidst a burst of light. Save me, save me. Following the bloody light, 2 5-foot-long nascent souls clad in armor rushed out from the meat paste. Unfortunately, the 2 nascent souls were still flashing with golden threads at this time. Xiaohua's confinement technique didn't only imprison their bodies, it also sealed their nascent souls. Boom! As soon as the 2 nascent souls came out, they immediately produced a vast qi pillar. Layers of dense fog soared into the sky and wrapped around the nascent souls in Xiaohua's hands. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. He opened his already prepared left hand and the sword gourd appeared. The thing with a nose and eyes on the gourd rushed out and immediately nailed Taoist Chu's nascent soul. Swoosh swoosh. The spirit-slaying origin light flew out and turned slightly. Taoist Chu's nascent soul's head didn't fall off, but its eyes lost their spirit and the brilliance around its body was immediately extinguished. Save me, save me. Taoist Xiaofan's nascent soul hurriedly cried out, Taoist Xiao, this junior didn't, shut up. Xiaohua roared and pointed at the sword gourd. The spirit-slaying origin light from the sword gourd went past Taoist Xiaofan and rushed towards Taoist Huada. However, a scarlet flame also flew out from Taoist Huada's fire gourd and pierced towards Xiaohua with incomparable speed. Crackle crackle. There was another violent explosion. Hundreds of sparks splashed out from the spirit-slaying origin light and the scarlet flame. Circles of ripples rippled through the air. The group of cultivators who were originally standing behind Taoist Huada were greatly shocked and hurriedly retreated. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. He looked at Taoist Xiaofan in his hands and said coldly, Taoist Chu is domineering and you actually fanned the flames. If he doesn't have the Tao in his heart, how can you have the Tao? Although I didn't have the intention to kill you before, I can't do anything about your repeated provocations. I had no choice but to take action. As for you, losing your physical body is also a punishment. I won't let my hands be stained with blood again. Many thanks Taoist, many thanks Taoist. Taoist Xiaofan's nascent soul's sharp voice was filled with pleasant surprise. However, when Xiaohua loosened his hand and put away the Qiankuan pouch in his hands, a huge suction force with an overwhelming aura pressed down. Taoist Xiaofan's nascent soul was simply unable to control his body and fell down along with the mist. Taoist, save me. Taoist Xiaofan's nascent soul turned pale with fright and hurriedly cried out. Unfortunately, just as his voice sounded, Xiaohua's illusory hand collapsed. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't resist under the intentional arrangement of Star Lord Hall. Xiaohua looked indifferently at the place where Taoist Xiaofan slowly disappeared and shook his head slightly. It's not that I don't want to save you, it's because I'm powerless to save you. With that, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Taoist Huada with a gaze like lightning. He smiled and said, although I'm powerless to save you, I can send someone to accompany you. Xiaohua was furious, and he hated Taoist Huada in his heart. He rubbed his hands together, and golden threads entered the void again. Within a radius of 30 meters around Taoist Huada, the strange force suddenly increased, as if several earth-shattering waves were smashing down. This. Taoist Huada was shocked. He never thought that Xiaohua would actually have the strength to cast a spell while activating the sword gourd. His heart was in a mess, and the scarlet-red fire threads were already unable to block the soul execution light. Pa pa pa, like a sword-piercing bamboo, the fire threads collapsed inch by inch, and the soul execution light followed the fire threads and rushed towards Taoist Huada. Fellow Shui Ming, help me. Taoist Huada's face changed as he shouted loudly. The cultivator holding the horsetail whisk beside Taoist Huada was helpless. He raised his hand and was about to wave the horsetail whisk. At this time, Xiaohua's cold voice sounded, this Xiao is in a bad mood right now. It's best if you don't make a move. Otherwise, this Xiao can't guarantee that this Xiao won't kill all of you, arrogant. Without waiting for the nascent soul cultivator named Shui Ming to make a move, the black-armored cultivator next to him roared. The small halberd in his hand flew out like a dragon and attacked Xiaohua. Fight! Xiaohua raised his hand and the seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space. The coiling dragon roared as it urged the seal to fall down like a mountain. Under the bronze brilliance, a terrifying aura condensed. Under this aura, the black-armored cultivator's small halberd no longer had the appearance of a dragon and was pressed down by more than a few feet. Go! When the cultivator Shui Ming saw this, his face changed slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the horsetail whisk. But just as the three of them were about to fight, they suddenly heard Fairy Jing cry out involuntarily, "Jing! Fellow Taoist Jing Ting!" Xiao Hua was stunned. He hurriedly scanned with his divine sense and saw a small nascent soul flickering with a faint brilliance at the edge of the formation in the distance. Looking at the nascent soul shaking its head, it seemed to be somewhat unstable. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Taoist Master Chu's magic treasure had shattered Taoist Jing Ting's physical body, Taoist Jing Ting's luck hadn't declined to the extreme. His nascent soul had actually escaped. It was just that the nascent soul had been knocked unconscious by the huge impact and had just woken up. Chapter 36-22. Xiao Hua was delighted, but he immediately shouted, "Be careful, Taoist Jingting." With that, Xiao Hua ignored the other three late nascent soul stage cultivators and flew towards Taoist Jingting's nascent soul. Moreover, his divine sense displayed the magical power that he had just comprehended from the secret technique of Do Shan Jun's jade pupil. It turned into an invisible big hand that stretched out, wanting to protect Taoist Jingting. Seeing Xiao Hua so easily escape from the battle and treat the three of them as nothing, Taoist Wuda couldn't help but bite his lips and his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Shua! Just as Taoist Wuda wanted to make a move, thousands of blood-colored rays of light fell from the top of the defensive formation and quickly covered the four cultivators who had previously besieged Fairy Jing. The four cultivators couldn't struggle at all and immediately disappeared into the rays of light. Forget it. Taoist Wuda looked at Xiao Hua's sword gourd floating in the air and the condensed soul-slaying origin light. He smiled coldly and looked at the black-armored cultivator. The two nodded slightly and their figures shot into the sky and also disappeared. Alas! The cultivator Shui Ming seemed to want to wait for a while, but the rays of light hit his face and a huge force that even a late nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't resist came. He couldn't help but rush into the rays of light. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he didn't dare to use his magic power to disturb the defensive formation of Star-Lord Hall. He only dared to use the divine ability he had just comprehended and never used. However, he was still too late. Without waiting for the hand formed by his spiritual sense to fall, a thick fog suddenly rose and a pillar of vast qi came crashing down. Taoist Jingting's nascent soul hadn't woken up yet and was sucked into it in a moment. The nascent soul only had time to scream before it disappeared. Boom! The nascent soul had just disappeared, but the thick fog didn't dissipate. The vast qi pillar seemed to have been hit by a huge fist and broke into two with a boom. After the wind whistled, Xiao Hua's figure appeared there with a very angry and regretful expression on his face. Staring at the place where Taoist Master Jing Ting's nascent soul disappeared, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed tightly. He had already seen this kind of strange situation before, but he didn't notice anything strange at all, so it was impossible for him to see anything strange now. If he had never seen Xian Songzi, perhaps he would be like ordinary cultivators and think that Star-Lord Hall was protecting the Taoist cultivators. He would wait until the Yaotai meeting to find Zhenren Jingting. However, Xian Songzi's Yuanying and the two Yuanying whose primordial spirits were erased reminded him that the Confucian cultivators would not kill the physical bodies of these three Yuanying cultivators for no reason. If the emperor of a country had such an intention, Star-Lord Hall would have even more. Of course, even if this was really a method used by the Star-Lord Hall to protect their nascent souls, Xiao Hua still had to get to the bottom of it. He had to kill the nascent souls of Reverend Chu and Reverend Xiangtian. He absolutely couldn't let them escape. Taoist Master. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a timid voice came from not far away. It was Fairy Jing who had collected her demon beast and flew over. Yes. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Fairy Jing. He nodded slightly with an indifferent expression on his face. Fairy Jing reached into her bosom and took out a jade box. She handed it over respectfully and said in a low voice, "This is the Ren Jing I obtained from the Shazhou's formation. Senior must have come for it. I caused Daoist Jingting's death and also received Daoist Master's help. I have nothing to repay you with." Yes, Xiaohua declined to comment. He beckoned with his hand and the jade box fell into his hand. Looking at the restrictions and talismans covering the box, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a beam of sword light fell. All the restrictions were broken. Fairy Jing's heart skipped a beat as she saw this. She secretly rejoiced at her own actions. Contrary to Fairy Jing's expectations, Xiaohua opened the jade box and saw the so-called Ren Jing inside. An expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. He then raised his head and asked, "Li Jing, are you sure this is the Ren Jing of the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and Ren Jing?" "What? Could it be that this isn't a Ren Jing?" Fairy Jing was also stunned. Looking at the spirit fruit that looked like half a gourd, she asked curiously, "This Ren Jing is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. Isn't it a nurturing essence? If this isn't a Ren Jing, then what is it?" "Oh." Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiaohua was slightly absent-minded. It seemed that a long time ago, there was a woman called Wuxia who said to him, "Daoist Xiao, look. That mother-child spirit fruit is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. Isn't it a nurturing infant? That's why it's called mother-child spirit fruit. Daoist Xiao." At this moment, Daoist Master Yuan Qing transmitted his voice from the distant sky. The defensive formation is about to be sealed by Star Lord Hall. Daoist Xiao should quickly follow this multicolored light out of the defensive formation. Hearing this, Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, there was no one else in the sky except for Daoist Master Yuan Qing. The blood-red multicolored light had already filled the sky and was about to approach Daoist Master Yuan Qing. "Daoist Master Yuan Qing, you go first. I'll be right there." Xiaohua thoughtfully glanced at Daoist Master Yuan Qing. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice again. Daoist Master Yuan Qing naturally knew that Xiaohua needed this Ren Jing, so he didn't delay any longer. His figure flew up and disappeared into the multicolored light. "Daoist Xiao." Fairy Jing said with a smile, "Ever since I saw this item in the Sand Province, I've been looking for ancient records. Finally, I found the source. The records in the ancient records are exactly the same as this item. There should be no mistake. What do you want this item for?" Xiaohua looked at Fairy Jing with narrowed eyes and asked very abruptly. A trace of sorrow appeared on Fairy Jing's face, but it was instantly washed away by the water like mist. She said in a low voice, "This is my secret. I hope Daoist Xiao can understand." Xiaohua nodded and extended his hand. "Give me the jade eye that records how to use this item." "This." Fairy Jing was somewhat hesitant, but after a moment of hesitation, she obediently handed over a black cloud eye to Xiaohua. "I want this black cloud eye. Presumably, you've already made a copy of the records inside." Xiaohua took the black cloud eye and closed the jade box. He threw it to Fairy Jing and said, "I have no use for this item. You can keep it for yourself." Fairy Jing was truly overjoyed. She took the jade box with some disbelief. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and go. If you're stopped by Daoist Master Huada and the others, you can say that I took the Ren Jing." Many thanks, Daoist Xiao." Fairy Jing was even more delighted. She quickly received the jade box and bowed. Xiaohua waved his hand and suddenly asked, "Right, what's the name of your demonic beast?" Fairy Jing was taken aback. She didn't dare to hide anything and hastily replied, "Its name is Yinghua." Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. What a fierce name. No wonder its aura is so fierce. Fairy Jing looked at the light above her head and clapped her hand. She took out a jade slip and gave it to Xiaohua. She said, Daoist Xiao, this is where Junior's cave is located. Junior's strength can't compare to Daoist Zhao's, but I'm in charge of a small country close to the coast. There are often cultivators and Confucian scholars hunting the demons that escape from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. If Senior is interested in demonic beasts, Junior will welcome you. Okay. Xiaohua smiled and took the jade slip. He waved his sleeve and said, you should go as well. Yes, Fairy Jing didn't know why Xiaohua didn't leave, but she didn't dare to ask. She flew into the light. After Fairy Jing left, Xiaohua said, Green-robed Daoist, did you notice something? A voice came from above Xiaohua's head. It was the formless nascent soul controlled by green-robed Xiaohua. Let me tell you, fellow Daoist. When I control our nascent souls and leave our bodies, there will be a faint suction force. It's as if a ferocious tiger is watching us from afar. I can sense it. As long as I control my nascent soul to leave your body, the suction force will reveal its teeth at any time. As fellow Daoist already saw, this suction force isn't something you and I can deal with right now. Green-robed Xiaohua's voice was a bit distant. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, although this suction force is powerful, my nascent soul and my body are protected by the power of heaven and earth. This protection is the fundamental reason why the suction force can't appear. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the increasingly diffusing blood-red light. He said in a low voice, fellow Daoist, we don't have much time. Do you have any ability to help I rescue Daoist Jingting? No. Green-robed Xiaohua answered decisively, when I encountered this huge suction force and I saw the abnormality, I already started to investigate the secret technique. According to I's feeling, and I's discussion with fellow Daoist Confucian, I feel that this is a huge defensive formation, but we can't be sure. At the same time, this defensive formation is definitely not something you and I can break with our current cultivation levels. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. He said again, so, this is the work of Star-Lord Hall? The problem is. Green-robed Xiaohua sneered, this Jade Pavilion gathering is the work of Star-Lord Hall. It's only logical that there is a defensive formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators. That's right. Xiaohua touched his chin with his hand and nodded slightly. This is what the secular people say, Zhou Yu beats Huang Gai, one is willing to beat and the other is willing to suffer. Zhou Yu? Huang Gai? Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. Who is this? Was it written in the books of Confucian cultivators? It's just a ruse of self-injury. There's no gimmick even if it's exposed. Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. His thoughts turned rapidly. After all, it was his idea to come to the defensive formation in Shazhou. Moreover, when he saw that Renjing was a mother-child spirit fruit, he was extremely regretful. If he hadn't taken things for granted and didn't ask more questions, he would have known the truth about Renjing before entering the defensive formation. Then, Daoist Jingting might not have had to follow him to this defensive formation and Daoist Jingting might not have fallen. Especially since Daoist Jingting had already pledged allegiance to Xiaohua and placed his future on Xiaohua. He even entrusted his safety at the Jade Pavilion gathering to Xiaohua. Moreover, if it weren't for his grudges with Daoist Chu, Daoist Jingting wouldn't have fallen. All kinds of intricate karma made Xiaohua feel that he couldn't not save Daoist Jingting's nascent soul. Chapter 36-23. When green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he laughed coldly and said, "Let them beat you, but don't accidentally kill them." However, at this point, green-robed Xiaohua's face suddenly showed a shocked expression and he hastily looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally also thought of what green-robed Xiaohua was thinking. In a flash, Xiaohua also cried out, "Not good. This Star Lord Hall is so brazenly intercepting and killing nascent soul cultivators. If it wasn't their usual practice, then, they definitely have the intention to kill. The number of cultivators that can survive from Yaotai Mountain definitely won't exceed 10, no, maybe more than 20. It wasn't that Xiaohua hadn't thought about this before, but now that he thought about it, he immediately understood the essence of the matter and a chill ran down his spine. That Star Lord Hall's Hall Master is a cultivator at the peak of the 5th grade of essence energy. If he makes a move, you and I won't be his match. Green-robed Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, you have to think of a way. Why did you jump into this pit of fire? There's no need to talk about the bloodstains on the top of your head, they're even more life-threatening means. As long as you fall into them, there's only a slim chance of survival." Xiaohua looked at the approaching blood-colored light and said indifferently, "I'm afraid you and I will have to risk our lives this time." "That's easy to say," green-robed Xiaohua sneered. "Even if fellow Taoist wants to risk his life, where will you find Kong Hongwu?" Green-robed Xiaohua had just finished speaking when he immediately became vigilant again and hastily called out, "Fellow Taoist. Don't think of something outrageous. Taoist Master Jingting admittedly did it because of you and me, but at that time was rather tight. Fellow Taoist couldn't have asked about Ren Jing's secret in front of a group of cultivators. Moreover, when fellow Taoist fought against Taoist Master Huada, didn't you also release that demonic beast called Inghua? Taoist Master Jingting's death can't be blamed on you or me. It's because his luck was really too bad." Green-robed Xiaohua was exonerating Xiaohua. What he said was naturally the truth. Nothing in this world was perfect. When regret was born, even if there were thousands of reasons, what use would it be? After the green-robed Xiaohua gave a few more reasons, he simply shut his mouth and didn't say a word. "Fellow Taoist." Xiaohua saw that the green-robed Xiaohua wasn't speaking, so he said, "Not to mention that Master Taoist Jingting died for us, just this defensive formation, this is Star Lord Hall's killing intent. If we don't find any flaws in the defensive formation, how can we escape from it? Although you and I have already obtained the Imperial Tutor's lot, do you think that Kong Hongwu will let off the act of killing a Star Lord? For the sake of our survival, we will also turn this Yaotai banquet upside down." "All right." The green-robed Xiaohua nodded and said, "As you wish, I also know that what you think is reasonable. But, fellow Taoist, can't you go by yourself? Why did you ask I to go? There's also the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the dragon vein Xiaohua, and so on." Xiaohua didn't answer. A moment later, the green-robed Xiaohua's dispirited voice rang out, "Sigh, I knew it. The first person to eat crabs won't have a good end. I only wore a nascent soul Taoist robe, how did I get into this kind of trouble? Fellow Taoist, if I can't come back, you have to burn paper for I on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month as a sacrifice to I's soul. Thank you for sacrificing yourself for us, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Actually, if something happens to fellow Taoist, I'm afraid that I might not be able to leave this Yaotai mountain. If I can leave, I will definitely burn paper for you. Baldy." At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua shouted again, "I'm going. If something happens, you have to recite Buddhist scriptures for me. It's best if you use Buddhist magic to summon me back. Even if I can't be free and unfettered on top, I will still go down to accompany Shui. Damn it, go quickly." Xiaohua's nose was about to become crooked. This was what he was thinking at the bottom of his heart, and all of a sudden, the green-robed Xiaohua said it out loud. However, the green-robed Xiaohua clenched his teeth and flew into the air. Although the suction force was much stronger than before, the natural suction force on Xiaohua's body was even stronger. Moreover, the thick fog and the vast energy pillar were still unable to form. Fellow Taoist, you see, your plan is not appropriate. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed and flew back to the top of Xiaohua's head. I have a good character, even the heavens are not willing to let I take risks. Change into a Taoist robe. Xiaohua didn't say anything further and let Dragon Vein Xiaohua take out the mountain river seal, taking out the 2 nascent souls he obtained outside of the Yaotai mountain from his dantian. Boom! The vast energy pillar rumbled and a thick fog suddenly appeared. The suction force was like a trapped beast that instantly rushed in front of him. Send them back to the dantian, let I choose properly. The green-robed Xiaohua was unexpectedly picky. Okay, but fellow Taoist doesn't have time. If I leave with the blood-colored light and fellow Taoist is received by the imperial formation, I'm afraid you will be separated from Taoist Jing Ting's nascent souls. Xiaohua hurriedly sent the 2 nascent souls back to his dantian. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the soaring dragon shears and said, "This is for you to protect yourself." The green-robed Xiaohua urged the nascent souls to return to his lower dantian. Xiaohua's mind also entered with the soaring dragon shears. The green-robed Xiaohua pondered for a moment and found a mid-stage nascent soul shell to enter. The entire nascent soul's body flickered with a faint radiance. In a moment, the originally lightless eyes revealed expression. Then, layers of strange runes emerged from the depths of the nascent soul's body. Following the radiance covering the surface of the nascent soul's body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. The runes cracked quite a bit and cracks appeared on the nascent soul's legs and hands. The green-robed Xiaohua said helplessly, "Alas, this Taoist robe doesn't fit. Fellow Taoist, please bear with it." The Jade Archive Xiaohua handed over the soaring dragon shears and urged, "The multicolored light is about to arrive. The soaring dragon shears is a sharp weapon, you should keep it for yourself." The green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand, "Give me the ice-sea mirror. Oh, also, take a look at Taoist Xiaofan and Taoist Chufeng's Qiankuan pouch. See who has the other Kunlun mirror." The Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned slightly and put away the soaring dragon shears. He stretched out his hand and the ice-sea mirror was sent out. Then, he took out the mirror that was very similar to the Kunlun mirror from Taoist Xiaofan's Qiankuan pouch. The green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and a beam of multicolored light landed on the ice-sea mirror. The ice-sea mirror followed the multicolored light and flew into the green-robed Xiaohua's mouth. When the multicolored light landed on the mirror trembled twice and didn't fly away. "Demon child, give me a drop of essence blood." The green-robed Xiaohua shouted. Unfortunately, no essence blood appeared in his dantian. Damn it! The green-robed Xiaohua cursed. The Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a drop of essence blood fell onto the mirror. When the essence blood merged into the mirror, the green-robed Xiaohua held the mirror with his hand. It was like an ordinary nascent soul holding their own life magic treasure. At this moment, his dantian shook slightly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that the multicolored light had fallen and he was about to be sucked into the blood-red light. Also, the green-robed Xiaohua was still haggling at this moment. "Give me one of your dual-colored spirit flames. Aren't you unable to use that thing?" The Jade Archive Xiaohua asked curiously. "Of course not in the past. Now that I have been tempered by the 5 Qi righteous thunder and have the secret technique of a Mahayana realm cultivator, of course I can." The green-robed Xiaohua smiled slyly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that under the 5 Qi righteous thunder, his primordial spirit would have an unexpected change. However, he couldn't haggle over anything at this moment. He pointed his finger and a red and yellow spirit flame appeared in front of the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua's face became cautious. He opened his mouth and the spirit flame slowly fell into his body. The entire nascent soul trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. The Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand, but in the end, he put it away. He could help the green-robed Xiaohua inside his body, but if he left his dantian, he still couldn't help him. Dao. Fellow Daoist, quickly send I out. The green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and flames rushed out from his mouth and nose. Okay. The Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly flew out of his dantian with the green-robed Xiaohua. At this time, the Imperial Formation was already covered in a blood-red color. Just when Xiaohua's body was about to touch the multicolored light and disappear, boom! The righteous qi fell and a thick fog was also born. A huge suction force pulled the green-robed Xiaohua and Xiaohua's body stopped there. What kind of bullshit fire is this? How can it be so powerful? The green-robed Xiaohua struggled to maintain his nascent soul that was on the verge of collapse. The righteous qi fell and tightly wrapped around the nascent soul, but it also helped the green-robed Xiaohua. Seeing the thick fog cover the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua saw the green-robed Xiaohua spit out flames from his mouth onto the mirror in his hand. It seemed like he was going to use the spirit flame to refine it. When he saw this, the green-robed Xiaohua's body disappeared. When the suction force disappeared, Xiaohua's body also disappeared in the blood-red multicolored light. The suction force within the blood-red multicolored light was extremely strong. Moreover, when the multicolored light landed around Xiaohua, it immediately condensed layers of inscriptions. These inscriptions were like blood-red armor that completely covered Xiaohua. Countless poems and articles flowed within the inscriptions, giving birth to an unspeakable imprisonment. This imprisonment was like thorns that deeply pierced into Xiaohua's skin. Even though his body was as strong as a demon's body, most of his magic power was still imprisoned, making him unable to struggle at all. What was special was that these inscriptions isolated spiritual sense, Buddhist sense and soul sense. Xiaohua could only see the inscriptions unceasingly flowing in front of him. It was as if he was at the bottom of the sea. His entire body was supported by the multicolored light and shot up like an arrow. Although Xiaohua's spiritual sense and other divine abilities were unable to be used, Xiaohua was not in a hurry. This was because he could still sense the danger of the green-robed Xiaohua's pillar of righteous qi. Currently, the green-robed Xiaohua had already passed through the most dangerous stage. Under the imprisonment of the defensive formation, he was using the uncontrollable spirit flame to refine the ice-deadly mirror. However, the defensive formation seemed to be at the very bottom of the Yaotai mountain. The green-robed Xiaohua had been traveling in the thick fog for a long time without any signs of stopping. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned. His perception of the green-robed Xiaohua suddenly began to weaken. Not good, Xiaohua immediately knew that something was wrong. This was because he had already encountered this kind of perception when he was in the Dawn Rain continent. It was when his phoenix Dharma body fell into the void. However, at that time, his perception was abruptly cut off. Chapter 36-24. Although Xiaohua knew that the situation was not good, what could he do now that he was here? However, it was also strange. Not long after, the perception became stronger again. Xiaohua could actually feel the uneasiness of the green-robed Xiaohua. As Xiaohua rushed into the sky, the perception became intermittent. When the inscriptions in front of Xiaohua's eyes gushed out like a fountain, a burst of light and darkness intertwined. The green-robed Xiaohua was like a kite with a broken string, and there was no news of him. Damn it! Xiaohua bit his lip and thought to himself, I have to throw a meat bun at a dog for no reason, and I can't come back. I don't know when the Phoenix Dharma body will come back, and this green-robed Xiaohua is also lost. I hope this defensive formation isn't as heartless as this Xiao thought. Of course, although Xiaohua couldn't sense the green-robed Xiaohua's location, it was his primordial spirit after all, so there was a kind of indistinct feeling. He vaguely knew that the green-robed Xiaohua wasn't in danger at this time. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked around. He saw that this was a blood-red space, or it could be said that it was like a sky filled with sunset clouds. Xiaohua's surroundings seemed to be misty and boundless, but there was nothing, no matter if it was a mountain peak, clouds, or cultivators. Moreover, although the inscriptions around Xiaohua's body had already disappeared, his divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense still couldn't leave his body. This caused him to be at a loss. After all, in the previous dangerous situation, if his divine sense or Buddhist sense were restricted, his soul sense could always be used, no matter if it was far or near. This gave Xiaohua something to rely on in dangerous situations. He had never encountered a defensive formation that even restricted soul sense. However, facing this blood-red sky, Xiaohua always had a kind of vague familiarity in his heart. It was a kind of feeling like he had returned home. Ouch! Xiaohua urged his magic power and flew for a while. Suddenly, he had a kind of realization, this is the void. Good. After Xiaohua understood, he looked around and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Star-Lord Hall really spent a lot of money. I don't know how much they spent, but they actually set up a defensive formation in the void. Since we are in the void, so what if I don't use my spirit sense? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped abruptly. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Green light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was about to use his heavenly eye connection. But at this moment, a breeze suddenly blew by his side, and Xiaohua couldn't help but move to the side. This movement didn't matter, but Xiaohua's body suddenly tightened, as if he was bound by a rope. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, but before he could urge his magic power to struggle, the force suddenly disappeared again. After flowing light and vibrant colors flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes, another scene appeared before his eyes. This was a similarly blood-red sky, but this blood-red sky was dotted with brilliant stars. These stars were of different brightness and even moved from time to time. What was special was that in the midst of these thousands of stars, a huge meteor with a tail was especially dazzling. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could take a few more glances, boom! A strong sound broke through the air from behind Xiaohua's head, and a force more violent than a thunderbolt covered Xiaohua's entire body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, and with a shake of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Without turning his head, he waved it in the direction of the sound, and at the same time, he roared, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you sneak attack me? Woo!" The wishful steel staff crossed the sky, setting off endless waves of air. The sneak attack hadn't fallen yet, but it had already collided with the waves of air of the wishful steel staff. Pa pa pa. The sound of explosions was endless. Bang! The two magic treasures finally collided together, and the sound produced resounded through the sky. Xiaohua stood steadily in midair like a boulder, and slowly turned around. The expression on his face was gloomy to the point of being frightening. Looking behind him, a figure was flying swiftly in midair. That figure was unbalanced, and his right hand was still dragging a halberd at an angle. Moreover, near the left side of this figure, two late Yuanying stage cultivators were flying rapidly, flanking Xiaohua from both sides. Similarly, behind these cultivators, there were dozens of early Yuanying stage cultivators surrounding Xiaohua. "All of you, what are you doing?" Xiaohua's roar was like a thunderclap, his eyes flashing with fury. He came to the Jade Pavilion meeting to win the lot of the Imperial Preceptor, and he also wanted to help Jiang country establish a country, so that he could establish a Dao sect and prosper it. However, he had not yet established a country, and he had only taken one step in the journey of 100 miles. Not only did he encounter the obstruction of many Confucian cultivators, but he was also schemed against by the Dao sect cultivators. He was not afraid of the Confucian cultivators. After all, they were enemies, but the Tao sect cultivators frequently plotted against him, which really made Xiaohua's heart cold. Now that he saw dozens of Yuanying stage cultivators not killing the Confucian cultivators, but besieged by others to besiege him, Xiaohua suddenly felt his blood turn cold. He reflected on it a little. He didn't know if his previous thoughts were correct, and he didn't know if everything he planned for the Tao sect was worth it. People, maybe it's better to be selfish. There is a saying that one must first settle the internal affairs. There is indeed some truth. Under Xiaohua's roar, naturally no one would answer. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, just like that day in the Black Wind Ridge. He only looked indifferently at the group of Yuanying stage cultivators hurriedly setting up the formation, and there was no movement to escape at all. Xiaohua's calmness made Hua Dezhenren, who wanted to urge his magic weapon to stop Xiaohua from escaping, calm down. As for Xiaohua's right, it was the nascent soul cultivator called Shui Ming. He still had the attitude of an expert, and his steps were half a beat slower. However, he still blocked the direction of Xiaohua's escape. After the formation was completed, Hua Dezhenren slowly flew out and said coldly, "Xiaohua, you should obediently accept your punishment. Let me ask you, you are a Confucian cultivator. Why did you sneak into my Tao sect cultivators? It's not easy for us to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting, but you still want to come in and participate. Did you receive a secret order from the Star Lord Hall to kill us Tao sect cultivators?" Xiaohua's chin was slightly raised as he looked at Hua Dezhenren with a face full of disdain. However, he then looked at the cultivator behind Hua Dezhenren and said, "Old thief Hua De, if you want to commit a crime, why worry about the pretext? What did this Xiao do for you to pin such a huge crime on this Xiao's head? I, Xiaohua, have said it clearly at your banquet. I, Xiaohua, have set up a blood monument in the Seven Sons Temple of the Copper Pillar State. I, Xiaohua, have killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, killed the Copper Pillar Prime Minister, and even helped Jiang country establish a country. I, Xiaohua, have come here for the Imperial Preceptor's signature. There is no conflict of interest with you. As for what you said about the Confucian cultivator's spy, I, Xiaohua, find it laughable. I, Xiaohua, have told you clearly that I, Xiaohua, seem to have cultivated a Confucian cultivation technique, but this does not mean that I, Xiaohua, am a Confucian cultivator. Moreover, on the hidden immortal continent, I don't know how many Tao sect cultivators have Confucian cultivation techniques. If you use this to speak, the entire hidden immortal continent's Tao sect. I'm afraid there aren't many real cultivators. What's the use of saying all this?" Hua Dezhenren sneered, "No one will admit it at this time. Seeing how sincere you are, you must have worked hard in the Copper Pillar State. How about this, you only need to seal your cultivation. When this old man investigates your background, we'll return your innocence." "With just you?" Xiaohua's face revealed an incomparable sneer. Alas! Immediately after, Xiaohua looked at the nearby cultivators with indifference, schadenfreude, ridicule, and sympathy on their faces. He sighed and said loudly, "You are all Tao sect cultivators. Your hearts are the same as Xiaohua's. Xiaohua knows that you are forced by the situation and have no choice but to submit to power. Now, Xiaohua will give you all a chance." Speaking up to here, Xiaohua paused for a moment and said slowly, "Now, if you all leave, this old man will not bicker with you all. If this old man counts to 10 and you all are still here, then, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, 10, ha ha ha. Not only Hua Dezhenren laughed, but the black-armored cultivator next to him also raised his head and laughed. He pointed the long halberd in his hand and said, "Fellow cultivator Hua De, now this old man really believes what you said. This kid is really arrogant. The matter of the Seven Sons Temple setting up the blood steel seems to be true. Only such an arrogant person can do such a thing. 9. Xiaofan ignored him and kept counting with his hands behind his back. Fellow cultivator Ao is wrong. Hua Dezhenren said with a smile, his arrogance is deliberately mystifying. He is only a mid-nascent soul cultivator. How dare he set up a blood steel in the country of Confucian cultivators? Any normal Dao sect cultivator can't do such a thing that Confucian cultivators are afraid of. Who would be so reckless as to cause trouble for themselves? Other than trying to cover up and attract our attention and treat him as a real Dao sect cultivator, this old man can't think of any other possibility. Is this guy stalling? The cultivator surnamed Ao frowned and looked at Hua Dezhenren. Hua Dezhenren pretended to think, looked up and down, and shook his head slightly. This old man doesn't think so. If he is stalling, then he is waiting for the Star Lord Palace's help. But if the Star Lord Palace makes a move, he will be useless. 8. Xiaofan still said. Hua Dezhenren looked up and said, Shui Mingzi, what do you think? Shui Mingzi waved his horsetail whisk in the air and said with a smile, don't ask this old man. You and Ao Zhantian can decide. 7. Forget it. Ao Zhantian put away the halberd in his hand and said coldly, this old man was going to make a move. Then, this old man will see what this guy is going to do. Among the fellow Taoists near this old man, how many of them are wavering? 6. This old man thinks so too. Hua Dezhenren also looked to the left. The nascent soul cultivators who met his gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. These cultivators didn't do that under Xiaohua's gaze. Clearly, in the face of power, the so-called conscience was worthless. 5, 4, 3, in the air, only Xiaohua's voice could be heard. Everyone was waiting there quietly. It was as if they were watching a joke, and also as if they were waiting for the verdict. 2. Chapter 36-25. Seeing that the number 1 is about to arrive, an older cultivator's expression slightly changes. He opens his mouth and yells, Junior is not talented. I came to the Jade Pavilion gathering to look for treasures, not to kill Daoist cultivators. Regardless of whether Xiaohua is a Daoist cultivator or not, it has nothing to do with Junior. With that, the cultivator hurriedly flies several feet away, trying to break out of the encirclement. Damn it! Hua Dezhenren roars, Xiong Yi, you dare to embarrass me? With that, Hua Dezhenren waves his hand. A fire shuttle of several inches in size falls in the air, turning into a stream of light and stabs at the cultivator. Before the fire shuttle reaches the cultivator, its monstrous ferocious aura has already enveloped the cultivator Xiong Yi in a radius of several dozen feet. Xiong Yi is shocked. He is only an early nascent soul cultivator. How can he withstand the anger of a late nascent soul cultivator? He also didn't expect that Hua Dezhenren would be so shameless as to kill him in front of everyone. 1. Xiaohua says coldly. His gaze is like lightning, and his voice is so cold that it can penetrate the bones. Except for Xiong Yi, you, from now on, are not yourselves. While speaking, Xiaohua rubs his hands. Rumble, a bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm appears out of thin air, hitting the fire shuttle of Hua Dezhenren. This time, Xiaohua is really angry. This bolt of lightning contains a huge force. Just this one bolt of lightning immediately cleaves the entire fire shuttle down from the air, causing several cracks to appear on the surface of the fire shuttle. How is this possible? Hua Dezhenren is shocked. This defensive formation can't use divine sense. How can you use this lightning technique? Xiaohua doesn't pay attention to Hua Dezhenren and whispers in his heart, fellow Daoist, where are you? Hey, why did you call me? Xiaohua seems to be unhappy. This is your Daoist matter. What does it have to do with me? fellow Taoist's nascent soul. I'm afraid it's not easy for me to control it. I understand. But in a moment, you have to help. Xiaohua understands and doesn't force Xiaohua. He sends him back to his dantian and says to Dragon Vein Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, can you control your nascent soul? It's finally I's turn. Let I have a try. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was overjoyed and rushed into his lower dantian. He saw that the Yuanying was emitting an intense golden brilliance. The originally nebula-shaped formless body actually transformed into the shape of a dragon. Rumble. As soon as Dragon Vein Xiaohua rode his nascent soul out of the space, he immediately waved his dragon claw and several bolts of lightning thicker than buckets fell down in the shape of a dragon. It was precisely aimed at the two early nascent soul stage cultivators. Those two cultivators were already prepared for battle and hastily activated their magic treasures. Unfortunately, they only heard two blood-curdling screams. Two magic treasures that had been tempered for who knows how many years were actually split into pieces by the lightning. Oh! Not to mention that Huadezhenren and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall out, even Xiaohua himself was abnormally surprised. His own nascent soul has a thunder core. Although he can't release his divine sense in this defensive formation, he can still control the heavenly thunder. This is his unique ability, but he never thought that Dragon Vein Xiaohua's lightning controlling technique is actually more powerful than his main body's. However, Xiaohua immediately understood. He used a Dao sect spell to activate his nascent soul, or it was due to the instinct of the thunder core. This Dragon Vein Xiaohua not only used a Dao sect spell, but also because of the national artifact, Mountain River Seal, he can also control the 5 Qi Thunder. Presumably, the power of the 5 Qi Thunder in the defensive formation laid down by this Confucian cultivator is even more ferocious than the Dao sect's lightning power. Old thief Huada, give me your life. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He clapped his hand and the sword gourd rushed out. At the mouth of the sword gourd, something with a nose and eyes appeared. The execution spirit Yuan light soared into the sky and slashed towards Huadezhenren. Huadezhenren was even more surprised. After all, Xiaohua's lightning controlling technique is still activated. This lightning controlling technique is facing dozens of nascent soul cultivators. The cultivation of these nascent soul cultivators is not much different from Xiaohua's cultivation on the surface. Xiaohua can fight against dozens of nascent soul cultivators. What cultivation is that? Moreover, Xiaohua still has the strength to use the execution spirit Yuan light while dealing with dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Huadezhenren's intestines are already green with regret. However, at this time, it is useless to say more. Huadezhenren shouted, fellow cultivators, form the formation and attack together. Following Taoist Huada's order, a group of cultivators that were battered by the heavenly thunder quickly waved their hands and took out their life treasures. They looked at each other and activated their treasures at the same time. Hum. 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 This was an all-out attack from dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators. Although their divine sense was restricted within the defense formation and their nascent soul hand magic arts could not be used, this attack was still far beyond what a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator could withstand. Even a late nascent soul stage cultivator like Huadezhenren could avoid the attack temporarily before attacking again. Unfortunately, they are facing Xiaohua. Look at Xiaofan, when dozens of nascent soul cultivators are attacking, he is not nervous at all. He doesn't even look at them and only activates the execution spirit Yuan light to attack Hua Dezhenren. Hua Dezhenren knows the power of the execution spirit Yuan light and also knows that he has to hold Xiaofan back while waiting for the dozens of nascent soul cultivators to attack together. Therefore, the fire gourd in his hand that he has already prepared also flew out. Red flames flashed and first a lotus sprayed above Hua Dezhenren's head, protecting him. The white light released by the sword gourd was immediately stopped by the fire lotus. Then, the fire gourd rushed out a line of fire to meet the execution spirit Yuan light. Although he has made so many preparations, Hua Dezhenren's heart is still uneasy. Almost at the same time, he called out again, "Fellow Taoist Shui Ming, fellow Taoist Jiantian, come help me." Hearing Hua Dezhenren's call, Shui Ming and Ao Jiantian both hesitated. After all, in the previous discussion, Hua Dezhenren was the leader. The two of them are both late nascent soul cultivators. How can they put down their pride and attack a mid-nascent soul cultivator together with Hua Dezhenren? Especially Shui Ming, who originally didn't want to get involved in Hua Dezhenren's matter. However, he was a bit soft-hearted and reluctantly agreed. Now, Daoist Hua De actually ordered two people to besiege Xiaofan, forming a three-man pincer attack on Xiaofan. How could they not think about this? However, at this time, the dozens of nascent soul treasures formed a ring of light that flew into the air and sealed Xiaohua's surroundings. The two of them sighed and looked at each other. Shui Ming raised the horsetail whisk in his hand and thousands of strands of silk flew out and fell on the ring of light like rain towards Xiaofan. As for Ao Jiantian, he let out a loud roar and the small halberd that was cracked by Xiaofan transformed into a dragon again. It roared and flew towards Xiaofan from another direction. The two of them had the intention of watching the show and blindly joining in. However, they didn't expect that such an unintentional action would decide their fate. Pa pa pa. Violent sounds rang out. Under the powerful sealing force, the spirit execution vital light and the flame strands of the fire gourd were suppressed. However, their movements were still not small. The dozens of nascent soul treasures were only a few dozen feet away from Xiaofan. Even a cultivator of the 5th grade of nascent soul wouldn't be able to survive if struck by these treasures. A sinister smile appeared on Hua Dezhenren's face. He quickly changed the hand seals in his hand and a streak of flame shot into the fire gourd. The fire gourd's flame dimmed and the strands of flame retreated. The spirit execution vital light took advantage of the situation and slashed towards Hua Dezhenren. Rumble. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed above Xiaohua's head. Then, a similar ring of heavenly lightning flashed. A faint 5-colored aura was born from the void. Moreover, outside of the heavenly lightning, one could see the traces of a majestic pillar of energy. Ru! Hua Dezhenren involuntarily cried out. Then, a thunderous sound shook the entire space. Rumble, rumble. Countless waves of energy surged. All kinds of splendor splashed out. All kinds of miserable screams rang out incessantly. Even Xiaohua's own face was flushed with a red glow. Xiaohua actually used his bare hands to destroy dozens of nascent soul cultivators' natal magic treasures. Fellow Taoist Long Mai. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. You, Xiaohua said "you" a few times and didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly urged his cultivation technique to stabilize his qi and blood. Io, fellow Taoist, I'm sorry, I didn't think that I's nascent soul would be so weak. It's not even as good as I's meridian shadow. Long Mai Xiaohua cried out in embarrassment. Sensing his own nascent soul's dispirited state, Xiaohua was speechless. How could a cultivator consume magic power like this? Using a nascent soul to deal with dozens of cultivators' magic treasures with bare hands? This was a method to kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of your own men. Let's go back first. Let the nascent soul rest for a while. Xiaohua couldn't blame Long Mai Xiaohua. Fortunately, his dantian was nourished by the 5 qi thunder. It wouldn't take too long for his nascent soul to recover. He ordered. Just as he raised his head, he heard Hua de Zhenren excitedly shout, "This old man's guess was right. Xiaohua, your Confucian cultivation has finally revealed itself again. Collect." Following Hua de Zhenren's shout, the previously condensed magic power rushed into the fire gourd. The fire gourd emitted a dazzling brilliance and expanded to several feet in size. Within that brilliance, there was a faint image of a small infant. Then, with a boom, a small hand reached out from the fire gourd. Following the fire thread from before, it fell into the soul execution vital light. The soul execution vital light was instantly extinguished. Furthermore, that small hand followed the extinguished soul execution vital light towards Xiaohua's sword gourd like lightning. Only now did Hua de Zhenren reveal his malevolence. His goal was Xiaohua's sword gourd. Oh! Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He was a bit surprised. He raised his eyes to look at Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's magic treasures and coldly snorted. Damn it! Chapter 36-26. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand. Buzz! The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of the space and let out a rumbling sound. The jade talismans appeared around the seal. Go! Following Xiaohua's shout, the seal of overturning the ocean turned into 100 feet in size. It activated layers of illusions and smashed towards Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. At the same time, Xiaohua waved his Daoist robe, and it looked as if it was released from his sleeves. A dark demonic aura rushed out, and the divine power centipede charged towards Shui Mingzi in midair with its fangs bared and claws brandished. As the seal of turning the sea left his hand, Xiaohua's body flew and raised the wishful staff with both hands. Grow, grow, grow! Following Xiaohua's angry shout, the staff became 100 feet long and rushed towards Ao Zhantian's dragon halberd. Seeing that Xiaohua ignored him and only fought the other 2 nascent soul cultivators, Daoist Hua De was ecstatic. He had long been drooling over Xiaohua's soul-slaying light. Otherwise, he would not have attracted so many cultivators to attack Xiaohua. Seeing that the fire gourd's hand was about to land on the sword gourd, Daoist Hua De suddenly had a bad feeling. How could Xiaohua ignore it? This was too strange. Sure enough, at the same time Xiaohua waved the wishful staff, Xiaohua very strangely turned his head and opened his mouth to chant. Thousands of hammers chiseled deep into the mountains. Just as Xiaohua chanted the first sentence, Daoist Hua De's body was immediately surrounded by a large number of pillars of qi. These pillars of qi were like thousands of hammers and chisels that rushed towards Daoist Hua De. Immediately, Daoist Hua De's body was covered in golden light. This qi was even more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. How is this possible? Daoist Hua De was dumbfounded. He hurriedly used his magic power to block the qi pillars. However, just as his magic power surged, his internal organs were inexplicably attacked. It was as if the qi pillars had also appeared in his body. Raging flames burn like nothing. Xiaohua immediately chanted the second sentence. Boom! A flame suddenly appeared in Hua De Daoist's heart and lungs. The moment this flame appeared, it became a prairie fire that attacked Hua De Daoist's internal organs. In the blink of an eye, Hua De Daoist's entire body was covered in flames. Daoist Hua De's face was filled with shock. He no longer cared about snatching Xiaohua's sword gourd. He hurriedly activated his cultivation technique. The mana in his body rapidly revolved, wanting to extinguish this heart fire. Unfortunately, no matter how much Hua Dezhenren tried to use his magic power, the flames didn't seem to be extinguished. Instead, they became even more exuberant, causing Hua Dezhenren's heart to burn even more. Even if my bones are crushed and my body crushed, I will remain pure in this world. After Xiao Hua recited the last two sentences, Daoist Hua De groaned like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body trembled violently as if he was about to be killed if he didn't control the fire. Since it was such a critical moment, how could Daoist Hua De still dare to hold back? He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand. Puff! A stream of fire energy rushed into the sky. Not only did the fire lotus glow in the fire energy, its roots even rushed into his body along with the fire energy convergence. Ha, old bastard Hua De, you have white hair all over your body, yet you call others monsters. This Xiao has never denied that he has the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator, yet you deny it again and again. Hit. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, but the last word was directed at Ao Zhantian. Seeing that the staff was about to strike again, a helpless expression appeared on Ao Zhantian's face. A brilliant light flashed on his arms, and the dragon halberd flew out, roaring as it met Xiao Hua's staff head-on. At the same time, Ao Zhantian narrowed his eyes, and the muscles in his body began to move rapidly. His blood also began to surge, and strands of bloody light flashed on the surface of his body. Crackle. There was a burst of noise. The wishful steel staff had not yet collided with the dragon halberd, but the two murderous weapons began to collide with each other again. Various small vortexes quietly appeared in the nearby dozens of feet, blowing the magic weapons that were damaged by the dragon vein Xiao Hua's thunder into the sky. Although these magic treasures were the natal magic treasures of dozens of nascent soul cultivators, the lightning still flashed on these magic treasures, causing the connection between the nascent soul cultivators and their magic treasures to be intermittent. In a situation where the essence of the cultivators was damaged, it was difficult for them to retrieve their magic treasures in a short time. Boom! The staff finally struck the dragon halberd, and a loud sound rang out in the air again. Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was deafening. Ao Zhantian was feeling extremely dejected. He had always been confident in his divine power, and he had always been known for his powerful physical body. However, he didn't think that he would be so weak in front of Xiao Hua. Ao Zhantian let out a furious roar as the cracks on his halberd deepened, and his body plummeted like a cannonball. His voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of hysteria in it. Even though this roar didn't make much of a difference, the crimson light around Ao Zhantian's body flashed, and the projection of a gigantic crimson dragon gradually emerged from his bloodline. Ao Zhantian actually had the bloodline of a true dragon. Ao Zhantian urged his bloodline to fight with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua borrowed the power of the staff to fly up again. His hands formed a seal, and the first shadow of the seal of overturning the sea collided with the golden light of Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk. At this time, the seal of overturning the sea was different from before. Although Xiao Hua didn't deliberately refine it again, the shadow had already solidified. Although Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk was also refined with an extremely rare material, it was abnormally sharp and could penetrate almost anything. However, when it collided with the shadow of Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea, it was still smashed by more than 70%. Although the shadow had completely collapsed, Shui Mingzi couldn't help but be shocked. On the hidden immortal continent, when had he ever met a Daoist cultivator who could control a magic treasure to fight with him? Moreover, the Herculean centipede, whose shiny black body was covered with dense and strange golden runes, was even more cunning. Just like when Xiao Hua fought with him in the past, it immediately rushed over when he saw a flaw in his fight with the seal of overturning the sea. When he fought with it again, it immediately fled. At this time, Shui Mingzi saw that Xiao Hua actually pounced on him in the blink of an eye. The shadow of the second shadow of the seal of overturning the sea was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Shui Mingzi had no choice but to pour 90% of his magic power into his horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk emitted a golden light, and thousands of horsetail whisk turned into thousands of sword lights that pierced towards the seal of overturning the sea. Of course, among these thousands of sword lights, he also left some to stab towards the Herculean centipede in the distance that seemed to be attacking him together with Xiaohua. Puff, puff, puff. Although Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea was powerful, it was, after all, a shadow. Under these thousands of golden sword lights, it was pierced full of holes. Moreover, these sword lights didn't lose their momentum and actually rushed towards the main body of the seal of overturning the sea. Crack, crack. Similarly, when the attack of the seal of overturning the sea was blocked, the Herculean centipede immediately stopped. Its entire body curled up, and its hard carapace pointed outwards. It was like a hedgehog with a mouth full of spikes, making those sword lights unable to pierce through it. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted and pointed his hand. Roar. A coiling dragon spun up and urged the seal of overturning the sea to press down heavily. A vast and mighty aura rushed over, and before it could land, it had already completely suppressed the sword lights of the horsetail whisk. Do you think this old man is scared of you? Shui Mingzi similarly sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He formed a seal with one hand, and several rays of light fell into the blood essence. When the blood essence entered the horsetail whisk, buzz, buzz. A trembling sound resounded. The complete strands of light instantly emitted a red color. They either spun, twisted, or pierced straight. They forcibly pierced through the brilliance and pearls around the seal of overturning the sea and blocked the momentum of the seal of overturning the sea. However, at this moment, Xiaohua once again shocked Shui Mingzi. Xiaohua actually abandoned the seal of overturning the sea at this crucial moment. A whirlwind rolled up around his body, and in the blink of an eye, he once again pounced towards Daoist Huada. In the blink of an eye, Daoist Huada had just used the fire essence to block Xiaohua's Confucian fire attack, and before he could use the fire gourd to collect the sword gourd, Xiaohua suddenly turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of him. This truly frightened Daoist Huada. Just as he was about to respond, a sharp pain like a sharp awl piercing into his Naiwan palace made him unable to help but take a deep breath. Without waiting for him to use a secret technique to resolve the pain, he saw the spirit execution light suddenly split into two. It bypassed his fire strands and slashed towards his neck with lightning speed. Daoist Huada once again turned pale with fright. He hurriedly wanted to use the fire gourd, but because of the pain in his Naiwan palace, he was a bit slow. Poof! Daoist Huada had no choice but to open his mouth and turn a mouthful of true fire into a fire wall in front of him. Just as the fire was born, whoosh! Another golden light appeared out of nowhere and flashed towards Daoist Huada's left arm. Ah! Daoist Huada only felt a chill in his left arm, and then a sharp pain came. His left arm holding the fire gourd was cut off like rotten wood by a pair of golden scissors. His left arm's defensive treasure armor didn't have any resistance. At the same time, just as the sharp pain came out, Xiaohua's right hand waved his Daoist robe. His action was even more natural than moving clouds and flowing water. In an instant, Daoist Huada could no longer sense the location of his fire gourd. This is this old man's life source magic treasure. Daoist Huada was simply going crazy. He schemed against Xiaohua's sword gourd, but he didn't think that Xiaohua was also scheming against his fire gourd. He hadn't even touched the sword gourd's hair, but Xiaohua's series of attacks had already caused him to lose the rice used to steal the chicken. Poof! Looking at Xiaohua again, he simply took advantage of Daoist Huada and didn't wait for Daoist Huada to come to his senses. He opened his mouth and several sword lights pierced towards Daoist Huada's heart. Suddenly, an indescribable palpitation appeared in Daoist Huada's heart. Ah! Daoist Huada couldn't help but exclaim, but just as he exclaimed, another sharp awl pierced into his Naiwan palace. How was this a fight? It was simply a one-sided slaughter. Daoist Huade couldn't imagine that Xiaohua's Daoist cultivation realm was lower than his, but his strength was actually far beyond his own. Moreover, Xiaohua's Confucian cultivation strength was even higher than his. At this time, Xiaohua wasn't fighting alone, but a Daoist cultivator, a Confucian cultivator was fighting. Chapter 36-27. Only now did Hua de Jinren realize that Xiaohua was a nascent soul intermediate stage cultivator, but he had the strength of a nascent soul intermediate stage cultivator. How could he be his opponent? Moreover, seeing Xiaohua use the spirit-exterminating vital light, the flying sword, and the unfathomable soul stab technique, it was obvious that he wanted to take his life. Thinking of this, how could Hua de Jinren stay any longer? He clapped his hands and an ordinary-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. With a pu sound, a breath of true qi landed on it. Layers of inscriptions surged out from the jade pendant and enveloped Hua de Jinren in an instant. Boom! Following a majestic pillar of true qi, Hua de Jinren actually disappeared. Motherfucker! Xiaohua was a little depressed. He understood that this was the escape technique that Hua de Jinren had obtained from the Star Lord Palace. He could only watch helplessly as Hua de Jinren escaped from the Star Lord Palace. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should use his illusion breaker eye. At this time, he heard a wang sound of air friction. Ao. Then there was the sound of a dragon's roar. Xiaohua stowed away his sword gourd and soaring dragon shears before turning around with a cold expression. A crimson dragon that was close to 1,000 feet in length appeared above Ao Zhantian's head. It opened its sinister maw and pounced toward Xiaohua. An aura comparable to that of the soul separation stage and an aura that made all the cultivators tremble uncontrollably surged through the air. Oh! A true bloodline? This was the first true bloodline Dharma body that Xiaohua had seen on the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. It's a pity that my phoenix Dharma body is not here. Otherwise, I'll let it fight with you. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Golden light flashed around his body, and the heavenly law's embodiment technique was activated as well. His transcendence golden body also appeared. In just a moment, a transcendence golden body that was close to 1,000 feet tall stood in midair like a demon god. Not only were the nascent soul cultivators dumbfounded, even Shui Mingzi was dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen such an awe-inspiring Dharma body before, but this was a defensive formation with divine sense shackled. Dao Sect's divine powers were suppressed. Not to mention the Dharma body, even activating Dharma treasures would be somewhat strenuous. How could Xiaohua possibly bring out his Dharma body? Ao Zhantian's bloodline could be attributed to his true bloodline, but Xiaohua? Who had ever seen such a golden bloodline? Eat this Xiao's staff. Xiaohua roared and waved the wishful steel staff in his hand. At first, the wishful steel staff was still a few dozen feet in size, but when it hit the top of the blood dragon's head, it was already a few hundred feet in size and a few dozen feet in thickness. Woo! The wishful staff fell with a gust of wind. The blood dragon's eyes were crimson red, and an old voice spoke with Ao Zhantian's tone, "This old man has never seen a magic treasure that can injure a bloodline Dharma body. Stop dreaming. Today, I'll show you how powerful this old man is. Let this old man have a taste of your flesh and blood." Ha ha ha. This voice reverberated throughout the entire space. The blood dragon opened its mouth, and the blood dragon's breath turned into a giant pillar. The blood dragon also pounced over, obviously wanting to dive into Xiaohua's body and devour his flesh and blood. Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he tilted his head slightly. He pointed his finger, not at the blood dragon, but at the seal of overturning the sea above Shui Mingzi's head. The seal of overturning the sea expanded again, and it was a full 500 feet in size. Shui Mingzi had no choice but to use his magic power to block it with his horsetail whisk. As for the divine power centipede, it seemed to understand Xiao Hua's intention. Suddenly, its entire body expanded, and the two antennae in front of its head trembled rapidly, cutting towards Shui Mingzi's back. Ao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was still distracted, the blood dragon couldn't help but roar, and its speed increased again. However, Xiao Hua didn't seem to panic. He calmly waved the wishful steel staff, and it landed on the blood dragon's breath. Pooh! It was abnormally dull, but the dull sound seemed to have knocked on Ao Zhantian's heart. The almost invisible blood dragon's breath was smashed into pieces by the wishful steel staff. That wasn't all. Ao Zhantian was still stunned by what happened next. The blood dragon's breath disappeared with the wishful steel staff, and the wishful steel staff didn't stop for too long. It passed through space and landed on the blood dragon's head with a loud bang. Ao Zhantian's arrogance was finally broken today. The blood shadow Dharma body, which he thought was impossible to injure, was like an ordinary demonic beast under the wishful steel staff. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Ao Zhantian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was more direct than being hit by any magic treasure or spell. Pooh! Ao Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his entire body was oozing with blood. Moreover, an indescribable blush immediately spread all over his face. Roar! The blood dragon's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the entire defensive formation. The blood dragon's body started to collapse from its head down to its tail. Ao Zhantian's eyes flashed with desperation, and he stubbornly patted his head. A blood-red nascent soul appeared in mid-air. This nascent soul was wearing a treasured armor, and the dragon-shaped totem on the armor was slowly disappearing. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand that flashed with a dazzling brilliance. However, as soon as the nascent soul appeared, it was immediately shocked. Its two eyes looked left and right cautiously. At this time, it saw two beams of spirit-punishing vital light fall from the sky. They were about 100 feet away from the nascent soul, but they didn't shoot out. You. Ao Zhantian naturally didn't care too much about the spirit-punishing vital light, but under the fierce flames of the spirit-punishing vital light, a faint sense of desolation arose in his heart. The nascent soul opened its small mouth and whispered a few words. Xiao Hua had intended to kill to establish his might. However, when he saw Ao Zhantian's nascent soul appear, he immediately remembered that this was the defensive formation of the Star Lord Palace. Although he would be happy to kill Ao Zhantian's nascent soul would fall into the defensive formation. Wasn't he helping the Star Lord Palace? Thus, he controlled the spirit-punishing vital light to stop above Ao Zhantian's head and said coldly, Ao Zhantian, do you want to live or die? So what if I want to live or die? The blood shadow Dharma body above Ao Zhantian's head could no longer take shape. It slowly turned into a bubble and fell into his body. Ao Zhantian looked at Shui Mingzi in the distance. He was actually blocked by Xiao Hua's demonic pet, and Xiao Hua's overturning sea seal was able to block Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk. Xiao Hua said indifferently, if I want to die, I'll kill you right now. In order to not leave a nascent soul for the Star Lord Palace, I'll kill your nascent soul as well. You. Ao Zhantian wanted to retort when he heard Xiao Hua's nonchalant tone. However, he knew that Xiao Hua had scared off spiritual master Huda when the three of them attacked him. Now that he was facing Xiao Hua alone, how could he survive? What if I want to live? Ao Zhantian was abnormally embarrassed, but he still asked. Swear a blood oath and serve me for 1,000 years. Xiao Hua replied without hesitation. For 1,000 years, not only will I provide you with all your cultivation needs, I can also help you reach the 5th grade of origin power. No. Impossible. Ao Zhantian also shouted without hesitation. Xiaohua also didn't hesitate. He pointed at the spirit-punishing vital light and said, "Fine, since you don't want to live, then die, Spiritual Master Xiao, you've misunderstood, Spiritual Master Xiao." Ao Zhantian hurriedly withdrew his nascent soul and shouted, "What I meant was, what kind of good conditions do you have?" Oh. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He stopped the spirit-punishing vital light and said indifferently, "What's impossible? At this point, do you still have a choice?" Then, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the dozens of nascent soul cultivators. His huge body was like a demonic god as he shouted, "And you all, swear a blood oath immediately and serve me for 1,000 years. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot." Ah! All the nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not knowing what Xiaohua wanted to do. Ao Zhantian. Xiaohua didn't care about these small fries. He looked at Ao Zhantian and said, "You'll be the first." Then, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and swung the wishful staff in Shui Mingzi's direction with a boom. Shui Mingzi was scared into flying far away. His horsetail whisk was powerful, but against the wishful staff, it didn't have any advantage at all. He was scared away, but the seal of ocean overturning seal and the Herculean centipede still caught up to him, not giving him any chance to escape. Ao Zhantian's mouth was bitter. He was a late nascent soul cultivator, but he was forced to swear a blood oath. This was something he had never thought would happen ever since he entered the nascent soul realm. Kill. Ao Zhantian hesitated. Xiaohua shouted, scaring Ao Zhantian. He hurriedly shouted, "I, Ao Zhantian, swear to heaven and earth that I am willing to serve Spiritual Master Xiaohua, Spiritual Master Xiao, for 1,000 years. I don't dare to have any thoughts of rebellion, Kacha." Just as Ao Zhantian was about to make his vow, a streak of golden light shot into the sky and landed in the distance. Ah! A nascent soul cultivator who was about to flee was immediately sliced off by the soaring dragon shears. Motherfucker! Ao Zhantian finally understood. So Xiaohua wasn't talking to him. Kacha! A muffled sound rang out as a bolt of lightning struck down from above Ao Zhantian's head. A blood-red mark appeared between Ao Zhantian's eyebrows. The mark followed the bolt of lightning into the air and transformed into a thumb-sized rune. The rune was about to fly toward the bolt of lightning. However, Xiaohua's eyes rolled up as a green light flashed between his eyebrows. He let out a soft sigh that sounded like the sigh of a demon god. Boom! The same bolt of lightning shot out. The rune actually changed direction and fell into the bolt of lightning. Then, it disappeared between Xiaohua's eyebrows. This. Xiaohua's divine ability was truly inconceivable. Ao Zhantian couldn't help but sigh. His originally sullen heart suddenly felt better. He had always been competitive, and not only had he offended Confucian cultivators, he had also offended many Taoist cultivators. Now that he had found a powerful backer, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. And you all. Xiaohua's voice was even more majestic than the usual lightning bolt. The dumbfounded nascent soul cultivators immediately came to their senses. It was time for them to make a choice. Chapter 36-28. Of course, the nascent soul cultivators found this difficult to accept. However, when they saw the arrogant Ao Zhantian lower his head in disbelief, they then looked at the nascent soul cultivator who had just lost half of his shoulder and was now as pale as a sheet of paper, and finally at Shui Mingzi, who was trying to escape but was being held back by his demonic pet and magic treasure. How could they not have made the right choice? The dozens of nascent soul early and mid-stage cultivators all swore blood oaths, which were all taken away by Xiaohua without exception. Then, Xiaohua withdrew his heavenly law's embodiment technique and pointed with his finger. Go, surround Shui Mingzi. Yes, the dozens of nascent soul cultivators couldn't even muster the will to resist. They responded in unison and surrounded Shui Mingzi. Only Ao Zhantian and the early-stage nascent soul cultivator named Xiong Yi were left in front of Xiaohua. Seeing such a scene, Xiong Yi was at a loss of what to do. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. His eyes slightly turned as he looked at Xiaohua. Xiong Yi, you can leave now. Xiaohua ordered. Yes, thank you, Senior. Xiong Yi came to his senses and hesitated. He bowed and flew into the distance. Ao Zhantian said indifferently, Daoist Xiao, although I swore a blood oath to follow your orders, if you don't respect me, I would rather self-detonate then. Can you still self-detonate now? Xiaohua replied even more indifferently than Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian's expression changed greatly. However, Xiaohua quickly added, of course, fellow Daoist, don't worry. I am not like that old bastard Huada. You will know my character in the future. Alright. What else could Ao Zhantian say at this point? He looked at Shui Mingzi, who was surrounded by the nascent soul cultivators, and said in a low voice, this Shui Mingzi has some background. If you can subdue him, it will be of great benefit to you. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and nodded. Brother Ao, don't worry. In the Yaotai Mountain, he will either fall into the hands of the Star Lord Palace or me. I believe he will make his own decision. Alright, I'll accompany you. Ao Zhantian said in a low voice. He was naturally unwilling to let Shui Mingzi escape after falling into Xiaohua's hands. By the time Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian arrived at the scene, Shui Mingzi had already put away his horsetail whisk and was hovering in midair. The seal of overturning the sea had already enveloped him from afar, and the divine power centipede had already activated its demonic chi to fly close to him. Shui Mingzi. Ao Zhantian looked at the helpless expression on Shui Mingzi's face and said, this old man won't say anything else. Previously, we all fell into that old bastard Huada's trap. Now that we have offended Daoist Xiao is quite magnanimous. He doesn't want our lives, but he wants us to serve him for 1,000 years. I know. Without waiting for Ao Zhantian to finish, Shui Mingzi waved his sleeves and said, since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. However, this old man doesn't quite believe what Daoist Xiao said just now. Yes. Without waiting for Ao Zhantian to speak, Xiaohua waved his hand and threw a jade box to Shui Mingzi. He said proudly, take a look at this first. This is. Shui Mingzi was a little stunned. He picked up the jade box with a strange expression. When he opened the jade box, he saw a golden light flashing inside. It was a 10,000-year-old human essence. He was stunned for a long while before he came back to his senses. He hurriedly closed the jade box and said, I'm willing to serve Daoist Xiaohua for 1,000 years, all right. Xiaohua accepted Shui Mingzi's blood oath. Seeing that Shui Mingzi was about to return the jade box to him, he said with a smile, I'll bestow this item to you. No, no way. Shui Mingzi's mouth fell open. He couldn't believe his ears. Daoist Xiao, this item, I told you to take it, so take it. Xiaohua was displeased. He took out another jade box and threw it to Ao Zhantian. I just happened to get some. Take it as a greeting gift. Ao Zhantian had been curious for a long time. He took the jade box and hurriedly opened it to take a look. His eyes flashed with astonishment. He didn't stand on ceremony and hurriedly accepted the jade box. He bowed and said, Daoist Zhao's fortune is truly beyond our reach. We've searched several spell formations, but we couldn't find any useful ones. I didn't expect Daoist Xiao to obtain such a bountiful harvest in such a short period of time. I thank Daoist Xiao for his generous gift. You're welcome. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I don't have many of these items. You've all gotten a bargain. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Ao Zhantian accepted the jade box, Shui Mingzi hurriedly hid it away. You all have your own rewards. Xiao Hua looked at the curious nascent soul cultivators and said with an indifferent expression, however, I can only bestow them to you after the Jadestage meeting. Thank you, Senior. Why did a group of nascent soul cultivators come to Jadestage Mountain? Wasn't it to obtain some rewards? Since Xiao Hua had a treasure that even nascent soul late-stage cultivators liked, what was 1,000 years of service to him? Xiao Hua kept the seal of overturning the sea. The Herculean centipede bared its fangs and brandished its claws beside Xiao Hua, as if it was showing off. When Xiao Hua opened his Daoist robe, it obediently flew back into it. Daoist Xiao. Your demonic pet is truly powerful. If you refine it for another 100 years, I'm afraid it'll be able to compete with an upper 4th grade essence force cultivator. Shui Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, how would I have the time to refine it? Let it cultivate by itself. Shui Mingzi opened his mouth as if to say something, but he stopped himself. Daoist Xiao, what should we do now? Ao Zhantian said with a bitter expression. I can't help Daoist Xiao with my injuries on Jadestage Mountain. There's no need for you to help. Xiao Hua's body flashed with golden light again, and the mountain river seal flew out. He said, come in and rest. I'll let you out once we leave Jadestage Mountain. This Ao Zhantian wasn't like Su Tingzi. He frowned and said, if I enter the nation weapon, won't my life follow Daoist Xiao? If Daoist Xiao dies on Jadestage Mountain, won't I also be doomed? If you don't go in, can you walk out of Jadestage Mountain alive? Xiao Hua replied. Moreover, do you think you can live longer than me? Shui Mingzi was also hesitant. He asked, Daoist Xiao, this nation weapon is used by Confucian cultivators to suppress our Daoist sections. Although we don't mind going in, can it suppress dozens of us at the same time? It's only 30 or so, no problem. Xiao Hua said confidently. This junior is willing to go in. The injured nascent soul cultivator hurriedly said, as if he wanted to redeem himself by doing good deeds, but also as if he was really afraid of dying inside the formation. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a stream of dragon qi rushed out, immediately sucking him in. Of course, at the same time, Xiao Hua pointed his hand and landed on the top of his head. When he lost consciousness, he used his mind to send him into the space. Although there was a first, the others were still hesitant. After all, this was different from swearing a blood oath and being controlled for 1,000 years. This was putting their lives in the hands of others. However, just as they were hesitating, a thunderous boom came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked up and saw the blood-red sky in the distance collapsing one after another. Between the collapses, there were thousands of flashes of lightning. After the blood-red sky collapsed, it turned into a blood-red stream that swept toward everyone. Damn Star-Lord Hall! Xiao Hua saw this, and how could he not know what the Star-Lord Hall was planning? This was not much different from the Star-Lord Defense Formation on the Yaotai Mountain. They both wanted to kill most of the Daoist cultivators, leaving only those who had the means to escape death. Xiao Hua swept his gaze and said coldly, this old man doesn't have time to waste with you. The formation has already begun to close, so this old man is going to find a way out. Senior, please wait a moment, this junior is willing to go in. A group of panicked cultivators hurriedly called out. They knew in their hearts that it was better to let Xiao Hua lead them alone rather than having so many people search in a mess. Xiao Hua's abilities were unpredictable, and his chances of survival were much higher than theirs. Come in. Xiaofan sucked that person into the space again. This time, the others were finally moved, and in a short while, 35 nascent soul cultivators were sucked into the space. This one will go in as well. Ao Zhantian narrowed his eyes and looked at the torrential flood in the distance. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he looked at Shui Mingzi. How could Shui Mingzi let Xiaofan suspect him? Naturally, he tactfully said, "No problem, this old man is afraid that this old man is powerless to escape from this collapsed formation, so I can only accompany fellow Taoist Ao. I'll have to trouble Taoist Xiao for everything. Please." Xiaofan was overjoyed when he saw the two late nascent soul cultivators enter the trap. As he spoke, 2 streams of dragon qi swept the two into the space. After entering Xiaohua's space, not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even spirit-severing cultivators were nothing but food for him. After sucking in dozens of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohuan didn't have time to raise his head to the sky and laugh. His figure immediately floated up and flew in the opposite direction of the collapsed formation. It was as if the entire space had collapsed. Xiaohuan had only flown for a short while when intense thunderclaps flashed in all directions. All kinds of bloody light flourished, and the aura of destruction became increasingly powerful. "Senior, save me." In front of Xiaohua's right hand, the cultivator named Xiong Yi was in an extremely sorry state. His Taoist robe was askew, and his hair was also disheveled. A small flying shuttle flickered under his feet as he rushed toward Xiaohuan. Looking behind Xiong Yi, the bloody red torrential flood created a wave of over 10 meters tall, covering the sky and covering the earth as it chased after him. Xiaohuan frowned and a whirlwind appeared under his feet. His figure turned into a gust of wind as he swept in front of Xiong Yi. With a wave of his hand, a golden light swept up Xiong Yi, and then he soared into the sky again. Just as Xiaohuan flew away, boom. In the place where Xiong Yi had just flown past, the space around him shattered. Lightning flashed and turned into a clear torrential flood. Xiaohuan still couldn't release his divine sense, but he had a feeling that this clear torrential flood was definitely not ordinary. He definitely couldn't touch even half a drop of it. "Many thanks, Senior." After being rescued by Xiaohuan, Xiong Yi felt like he was flying forward like lightning. He had temporarily escaped his predicament and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Chapter 36-29. Hearing this, Xiaohuan withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently, "You're welcome." After he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Are there any other cultivators ahead?" "No." Xiong Yi answered honestly, "I've been flying for a long time and haven't seen any cultivators." "Oh." Hearing this, Xiaohuan thought for a moment and asked, How did you follow Hua Dezhenren?" Hearing Xiaohuan ask about the ambush, Xiong Yi didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told him the whole story. As Xiaohuan expected, Hua Dezhenren had the same plan as Xiaohuan. In addition to obtaining treasures in the Jade Pavilion Conference, he also wanted to win over a group of nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, long before the blood-red star streaked across the sky, there were already a dozen nascent soul cultivators gathered in the defensive formation of the Jade Mountain. Including Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, there were already more than 30 cultivators in the defensive formation of the Sand Island. Taoist Hua De seemed to have heard of the famous mother-child spirit fruit in the Sand Continent, so he was able to find it before Xiaohuan. Unfortunately, Fairy Jing beat him to it, so Taoist Hua De and the others were left empty-handed. Just as Ao Zhantian had said, they had searched for a long time, but to no avail. When the ominous star appeared, dozens of cultivators were sucked into the blood-red light. When they reappeared, they found that apart from a few people who disappeared, most of them were still together. Therefore, Hua Dezhenren immediately discussed with Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi to besiege Xiaohuan. Xiongyi didn't know what the three of them discussed. Xiongyi wanted to leave early, but he didn't dare to because of Hua Dezhenren's fierce reputation. In the end, Xiaohua defeated these cultivators in one fell swoop. So, you didn't see Fairy Jing and Taoist Yuan Qing? Xiaohua asked. Xiongyi nodded, yes, the female cultivator who got the Ren Jing and the male cultivator who was with you didn't appear here. So, this is only a point of the defensive formation. It's not the whole formation. Xiaohua instantly thought of the space he appeared in before. There were no cultivators inside. Xiongyi hurriedly shouted, yes, yes, that's right. I thought about it for a long time. This must be the only place that collapsed. As long as we find the way out, we can escape. I understand. If that's the case, I have a 60% chance of escaping. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance and nodded. However, it's very inconvenient for this old man to bring you along. Senior, Junior is willing to work for Senior. Xiongyi was used to Hua Dezhenren's face. Xiaohua's little tail had just been exposed, and he immediately agreed. That. In the end, Xiaohua was not as thick-skinned as Taoist Hua De. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Xiongyi, you misunderstood. What I mean is, Senior, you misunderstood as well. Xiongyi said with a smile, in fact, I came to the Yaotai meeting on one hand to get the rare treasure. On the other hand, I hope to find some useful people. After all, on the hidden immortal continent, there are very few Confucian cultivators that we can trust. It's best to find a Taoist cultivator to help us. As for the third objective, if I can meet an expert like Senior, I don't mind submitting to you. To tell you the truth, I met a fellow cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage in the early stages of the Jade Pavilion meeting. I chatted with him for a while. Although I didn't agree at that time, I already had a plan in mind. Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiaohua asked in a low voice after pondering for a while. Xiongyi was startled, and then his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat unnaturally, could it be that Senior is also, Grand Mist Ancestor is Grand Mist Ancestor, I am Xiao. Xiaohua said indifferently, I won't force fellow cultivator Xiong, no. Xiongyi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, how could he have any other choice? He hurriedly said with a smile, I once established a country, but later the country's monarch was bewitched by the Buddhist sect. I was disheartened and no longer paid attention to it. Now that I am free, I can serve Senior. Good. Xiaohua nodded, close your eyes. I will suppress you into the mountain river seal. After we leave the Yaotai mountain, you can follow me. This. Xiongyi naturally hesitated, but after a moment, he closed his eyes and said, I'll have to trouble Senior. Xiaohua didn't say anything and immediately put him back into the mountain and river seal. Then, he looked around. This place was similar to the void, so he had an inexplicable feeling of familiarity in his heart. After a short while, he found something strange. However, this strange thing seemed to be mobile. Before Xiaohua could fly over, it immediately disappeared. It was exactly the same as when Xiaohua mysteriously appeared in Hua De's encirclement. Whoosh! All of a sudden, around Xiaohua, several clear streams of blood red rushed out like a waterfall. Although those streams of water weren't large, wherever they went, the entire space collapsed. The streams rushed out in a strange way, and Xiaohua was caught unprepared. His figure flashed and dodged, but several drops of blood still splashed on his Taoist robe. Xiaohua did not care. This kind of clear stream was powerful, but under his protective golden light, how could a few drops of clear stream pose a threat to him? However, when those several drops of clear water fell, a sizzling sound rang out. The golden light protecting Xiaohua's body was actually annihilated in an instant, revealing an enormous flaw. The clear water actually seeped into the surface of Xiao Hua's body. Ouch! Xiao Hua was shocked that such a situation would occur due to his carelessness. Xiao Hua's Taoist robe was also torn in an instant, and a heart-wrenching pain came from the clear stream. Xiao Hua's abnormally strong body was actually invaded by this clear stream. Pooh! Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick true energy. It landed on the corroded part of his body, and he barely managed to grab the few drops of clear stream. When Xiao Hua opened his transcendence vision, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that within these drops of blood-red liquid, there were strands of dark red lines. Between the lines of lines, there were many small dots that contained great power. Xiao Hua was familiar with these small dots of light. It was the power of starlight. As for the dark red lines, Xiao Hua had seen them before. They were actually poison mixed with the power of the netherworld. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily. The Confucian cultivator's arrangement was truly ruthless. Even his body, which had been tempered for many years, was unable to withstand it, let alone an ordinary cultivator. Even Ao Zhantian wouldn't be able to escape easily when he encountered the clear stream of clear stream. Of course, Xiao Hua was only lamenting. This wasn't the first time he had encountered the Confucian cultivator's ruthlessness. His current plan was to escape from this place. There wasn't much time left for Xiao Hua, and the space he could escape was also limited. The confidence he had before had leaked out too much, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. What seemed like an ordinary escape had developed into a test of life and death. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. At the crucial moment, he opened his transcendence vision. However, all he saw with his transcendence vision was blood red. His vision was filled with resplendent starlight, and it was even inferior to the naked eye. How could he see the exit that could appear at any time? Helpless, Xiao Hua could only close his transcendence vision again. He could see with his naked eye, and fly in a certain direction based on his intuition. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He recalled the place where he had first entered the defensive formation. Previously, when he heard Xiong Yi's description, he subconsciously thought that he had entered the defensive formation directly like them. However, now that he thought about it, before he was surrounded by Taoist Hua De and the others, he seemed to have stayed in a certain space for a short period of time. Moreover, that space also had a blood-red light, and it was extremely similar to the space he was in now. However, it didn't have much starlight. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head to look at the starry sky. Sure enough, the ominous star with a tail was emitting a strange and mysterious light. The stars around this ominous star were abnormally resplendent, and this resplendent light was flashing with a bloody aura. One by one, the tails grew out of these stars. Needless to say, these stars should all be a part of this defensive formation. If others look at this place from the stars, they should also be a star that is also burning with brilliance. The space I entered earlier should also be a part of the defensive formation. However, that part is between the stars, or perhaps it's the fault of the defensive formation. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. There. That's right, it's there. Since Xiao Hua understood, it was very easy for him to find the place he came out from. Looking at the sky, there was clearly no mark. Even if one's divine sense swept over, it would be impossible to find that place different from other places. However, Xiao Hua's eyes could see that it was the place he came from. Not good. Xiao Hua identified the direction and immediately cried out bitterly in his heart, because that place was already on the verge of the collapse of the defensive formation. The blood-red clear stream in the space would annihilate his only way out in a few moments. Xiao Hua activated the lightning escape technique without hesitation. Although the wind escape technique had the advantage in this short distance, Xiao Hua understood that his cultivation of the wind escape technique was far inferior to the lightning escape technique. At this time, if he used his full strength, there was still hope that he could arrive before the space collapsed. Rumble. Tens of thousands of tiny threads of lightning appeared on the surface of Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the exit of the defensive formation. However, Xiao Hua was already going all out. The nascent soul in his body was also rubbing its hands anxiously. Several bolts of lightning entered the void to help Xiao Hua, but the blood-red stream soared into the sky. As long as it fell, Xiao Hua's path of survival would be cut off. Although it was not certain that Xiao Hua would die, the chances were slim. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, quickly help me. At such a critical moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly brightened and he cried out in his mind. Little Sheng is coming. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hands, opened his mouth, and recited, drums and thunder resound, swords and spears tremble in the wind and frost. For generals admonish, 10 generals start first. As soon as this inexplicable poem came out, it immediately turned into a bolt of lightning condensed from armor inscriptions. Inside Xiao Hua's lower dantian, the 5 qi righteous thunder immediately rolled. Following this bolt of lightning, it rushed into Xiao Hua's body and fell on the surface of his body. Boom! Xiao Hua felt his body become light, a feeling of soaring immortality arose spontaneously. Immediately, Xiao Hua's speed suddenly increased by several times. Like a stream of light, he rushed into the sky without anything special. Chapter 36-30. What's especially strange is that Xiao Hua's entire body immediately disappears where he landed, only leaving behind faint lightning threads at the edge of the void. Those lightning threads only flashed for half a second before the bloody stream fell and all the lightning threads were torn apart. The space also shattered. Damn it, so close! A passageway like a pillar of light appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Without Xiao Hua activating the lightning escape technique, his entire body began to flow in the passageway. However, the pressure in the passageway was abnormal and there was also a rapid tearing force, causing his body to be pulled out of shape. Xiao Hua activated his magic power to resist, feeling extremely lucky in his heart. If I didn't use the 5 qi righteous thunder to activate the lightning escape technique, not only would it be impossible for my lightning escape technique to reach the realm of leaping thunder, it would also be impossible for me to break free from the defensive formation. Wu. Just as Xiao Hua changed his mind, the pillar of light disappeared again. Xiao Hua's body lightened and he looked around again. Sure enough, all around him was crimson red light, not a single star. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, he used all his strength to activate the lightning escape technique and forcefully rushed into the realm of leaping thunder 3 realms. His entire body showed a kind of fatigue, as if the realm of lightning escape technique's 3rd grade was far from what a Yuanian cultivator could control. However, just as Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, a gust of wind rolled up beside him and what he had experienced before happened again. Damn it, can't you let me breathe a sigh of relief? Xiao Hua sensed that his entire body was bound by a powerful force and knew that the fault in space didn't allow cultivators to stay. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and curse. Ah! When the force disappeared, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and saw everything in front of him clearly. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, not to mention that Xiao Hua had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. The embarrassed Hua Dezhenren was forced to take out the jade pendant by Xiao Hua. He spat out a mouthful of true qi and layers of inscriptions gushed out from the jade pendant to cover him. Soon after, a pillar of true qi emerged from the void and carried Hua Dezhenren into it and disappeared. When the pillar of true qi disappeared, Hua Dezhenren's figure appeared above a layer of blood-red clouds. The blood-red clouds looked like cotton wool that covered the sky. There was no end to it at all. Above the clouds, there were groups of immortal soldiers in bright armor patrolling the area. As soon as Hua Dezhenren revealed himself, he immediately attracted the attention of the nearby immortal soldiers. The leading immortal soldier held a sickle-like weapon in his hand and shouted, "Where did this cultivator come from? Is this a place where you can break in?" Cough, cough. Taoist Master Huada coughed twice. He raised his eyes to look at this group of third-grade origin energy immortal soldiers. Raising the jade pendant in his hand, he indifferently said, "This old man is a star general under Hall Master Kong. It is precisely on the Hall Master's orders to enter the Jade Pavilion meeting. Your humble servant greets Sir Star General." The captain's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant in Hua Dezhenren's hand. He immediately became respectful and clasped his hands. "This is my duty. I hope Sir can forgive me." "Yes, I understand." Hua Dezhenren put away the jade pendant. Raising his eyes to look all around, he asked, "If this old man is not mistaken, this place is Star Lord Wellwood Sprite Shengguan Yiran's jurisdiction. Quickly bring me to see Star Lord Shengguan Yiran. What Sir said is correct. This place is precisely General Wellwood Sprite's jurisdiction." That immortal soldier saw Hua Dezhenren was very familiar with the Jade Mountain Range. His last doubts were all gone, and he hastily replied, "However, General Wellwood Sprite has already perished inside the array. Now, General Wood Dragon is in charge." "What? Sir Shengguan, he truly has fallen?" Hua Dezhenren turned pale with fright, practically shouting in disbelief, Who has such magic energy?" However, when he asked this, Hua Dezhenren suddenly thought of something and hastily shouted, Quickly bring me to see Sir Linghu. Quickly." That immortal soldier's face showed a difficult expression, and he said in a low voice, "Sir Star General, your humble servant is here to patrol. Without Sir Star General's orders, I absolutely do not dare leave. Furthermore, my Wellwood Sprite Star Array brothers have only recently come into contact with Sir Linghu. Your servant does not dare." "Impudent!" Hua Dezhenren furiously roared, "This old man has an important matter to report to Hall Master Kong. This is an urgent matter. If there is a delay, can you bear the responsibility?" This. The immortal soldier hesitated and hastily asked, "I wonder what Sir's important matter is. You are not qualified to know." Hua Dezhenren sneered, "However, this old man can reveal a little. If this matter is not false, it should be related to the fall of General Wellwood Sprite." "Good, Sir, please follow your humble servant." When the immortal soldier heard that it was related to Shengguan Yiran's death, he did not dare to be negligent. He hastily ordered the rest of the immortal soldiers to continue patrolling. He took out a flying boat and placed it in the air. He invited Hua Dezhenren to board the flying boat, and he himself drove the flying boat to rush into the clouds. The flying boat produced clouds and carried the two of them to a place at lightning speed. Above the crimson clouds, there were many patrolling immortal soldiers. There were also many immortal generals riding flying beasts and patrolling everywhere. Hua Dezhenren standing on the flying boat naturally attracted the attention of the patrolling immortal soldiers. However, the immortal soldier driving the flying boat took out a small triangular flag from his bosom and stuck it on the bow of the boat. Those immortal soldiers and immortal generals who were about to fly over stopped. After the time to drink a cup of tea, more and more soldiers and horses appeared in front of them. Moreover, there was a row of tents above the clouds. The immortal soldier did not dare to drive the flying boat again. He asked Hua Dezhenren to disembark from the flying boat and said with a smile, "Sir, please wait a moment. This is the border between Wood Sprite Well and Wood Dragon Horn. This humble servant does not dare to cross. Sir Linghu should be in the barracks. This humble servant will send a message." After saying that, the immortal soldier pulled the triangular flag from the bow of the boat. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi fell on the triangular flag. The small flag turned into a streamer of light and disappeared into the barracks. A moment later, a tall immortal general flew out from inside the barracks. In his hand was that triangular flag. Looking at the immortal soldier and Hua Dezhenren, he coldly said, "Who are you waiting for to issue the command flag? Is there some urgent military matter?" "Reporting to Sir, this humble servant is Wood Sprite Wells 13 Barrack 7th Squad Captain, Zhou Hong." The command flag was issued by this humble servant. That immortal soldier hastily bowed and saluted, "This is Hall Master Kong Star General. He has news of the death of our Wood Sprite Wells General. You and the others follow Wuxia." When that immortal general heard this, he did not dare be neglectful. Turning around, he brought Hua Dezhenren and Zhou Hong to fly into the barracks. Entering the barracks, Hua Dezhenren's gaze swept around. Seeing the murderous aura all around and many unkind gazes looking at him, he could not help but sneer in his heart. His arrogant gaze swept back one by one, forcing those immortal soldiers and immortal generals to look elsewhere. "Humph, no more than origin energy 3rd or 4th grade strength, yet you unexpectedly dare provoke this old man. If it was not for the Jade Mountain." Hua Dezhenren was defeated again and again. His heart was very sullen. Naturally, he would not put these cultivators with lower cultivations in his eyes. His heart secretly pondered. Not long after, that immortal general brought the two of them directly to the center's largest tent. "You and the others wait here." That immortal general indifferently instructed. He himself was about to enter when the Hua Dezhenren to the side raised his hand. Holding a jade pendant in his hand, he smiled and said, "I have the Hall Master personally bestowed the Star General writ. I can directly meet any general below the Hall Master. I think we don't need to wait outside the tent. My general's military orders are strict. Unless the Hall Master personally comes, or the Hall Master's personal secret order, no one can approach the Central Army tent." That immortal general glanced at Hua Dezhenren and proudly said, "Not to mention, although you are the Hall Master's Star General, you have the identity of a Taoist cultivator. How could I dare to let you and the others in? Impudent!" Hua Dezhenren was ashamed and angry. He shouted, "Hall Master's Star General writ is useful in the entire hidden immortal continent. How can it not be useful in your Wood Dragon's camp? What intentions do you all have? Do you all still place the Hall Master in your eyes?" Hearing Hua Dezhenren so arrogant, that immortal general's complexion slightly changed. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in his ear. "Impudent, who dares to make a racket outside the Central Army tent? Where is the Minister of Justice?" When that immortal general heard, his face showed respect. He said in a low voice, "Reporting to General, it was your servant who brought." Not waiting for that immortal general to finish speaking, Hua Dezhenren immediately put on a smiling face and raised his voice, "Linghu Darren, your servant is the Hua De Star General under Hall Master Kong. Long time no see. Is General's style still the same? That voice was slightly surprised, but he saw the Central Army tent's tent door open. A 5 chi tall lean man wearing leather armor and holding a sword in his bosom walked out. Looking up and down, he coldly said, "Hua De Star General? Is it you who is making a racket in front of the Central Army tent?" Hua Dezhenren looked at that man, but he did not recognize him. He nodded and said, "Your servant is not making a racket, but your servant has the Hall Master's Star General command in his hand. Furthermore, your servant has information regarding Shangguan Darren's fall. I only ask you, is it you who is making a racket in front of the Central Army tent?" That man interrupted Hua Dezhenren, coldly saying. Hua Dezhenren looked at the man's cold expression. He could only brace himself and say, "Correct, just now, it was your servant." According to the 4th article of the military order, those who make a racket in front of the Central Army tent without reason will be beheaded without pardon. That man recited word by word. Immediately, he raised the sword in his bosom. Wang! The sword emitted a cold light, and the sword hilt again gave birth to inscriptions. When these inscriptions rolled, an ice-cold killing intent rushed forth from the surrounding barracks. This killing intent made Hua Dezhenren have no choice but to shrink his neck. Clang! The sword in the man's hand let out a cry. A cold light rushed out from the sword scabbard, directly slashing towards Hua Dezhenren. Even as strong as Hua Dezhenren was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, in the instant the sword fell, the several chi of space around his body was completely confined. He simply did not have any possibility of dodging, as if he could only be tied up. Hua Dezhenren turned pale with fright. A brilliance flashed above his head, and his nascent soul rushed out. His hands rubbed together, and a brilliance was born, wanting to block the sword. Unfortunately, the sword was incomparably sharp. The brilliance was immediately cut in half by the sword's edge. Chapter 36-31. Lord Linghu. Taoist Master Hua De's nascent soul shrieked. That voice carried a timid tone as he said, "Your humble servant has news of Lord Shangguanyi Rant's fall. This is a major military matter. If you dare avenge a private grudge, delaying Lord Hall Master's matters, not to mention Lord Hall Master will not forgive you, even you 28-star lords will fall one by one, stop." A shout came from inside the tent. That man's sword stopped in midair as if cast from iron. Although Taoist Master Hua De's body could not budge, the cold sweat on his forehead was already dripping. "Let them in." Following the dignified voice from inside the tent, the man put away his sword and retreated to the side. That immortal general raised his hand and said with a fake smile, "Star General Hua De, please." Then, he threw the triangular banner to Zhou Hong and said, "You go in, too." Zhou Hong was very terrified. Taking the banner, he hastily saluted, "Your humble servant has been ordered by Lord Star General to send him here. Now, since Lord Wood Dragon wants to see Lord Star General, your humble servant should return to patrol. Did you not hear Lord say to let you all go in?" The immortal general coldly smiled and said, "Yes, Lord." Zhou Hong did not dare argue. Answering, he hastily lowered his head and followed Taoist Master Hua De into the tent. That Taoist Master Hua De originally had an untamed heart. Now, he suddenly hung in suspense. He was Kong Hongwu's Star General. Although his position could not compare to Star Lords like Jing Mushuan and Wood Dragon, his position in Star Lord Hall was somewhat aloof. Ordinarily, he did not need to have any dealings with these Star Lords. However, he had interacted with Jing Mushuan a few times and was considered familiar. He actually did not have any dealings with Wood Dragon. However, he had heard Jing Mushuan talk about the Wood Dragon. Therefore, he knew that the Wood Dragon was Kong Hongwu's confidant. Jing Mushuan hadn't said anything bad about the Wood Dragon. However, the disdain in her tone was very obvious. But as long as one was human, there would always be preconceived notions. Admittedly, Taoist Master Hua De had never seen Wood Dragon before, but based on Jing Mushuan's words, he already had a somewhat bad impression of Wood Dragon. This time, he had heard that the Wood Dragon well had perished, and that the Wood Dragon horn had taken over. So, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Unfortunately, Taoist Master Hua De hadn't even seen the Wood Dragon yet. So, the army outside the tent had already given him a show of strength. And, this had made him lose face. Moreover, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart when he heard that the Wood Dragon had given Zhou Hong money. Sure enough, when Hua Dezhenren entered the tent, he saw that the inside of the tent was very simple. Other than a jade table, there was a pot on it. There were a few ordinary-looking token arrows in it. It was the middle-aged scholar sitting behind the jade table. The Confucian scholar held an ancient book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. There was not a trace of any special aura around his body. Even his eyes that were staring at the ancient book and his hand that was holding the book, other than being especially long and slender, he was no different from an ordinary student. Huada Zhenren did not dare to be negligent. He walked to the center of the tent, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "General Jin Yuda greets General Linghu." Zhou Hong behind Daoist Master Huada hastily knelt down. His mouth trembled as he said in a low voice, Little Zhou Hong greets General." Who would have thought that Linghu Pairen wouldn't even respond? His eyes didn't even move away from the book. Daoist Master Huada awkwardly clasped his hands and stood there. He was somewhat at a loss. He admittedly had practiced for thousands of years. But, he was very clear in his heart that this Confucian scholar was not only older than him, but also stronger than him. Not to mention, there were many cultivators around the military camp who were on par with him. Therefore, he slightly clenched his teeth. He didn't withdraw his clasped hands and slightly bowed waist. Anyway, his etiquette was enough. He wasn't afraid of Linghu Pairen playing any tricks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Linghu Pairen seemed to have finished reading a page. He naturally dipped his hand in some saliva and turned to the next page. At this time, he raised his eyelids. His pitch-black eyes swept past Daoist Master Huada. Then, his eyes fell on Zhou Hong. He faintly said, "Zhou Hong, do you know your crime?" Little. What crime did this little one commit? Zhou Hong was baffled. He forgot to kowtow and hastily asked. "You didn't abide by military rules. You didn't patrol within your own defensive area. You rashly brought a Daoist disciple to my Hornwood Dragon Army's camp. Isn't this a great crime of colluding with the enemy?" "See. Sir." Zhou Hong was stunned. He looked at Linghu Pairen and then looked at Daoist Master Huada. He shouted, "Although this sir is a Daoist cultivator, but he holds the Hall Master's Star General Command tablet. This little one has already examined it. There is no mistake. Moreover, this sir has news about Sir Mushue's death. He wants to report to the Hall Master about an important matter. This little one didn't dare to delay. So, this little one sent this sir over. General Linghu, is there some misunderstanding here?" Daoist Master Huada also opened his mouth and said, "Although this general has never seen General, I can be acquainted with General Mushue. This is this General's Star General Command tablet. General, please take a look." Unfortunately, Linghu Pairen simply didn't pay attention to him. His gaze coldly swept past. That fierce gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Daoist Master Huada's body. How can you casually make a racket in the military camp? Did this general allow you to speak? Daoist Master Huada's hand once again froze in place, not daring to move. He was afraid to hear that, "Where is the army advisor?" Fortunately, Linghu Pairen did not call for the army advisor. Rather, he extended his hand, and from who knows where, he pulled out a jade pupil tablet and tossed it to Zhou Hong. He faintly said, "Take a look, yes." Zhou Hong very carefully received it. Clear light flashed in his eyes, but a moment later, his face was deathly pale. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Immediately, he kowtowed, "General, spare me." This little one did not know that this Sir Star General Command tablet had already been abolished. This little one did not receive the order at all. Where is the army advisor? Linghu Pairen did not waste words, ordering. "Yes, sir." The army advisor's hand clasped a sword as he entered. Linghu Pairen took out a token arrow from the token pot and said, "Go investigate whether or not this Zhou Hong spoke the truth. If it is, see who dares to delay the military. Bring that person's head. If Zhou Hong is lying, bring Zhou Hong's head." After he finished speaking, an inscription flew out of Linghu Pairen's mouth and landed on the token arrow. That token arrow floated with a blood light and flew into the army advisor's hand. "Yes, sir." The army advisor received the order. He extended his hand and dragged the trembling Zhou Hong out of the tent. The pitiful Zhou Hong. Any way it was put, he was still a third-grade essence energy cultivator, equivalent to a Taoist golden core cultivator. Now, he was taken away like a little chick. Hiss. Taoist Huada sucked in a cold breath. He understood in his heart that this was not Linghu Pairan trying to intimidate him. Rather, he had rashly entered Yaotai Mountain, offending Kong Hongwu. Thinking of Linghu Pairan's ruthlessness, Taoist Huada did not dare say a word. He only clutched the Star General Command tablet that he had previously been proud of. Now, it had already become trash. He calmly stood there, the veins on his hand slightly protruding. You are now a Taoist cultivator. According to my military discipline, trespassing into my army is to be beheaded. Linghu Pairan set down the scroll in his hand and indifferently said, however, you were previously Lord Hall Master's Star General. You have made some contributions to my Star Lord Hall. I cannot arbitrarily decide. Phew. Hearing this, Taoist Huada's hanging heart immediately settled. The veins on his hand disappeared, and he hastily bowed, many thanks for General Linghu's tolerance. Would Lord Hall Master? Linghu Pairan rose and walked to the front of the command table. He fished out a diamond-shaped command tablet from his bosom and used his hand to pat the top of his head. Three-colored true qi bubbled forth, falling onto the command tablet. The command tablet gave birth to an auspicious cloud that floated behind the command table. Immediately, a wisp of overwhelming qi emerged from the void and gathered above the auspicious cloud. In an instant, Kong Hongwu's figure appeared. This general greets Lord Hall Master. Linghu Pairan bowed in salute. Taoist Huada did not dare be neglectful, also saluting, this general greets Lord Hall Master. Kong Hongwu waved his hand and said, Linghu, rise. Yes, Lord. Linghu Pairan straightened up, no longer speaking. Kong Hongwu's gaze swept past Taoist Huada and coldly said, this old man is Star Lord Hall's Hall Master, but you are not Star Lord Hall's Star General. There is no need to call yourself this general. This old man knows that my Star Lord Hall's temple is small and cannot accommodate a great deity like the Taoist. The Taoist can freely search for his own destiny on this Jade Mountain. Lord Hall Master. Taoist Huada's face was deathly pale. He said in a low voice, this old man knows that he has disturbed Lord Hall Master's plans. This crime cannot be forgiven. This old man does not seek to obtain Lord Hall Master's forgiveness. This old man only wishes to report a few secrets that this old man knows to Lord Hall Master. Afterwards, this old man himself will enter the array to meet his death. Speak. Kong Hongwu's face was still calm as water as before, indifferently saying. Taoist Huada did not dare beg for forgiveness too much, nor did he dare speak of his previous contributions. He was afraid that Kong Hongwu would not give him the chance to speak. Now that he was allowed to speak, his heart was already secretly delighted. He hastily said, good, Lord Hall Master knows. This old man discovered a cultivator who concealed his cultivation at the Jade Pavilion gathering. Furthermore, this old man previously knew that General Jing Mushuan fell inside the Imperial Array. In all likelihood, Lord Hall Master has not yet found the true culprit, so this old man braved death to report to Lord Hall Master. Who? Kong Hongwu's brows trembled. It was as Taoist Huada said. In his fury, Kong Hongwu already dispatched people to begin investigating the truth. However, the entire Jade Mountain was inside the Great Array. Especially after the array changed, with Jing Mushuan falling, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the Star Array were already somewhat disorganized. The news of Taoist Huada's Star General token being crippled did not reach Zhou Hong's place. This was clear proof. Furthermore, the immortal generals that had seen Xiao Hua were more or less killed by Xiao Hua. Kong Hongwu honestly could not find the Xiaohua that killed Jing Mushuan for the time being. Xiaohua. Daoist Huada did not dare beat around the bush, directly saying Xiaohua's name. As expected, it was him. Kong Hongwu's eyes slightly narrowed, as if this did not exceed his expectations. Furthermore, Linghu Pairen's brows rose, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Daoist Huada was slightly startled. This information was his final straw. Now, it seemed that it truly was a straw. He hastily shouted, "Lord Hall Master is wise. It is Xiaohua." Chapter 36-32. Hearing Daoist Master Huada be so certain, Kong Hongwu looked at him with interest, indifferently asking, "How do you know?" Daoist Master Huada was delighted in his heart, hastily recounting Xiaohua's actions in detail. Finally, he added, "This one heard that General Shengguan was killed, and Xiaohua just happened to be nearby. This guy is most adept at hiding his cultivation. This must be his doing. Linghu, what do you think?" Kong Hongwu seemed to have thought of something, unexpectedly smiling as he asked Linghu Pairen. Linghu Pairen glanced at Daoist Master Huada, bowing to Kong Hongwu. This one is more interested in Xiaohua, however, it seems that there is already no meaning now. This one will personally kill him. Use his head as a sacrifice to General Shengguan. This one is also willing to atone for his crimes and assist General Linghu in killing Xiaohua, to avenge General Shengguan. Daoist Master Huada immediately seized the opportunity, bowing as he spoke. "Atone for your crimes?" Kong Hongwu coldly looked at Daoist Master Huada, not knowing what he was thinking. Just at this moment, the Linghu Pairen to the side suddenly interjected, "Lord Hall Master, although Star General Huada was momentarily bewitched by the treasure, seeing as he has done many things for my Star Lord Hall over the years, even if there is no merit, there is hard work. Furthermore, he entered the Jade Pavilion gathering, and by a freak combination of factors, he brought such important news to my Star Lord Hall. In this one's opinion, it would be better to let him go kill Xiaohua, to atone for his crimes." "Good." Kong Hongwu slightly nodded, saying, "Jin Yuta, if you can kill Xiaohua, this old man will withdraw this order. You will still be my Star Lord Hall's Star General. Furthermore, if you can reach a higher level of enlightenment and refine your fire Qi Chaoyuan to the realm of 5th rank origin energy, the position of Wellwood Dragon is not necessarily yours. Many, many thanks, Lord Hall Master." Daoist Master Huada was overjoyed, hastily bowing in salute. "This one will not disappoint Lord Hall Master. Go, this one awaits your good news." Kong Hongwu waved his hand and said, "Yes, Lord Hall Master." Daoist Master Huada rose, and Linghu Pairen earnestly said, "Star General Huada, this is your last chance. You must seize it. Once you leave the tent, there will be soldiers to escort Star General back. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I will repay you in the future." Huada Daoist cupped his hands towards Linghu Pairen and turned to leave the tent. Before the soldiers came to lead him, Huada Daoist saw that the adjunct who had just walked out of the tent had landed on a flying boat. In his hand was the head of an immortal general. From the looks of it, it was not Zhou Hong. When the adjunct's gaze swept over Huada Daoist actually felt a slight chill on his neck. Inside the large tent, Kong Hongwu saw Daoist Huada leave. He looked at Linghu Pairen with a smile and asked, "Linghu, I didn't expect that Xiaohua to be so powerful. Even Daoist Huada isn't his match. It seems that I'm going to lose the bet with you earlier." Linghu Pairen also withdrew his previous seriousness and said with a smile, "Could it be that Milord already knew of Xiaohua's prowess and expelled Daoist Huada from the Star Lord Hall first? Humph, this evil creature." Kong Hongwu snorted from his nose. "He actually dared to disobey my arrangement and enter the Jade Pavilion meeting without permission. He deserves to be punished. Furthermore, he's still so bold at this time, wanting to borrow the hand of my Star Lord Hall to kill Xiaohua. Could it be that he feels that I can't see through his thoughts? Linghu Pairan nevertheless smiled and said, "It's true that he didn't listen to the arrangement. It's also true that he wanted to borrow the Jade Pavilion meeting to accumulate his own power. But if he wanted to borrow the Hall Master's hand to kill Xiaohua, that might not necessarily be the truth. He merely walked through a few defensive arrays. How could he know that the cultivators nearby were powerful? According to his thinking, the only one who could kill Shangguanyi Ran could only be Xiaohua. He was forced into a corner by Xiaohua and used the Star General Command Plate bestowed by the Hall Master to break free of the defensive array. Hearing that Shangguanyi Ran was killed, he naturally wanted to claim credit. Of course, he must also be nervous in his heart, afraid of being punished by the Hall Master. You don't know how bold he is. Kong Hongwu shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear? He actually covets the position of Star Lord. Such an important position of my Star Lord Hall, can it be left for him? A single Jade Pavilion meeting will undoubtedly reveal the greed of Dao sect cultivators. Those with low cultivations want to obtain spirit herbs from the Jade Pavilion meeting. Those with suitable cultivations want to obtain the lot of the state preceptor. Those with high cultivations want to accumulate their own power and obtain strange treasures. They are fully aware that the Jade Pavilion meeting is controlled by my Star Lord Hall and that there is only a slim chance of survival. But for their greed, they did not hesitate to swallow the bait. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. The ancient saying is true. What Lord said is true. But if Huada wants to become a Star Lord, he must first think of escaping from Xiaohua's hands." Linghu Pairan narrowed his eyes and replied. "Borrowing a knife to kill. Linghu, your calculations are quite shrewd." Kong Hongwu said with a smile. "It's all thanks to Lord Hall Master's guidance." Linghu Pairan said with a smile, "Fighting with Dao sect cultivators is not about strength, but about methods. It's endless fun. Are you not interested in this Xiaohua?" Kong Hongwu said, hearing Huada's words, "This old man wants to personally see this Dao sect cultivator valued by Grand Mist Ancestor." Grand Mist Ancestor? Linghu Pairan raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Since we can't accept him as a Star General, we can't let him leave the Jade Pavilion Mountain. This general is naturally very interested in him. If you want to make a move, you have to wait until Xiaohua escapes from Huada's hands alive." Kong Hongwu laughed. "Unfortunately, this Sun, Moon, and Star 3 arrays can't compare to my Star Lord Hall's previous Imperial array. It's difficult to see the situation everywhere. Otherwise, this old man really wants to see the liveliness inside now. Although Xiaohua is powerful, he can't be considered outstanding." Hearing Tail Fire Tiger Ouyang Jingran's message, as soon as the star array came out, she had an extremely powerful person gather over 100 Dao sect cultivators and kill many dissatisfied cultivators to obtain 70% of the treasures. And that cultivator is called Master Sun Kong. He's a proud and arrogant person. Kong Hongwu naturally knew. He nodded and said, "Presumably, you also know this person." Dao sect cultivators often use the titles Child and Daoist Master. He disdains them and calls himself Master. His arrogance can be seen. So, Ouyang wants to subdue him and make him a Star General. Impossible. Kong Hongwu shook his head. Previously, this old man also sent people over. This bastard simply didn't buy it. Star Sunhorse Taisher Zhanran also has a Zhang Daoran. Now, he also stands out. Linghu Pairan said again. Kong Hongwu shook his head again. Although this Zhang Daoran didn't establish a country and is considered a Dao sect disciple indifferent to fame and fortune, he is extremely famous in Jingzhou. Long before this old man recruited Huada, I personally visited him. Unfortunately, I didn't meet him. This time, he can come to the Jade Pavilion gathering. I'm afraid, it's related to that green nether dragon saliva. This kind of thing that even Huada doesn't listen to orders is absolutely tempting in the eyes of other Dao sect disciples. Hall Master is right. According to Taisher, that Zhang Daoran was recognized by Jingzhou's Dao sect disciples and was elected as their leader. Even if he wanted to decline, he couldn't. If nothing unexpected happens, he will ultimately run into Master Sun Kong. No, he should run into Star-Plucking Child first. Kong Hongwu smiled. Star-Plucking Child? That Yongzhou's Dao sect genius known to be the closest to out-of-body formation? Hearing Star-Plucking Child's name, even Linghu Pairen's expression changed. He unexpectedly also came to the Jade Pavilion gathering? Not bad. Kong Hongwu sighed. This old man is Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master. Unexpectedly, I didn't even know that Star-Plucking Child sneaked into Jade Mountain. This is truly a dereliction of duty. This isn't strange. Dao sect magic is strange of every description, far surpassing what we Confucian sect cultivators learn. Linghu Pairen smiled. Unfortunately, Dao sect magic inverts the cart before the horse. They only seek power but do not know their roots. They are far from the vast and majestic qi of our Confucian sect cultivators. Although Star-Plucking Child is known to be a rare genius, compared to Hall Master, he is still far inferior. Don't compare this old man with those little dolls. Kong Hongwu didn't get angry and smiled. This old man is going. If you want to deal with Xiaohua, you must be careful. If he can kill Shengguan, he can also kill you. You can't be careless. Many thanks for Hall Master's reminder. This general will be careful. Linghu Pairen bowed. Jing Mubao and the other soldiers are unconvinced in their hearts. If this general doesn't kill Xiaohua and the others, how can they be convinced? After sending Hall Master off, this general will go take a look. Kong Hongwu nodded slightly. Thousands of whirlpools swirled around his body. His entire body turned into nothingness. Along with a burst of qi, he gradually disappeared. After Kong Hongwu left, Linghu Pairen straightened up and walked out of the command tent. His gaze swept over the bloody head on the flagpole outside the tent. His figure floated up, crossing several rows of allied forces, and arrived at a place covered in clouds. Pooh! Linghu Pairen spat out a mouthful of true qi. The clouds within a radius of several dozen zhang were pushed aside, revealing a space covered in starlight. Looking at the several brilliant stars, a trace of a mysterious smile appeared on Linghu Pairen's face. As for Xiaohua, he flew out from the void. Seeing the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This was a huge sphere. Although only half of it was visible in the sky and the lower half couldn't be seen, this half was already so big that Xiaohua couldn't see its edge. When Xiaohua looked at the outside of the huge sphere, he saw a long, flat ribbon-like object surrounding the sphere. The ribbon looked fixed, but upon closer inspection, it was slowly rotating. When Xiaohua realized that his divine sense was not restricted in this place, he activated his divine sense again. He discovered that the ribbon was actually made up of huge rocks. If the huge rocks were on flat ground, they would be as big as a mountain. Xiaohua's divine sense was not restricted in this place, but when he activated his divine sense again, he discovered that the ribbon was actually made up of huge rocks. If those huge rocks were on flat ground, they would be as big as a mountain. Although this magnificent scene was astonishing, it wasn't enough to make Xiaohua exclaim in a low voice. Xiaohua was the most shocked because the scene here was quite similar to the scene when he accompanied Fairy Hongxia to see the Kai family's ancestral shrine in Million Meng Mountains. Star. Moon. Starry sky. Could it be that there's a big secret hidden in it? Seeing the starry sky, Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 36-33. Looking up at the seemingly endless starry sky, Xiaohua's heart was filled with doubt. He couldn't help but think to himself, my Tao sect has the heavenly Tao, and I have the heavenly Tao starry sky in my space. Even Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao hasn't made any significant progress in comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly Tao after nearly 200 years. Now, the heavenly Tao's starry sky has appeared again and again in the Confucian Cultivator's formation. Oh, right, aren't the seals on Lu Yi and the others also made of star force? Star Moon Palace. That's right, there's also the Star Moon Palace. The Star Moon Palace that Zhu Qing mentioned. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a giant boat slowly flew out from the side of the sphere. There were many cultivators standing on the boat. As soon as the boat appeared, several powerful divine senses swept out from the boat and landed on Xiaohua, immediately locking onto him. Xiaohua's thoughts were interrupted and he unconsciously frowned. He didn't move and just stood there quietly. When the flying boat got closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that there was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion standing at the bow of the boat. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an indifferent expression. When he saw Xiaohua, he actually smiled and nodded at him. The old man seemed to have a secret technique to hide his cultivation. Xiaohua looked at him and could only see that he was around the mid-nascent soul stage. As for the specific situation, Xiaohua didn't plan on using a secret technique to find out. Taoist Master Xiao. A slightly surprised voice came from the boat and a female cultivator flew out. It was Fairy Jing, who Xiaohua had seen before. Oh. So it's Fairy Jing's old acquaintance. That's good. Behind the old man, a young cultivator released his divine sense to lock onto Xiaohua. When he saw Fairy Jing fly down, he relaxed and withdrew his divine sense. Xiaohua saw Fairy Jing fly over and rubbed his chin. He looked at the boat and seemed to understand something. Sure enough, Fairy Jing landed and bowed. Greetings, Taoist Master Xiao. No need to be polite. Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. What's the matter with this boat? Taoist Master, the senior on the boat is the famous senior Zhang Daoran of Jing Province. Fairy Jing said with a smile, after I parted ways with Taoist Master, I entered the star formation and immediately fell into a frenzied battle. My cultivation was limited, and I could only protect myself in the chaotic battle. Just as my Taoist cultivators were about to die in the battle, Senior Daoran appeared on his flying boat and stopped everyone in time. Senior Daoran invited us to enter the star formation. With our strengths as Taoist, we can go to the end of the star formation. Oh. Taoist Masters Taoist Zhang with Taoist Masters with Taoist. Taoist Masters Taoist with Daoran's Master with Taoist, S Taoist. Taoist with Taoist, T. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked, fellow Taoist Jing, have you been ambushed by Confucian cultivators in this star formation? Yes. Fairy Jing nodded. I personally saw more than 10 Golden Core disciples fall in the formation. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. This Zhang Daoran wouldn't be the same as Taoist Huda, a sanctimonious person, right? Even if Taoist has never seen Senior Daoran, could it be that you have never heard of his name? Fairy Jing was even more stunned than Xiaohua. No. Xiaohua was quick to reply. He, spiritual master must be joking with me. How could any Taoist cultivator of the hidden immortal continent not know Senior Daoran? Fairy Jing covered her mouth and smiled. Her eyes were like ripples of water. All right. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This old man admits that he has heard of it, but this old man's impression of it isn't very deep. Of course, Taoist is a senior with a similar cultivation level as Senior Daoran. Taoist is so low-key, even more so than Senior Daoran. Naturally, you wouldn't pay attention to Senior Dao Rant's deeds. Fairy Jing smiled and said, but this old man can guarantee that there are 50 people on the giant ship, including some Golden Core disciples. If they don't believe in Senior Dao Ran, how can they get on the flying ship? Li Jing. The nascent soul cultivator who withdrew his divine sense became impatient and said loudly, if this fellow Taoist doesn't want to, then don't let him come up. There are many people who want to get on the flying ship. Fellow Taoist, this old man is Zhang Daoran of Jing province. The old man also smiled and cupped his hands. Ah! The cultivator was surprised to see Zhang Daoran salute to Xiaofan. After all, Xiaofan was only at the early or middle nascent soul stage. He couldn't be considered a powerful figure on the flying ship. Xiaofan didn't dare to be negligent. He also cupped his hands and said, this one is Xiaofan of Yu province. Oh, so it's Taoist Xiao. Zhang Daoran smiled and said, although this old man hasn't heard of Taoist Zhao's name before, it's fate that brought us together to participate in the Jadestage gathering. Today, we've all encountered a rare change in the Jadestage gathering. If we don't work together, I'm afraid we'll all die on the Jadestage mountain. Although this old man can't see through fellow Taoists' true cultivation level, it's needless to say that fellow Taoists' cultivation level is profound. Now that we're in a crisis, would fellow Taoist please get on the flying ship and lend this old man a hand? On the giant ship, the cultivators were in an uproar. What kind of cultivation level could be praised by Zhang Daoran? Although Xiaofan looked ordinary, he couldn't be underestimated. Fairy Jing's face showed a trace of pride, as if she was also praised by Zhang Daoran. Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then raised his voice and said, fellow Taoist Zhang, this Xiao isn't being pretentious. This Xiao wants to get on the flying ship, but this Xiao has the blood of Star Lord Hall's immortal soldiers and immortal generals. This Xiao is afraid that if this Xiao gets on the flying ship, Kacha. Without waiting for Xiaofan to finish speaking, on the other side of the giant sphere, several thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, flashing into an oval several dozen feet in size in the void. Boom! With a loud sound, a grayish-white spike pierced through the void. Then, the oval several dozen feet in size shook violently, slowly cracking and breaking into pieces. After the spike pierced out, the shape of a small boat immediately rushed through the void. Then, the entire space was torn apart, and a flying ship similar to Zhang Daoran's giant ship rushed in. However, this giant ship had two sharp ends and a long and narrow middle. There were also several dozen cultivators standing on this giant ship. These cultivators appeared with the giant ship. Seeing that the entire defense formation was quiet, they immediately cheered, as if they had just escaped from danger like Xiaofan. Everyone was cheering, except for a young cultivator at the front who didn't make any movements. Just as he came out with the giant ship, he immediately stared at Zhang Daoran on the other flying ship. Zhang Daoran? You actually came. The young man spoke amidst everyone's cheers. Esteemed Sun Kong, if you can come, then this old man can come as well. Zhang Daoran's voice was equally loud and didn't seem to be inferior to esteemed Sun Kong's. Esteemed Sun Kong? Xiaofan looked at the young man's arrogant expression and the corner of his mouth curled up due to his arrogance. He whispered, Fairy Jing, who is this esteemed Sun Kong? This. I don't know. Fairy Jing said with a smile, he should be a senior like esteemed Sun Kong who is focused on cultivation. Focused on cultivation? Xiaofan smiled. Esteemed Sun Kong sneered, it seems that even Brother Daoran can't resist the temptation of the Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva. Zhang Daoran didn't deny it and nodded, that's right. This old man's thoughts coincide with esteemed Sun Kong's. But. Esteemed Sun Kong's eyes flashed fiercely, unfortunately, there is only one Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva, and I heard that it can't be split. Who do you think this treasure should belong to? Perhaps you, perhaps me, or perhaps some disciple of the Tao sect. Zhang Daoran smiled. However, this should be decided after we obtain the Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva. I'm thinking the exact opposite. Master Sun Kong roared with laughter as he said, to deal with external threats, one must first pacify the internal situation. If we don't make things clear now, then wouldn't there be great chaos once the treasure appears? With that, esteemed Sun Kong glanced at the cultivators on Zhang Daoran's flying boat and said with a fake smile, could it be that Brother Daoran didn't rush out from the chaos and use this flying boat to bring these Tao sect disciples together? With that, esteemed Sun Kong's divine sense swept towards Xiaohua. He originally didn't care about Xiaohua, so his divine sense also swept past Xiaohua. However, just as his divine sense swept past Xiaohua, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. He looked at Xiaohua, who was quietly standing to the side, and seemed to have thought of something. Good. How could Zhang Daoran be afraid of esteemed Sun Kong? He nodded. Fellow Daoist Sun Kong is right. Now that we have just escaped from the chaos, you should give me a rule. As long as it's fair, this old man will comply. However, esteemed Sun Kong's words were somewhat thought-provoking. He smiled and said, this old man carefully thinks about it. Brother Daoran's words make sense. We haven't even seen the treasure yet, so how can there be internal strife? Oh. Zhang Daoran looked at esteemed Sun Kong with a smile that wasn't a smile, then looked at Xiaohua, who was next to Fairy Jing. Of course, he understood that esteemed Sun Kong had already seen through Xiaohua's extraordinariness and thought that Xiaohua had made an alliance with him. However, he didn't point it out and said, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, this old man will introduce you to Daoist Master Xiaohua of the Yu Province. Xiaohua. Esteemed Sun Kong frowned and his eyes turned slightly. He seemed to be in a meeting, but after a short moment, he gave up. This name was indeed unfamiliar. He had never heard of it. Daoist Master Zhao's name is also unfamiliar to this old man. Esteemed Sun Kong asked bluntly, may I know which country Daoist Master cultivates in? When Zhang Daoran heard esteemed Sun Kong's address of Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile. Esteemed Sun Kong calling Xiaohua Daoist Master meant that he treated Xiaohua as an equal. This was truly rare for the usually unruly esteemed Sun Kong. Chapter 36-34. I've been cultivating in the Black Wind Mountain Range. So far, I've never been in charge of a country. Xiaohua saw that Master Sun Kong's attitude towards him could be considered amiable, so he replied with a smile, the purpose of coming to the Jade Pavilion meeting this time is to get the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Oh, Master Sun Kong immediately let out a sigh of relief, but he still didn't let down his guard. He asked curiously, fellow Daoist, with your cultivation, you've never been in charge of a country? I can't believe it. Is it strange? Xiaohua asked back, why can't you believe it? Hehe, it's not strange, not strange. Zhang Daoran didn't know Xiaohua's character, and he didn't want Xiaohua to have friction with Master Sun Kong, so he hurriedly said, Daoist Zhao's luck is exceptional, and your aptitude is outstanding. You can naturally cultivate to such a level without being in charge of a country. Xiaohua, are you helping Zhang Daoran, or are you helping me? At this point, how could Master Sun Kong not see that Xiaohua had nothing to do with Zhang Daoran, so he immediately said straightforwardly. Xiaohua actually liked this kind of straightforward character, so he didn't hide it and said, I've already achieved my purpose of coming here. I don't have any desire for those 3 treasures. Brothers, perhaps your lifespans are coming to an end, and you need treasures to extend your lives, but I'm still young, so I don't need them for the time being. So I won't fight with you. Of course, we're all Daoist disciples. Although we're not from the same sect, in this Jade Pavilion meeting, we don't necessarily have to fight. It's best if we can resolve this without killing each other. This way, we won't let Star Lord Palace see us as a joke. Hehe, Daoist Xiao said it so easily. Don't tell me you didn't act ruthlessly when you got the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Master Sun Kong sneered disapprovingly. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, indeed, I killed several Daoist disciples who wanted to plot against me, and I also killed many immortal soldiers and generals. Saying this, Xiaohua looked at Fairy Jing and said, when I killed the Daoist disciples, this Fairy Jing was also beside me. Fairy Jing's face was filled with fear. After all, Master Sun Kong was infamous. However, she still took half a step forward and said with a smile, Junior and Daoist Xiao didn't know each other before. We just met. Fairy Jing then explained the previous situation and said, if Daoist Master Xiao wasn't open and aboveboard, he would have killed 2 Daoist cultivators in front of me. How would I dare to invite him again? Good. Well done, you killed to your heart's content. Sun Kong clapped his hands and said, I like daring men like you. Damn it, do you have any yellow paper chicken blood? I'll be your sworn brother. Burning yellow paper to cut chicken blood? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. These words were from his distant memories. After he started cultivating, other than that Qian Dihang, no one else had this kind of spirit. Even in the hidden immortal continent, he had never heard of such an ancient tradition. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran rolled his eyes and said with a smile, we're not in a hurry to be sworn brothers. Now, we still need to temporarily establish an offensive and defensive alliance. This time's Jade Pavilion gathering is different from the past. We'll meet in life and death. Although we want to get the treasure, we can't let the Daoist disciples die. Before Zhang Daoran could finish speaking, a loud whistling sound came from above everyone's head. Everyone raised their heads and saw a meteor-like brilliance streaking across the sky, rushing towards the ribbon-shaped area beside the huge sphere. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was blasted open in the ribbon-shaped object. The brilliance also stopped in the midst of the fire, and inside it was a jade box that was about a foot long. Quick, don't let others snatch it. On Zhang Daoran's huge boat, several people clamored. Immediately, 3 people couldn't hold back and flew toward the jade box in the distance. Zhang Daoran's face immediately became embarrassed. Humph. Just when Zhang Daoran was about to scold them, Sun Kong Shangren snorted coldly, and an inexplicable chill appeared in the air. Then, Sun Kong Shangren opened his mouth and spat out a small green whip. The whip grew with the wind. When Sun Kong Shangren caught it with one hand, the whip had already become 3 feet long. Humph, how dare you attack in front of this old man, you really deserve to die. Sun Kong Shangren sneered again and waved his hand. Roar! The whip rushed into the air and immediately turned into a long green dragon. A gust of wind that could cut people's faces flew toward the 3 nascent soul cultivators who flew out. Zhang Daoran saw the brilliance flashing around Sun Kong Shangren and knew that Sun Kong Shangren was angry. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Sun Kong, just teach them a lesson, Fu Jian. Exalted Master Sun Kong even sneered. As he spoke, his figure flew up with a bang, and with a flick of his Daoist robe, an azure-green brilliance suddenly appeared and transformed into 100 feet in size that grabbed towards the 5 cultivators out of thin air. You! Zhang Daoran's expression changed slightly when he saw Master Sun Kong become even more aggressive. His Daoist robe rippled, and it seemed like he was about to make a move. However, just at this moment, a faint voice echoed in his ears, Brother Daoran, don't be anxious. Let's see how Brother Sun Kong deals with this. Zhang Daoran let out a cold snort and withdrew his magic power. What can this old ghost do? Sure enough, when the dragon whip fell, 2 of the cultivators were shocked and used their magic treasures to block. However, when the whip fell, 2 shadows appeared and pounced on the 2 of them. There was a loud rumble and their magic treasures were knocked out. The two nascent soul cultivators trembled and their faces turned pale as they fell several dozen feet. The other cultivator saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Senior Daoran, save us." At this moment, Sun Kong Shangren's hand fell and the cultivator hurriedly used his magic treasure to resist. Poof! Unfortunately, his magic treasure couldn't withstand Sun Kong Shangren's hand and was crushed. When the hand exploded, the cultivator was also heavily injured and stopped in the air. Zhang Daoran heard the cultivator's cry for help and hurriedly shouted, "Master, please forgive us." With that, Zhang Daoran glanced at Xiaohua. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, he would have already attacked. He was quite apprehensive of Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled. After all, he didn't care too much about his face. Although these three cultivators were on Zhang Daoran's boat, they didn't wait for Zhang Daoran's order to snatch the jade box. They clearly didn't put Zhang Daoran's order in their eyes. At this moment, Sun Kong Shangren was teaching the three of them a lesson. Although it somewhat brushed away Zhang Daoran's face, Xiaohua felt that Sun Kong Shangren did the right thing. However, things still went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After Master Sun Kong killed the three of them, he didn't stop. A ruthless expression appeared on his face, and then he made a grabbing motion. The green whip landed in his hand, and then his body emitted a brilliant light as he waved the green whip. This time, Xiaohua was also dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted, "Master Sun Kong Shangren, please have mercy." Unfortunately, just as he said that, the three whip shadows were even more ferocious than the immortal slaying whip before it condensed its spirit. They turned into almost solid flying dragons and rushed into the three cultivators' chests. Their protective magic treasures flickered with a dazzling brilliance and were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Ah! 3 miserable screams resounded. 3 nascent souls less than 2 feet long flashed above the 3 cultivators' heads. Extreme hatred flashed in the eyes of those nascent souls. Boom! Just as the nascent souls were born, strands of purple awe-inspiring chi appeared within a few feet of the void. This awe-inspiring chi transformed into plum blossoms and carried the 3 nascent souls into space and disappeared. Following the disappearance of the 3 nascent souls, the scene was silent for a moment. No one dared to say a word. Xiaohua looked at Zhang Daoran's unsightly face and smiled bitterly. He finally understood the meaning of Zhang Daoran's previous words. When Master Sun Kong Shangren made a move, sure enough, nothing good would come out of it. You actually dared to snatch things in front of me, you're really tired of living. Master Sun Kong's figure descended and he was still cursing, completely ignoring Zhang Daoran and Xiaohua's unsightly expressions. Sun Kong. Zhang Daoran said coldly, "You killed the people on my ship, what's the meaning of this? Even if they were in the wrong, under my protection, you shouldn't have made a move, right? Old man Daoran, you're XINCI. Master Sun Kong disapproved. They didn't put you in their eyes at all. You're just a good guy who's stupid. If you're not convinced, hee. Brother Daoran." Xiaohua saw that the two people were starting to get angry, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This Xiao will also offend you. Oh. Zhang Daoran was stunned and looked at Xiaohua with some confusion. Xiaohua patted the top of his head, and a golden hand that was dozens of feet in size rushed out, grabbing towards Zhang Daoran's giant ship. The texture on this hand was clear, and there were runes flowing on it. It was no different from a real hand. Hee. Master Sun Kong laughed, and there was praise in his eyes. Zhang Daoran bit his lips, seeming to have come to a realization. Those who don't listen to orders and snatch treasures without permission must die. Those who spoke bewitchingly and hid on the side to disturb the cooperation of the two brothers must be Confucian spies. They must die. Xiaohua said indifferently, and his hand covered the several people who had just spoken. A panicked voice hurriedly shouted, "Senior Daoran, we boarded your giant ship because of your prestige, but you still haven't spoken. What is the meaning of our trust? Who would dare to follow you in the future? Senior Daoran, save me, I didn't speak just now." Seeing Xiao Hua's hand fall, the cultivator who didn't speak, although he was a little scared, he didn't panic. The 4 cultivators who spoke bewitchingly were panicked. Seeing that Zhang Daoran really didn't attack like before, they were already panicking and hurriedly wanted to use their life source magic treasures. But what made them even more frightened was that their life source magic treasures, which were originally easy to use, were actually somewhat unable to move under Xiao Hua's hand. Just as they were about to cast another spell, they saw a flash of golden light. The 4 of them felt a chill on their necks at almost the same time, followed by a huge pain. Ah! Pooh! Blood spurted out and 4 weak nascent souls rushed out from the blood light, each holding a small magic treasure in their hands. Chapter 36-35. Boom. Similarly, under everyone's watchful eyes, 4 waves of overwhelming qi surged, and dozens of plum blossoms enveloped the 4 nascent souls, disappearing in an instant. Everyone was stupefied, even more shocked than when they saw Sun Kong kill the 3 nascent soul cultivators. Although they were only early nascent soul cultivators, but they were still nascent soul cultivators. They were all 4th stage essence force like Xiao Hua. The 4 nascent soul cultivators were slapped down by Xiao Hua's palm, followed by a snap of scissors. In particular, everyone's hearts tightened. Although Sun Kong also killed the 3 nascent soul cultivators with a raise of his hand, he first used a magic treasure to injure 2, then used his large hand to slap them to death. What Sun Kong relied on was the sharpness of his life-bound magic treasure. But Xiao Hua was different. Although he used a magic treasure to kill the 4 nascent soul cultivators, it was the large hand that was truly controlling the 4 nascent soul cultivators. In other words, Xiao Hua could imprison the 4 early nascent soul cultivators with his magic power alone. As for whether it was a magic tool or magic treasure that killed them, it was already insignificant. Good. Sun Kong's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. He stretched out his hand and slapped Xiao Hua's shoulder, shouting, as expected, "You're a straightforward person. Damn it, you must chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper." Xiao Hua calmly shifted his body, dodging Sun Kong's large hand, and said with a smile, "Must brothers become sworn brothers? Must we dual cultivate if it's true love?" Ah. Sun Kong Shangren stares blankly on the spot, and his hand that swatted the air also stops in midair. After a full moment, Sun Kong Shangren laughs loudly, and uses his finger to point at Xiao Hua as he says, You, what you said is too wonderful. Damn it, why didn't I know you 2,000 years earlier? Just based on your, must we dual cultivate if it's true love? I'll definitely become sworn brothers with you. Fairy Jing's face blushed as she stared at Xiao Hua with her watery eyes. Even Zhang Daoran, who was originally angry, revealed a strange smile when he heard Xiao Hua's last sentence. He couldn't vent his anger at Xiao Hua and Master Sun Kong's brushing of his face. Boom boom boom. Right at this moment, there was another change in the defensive array. In the void in all directions, blood-red clouds surged, and a dozen more jade boxes flew out from the clouds, either crashing into the huge sphere or the belt around the sphere. But at this moment, no one dared to speak rashly, and no one dared to be the first to make a move. All of them moved their gazes away from the brilliance of the jade box to look at Zhang Daoran and Lord Sun Kong. He. Old Zhang, look, if it weren't for Daoist Master Xiao, you and I would be fighting happily now. I'm afraid that many cultivators would have died in these jade boxes. Sun Kong looked at Zhang Daoran proudly. Now, do you understand? The corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth twitched slightly. The effect of killing people was immediate. He knew very well that he couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. Brother Daoran, send a few cultivators to find the jade boxes. Brother Sun Kong, send a few people to another place. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Old Zhang, please. Although Sun Kong was arrogant, he could be considered reasonable at this moment. He raised his hand and said with a smile. Zhang Daoran naturally understood that this was to give him face. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was already shaken. He opened his mouth and called out a few names, then looked at Fairy Jing and said with a smile, Li Jing, go too. Yes, Junior obeys. Fairy Jing hurriedly nodded. She knew that the three of them had something to say, so she flew away. After Fairy Jing left, Zhang Daoran waved his hand and a barrier appeared. He looked around and said in a low voice, Daoist Master Xiao, this old man has something to say to you. Brother Daoran, please speak. Seeing Zhang Daoran's seriousness, Xiao Hua hurriedly changed his expression and said in a low voice, although we've only just met, we're still Daoist disciples. There's nothing to hide. Zhang Daoran looked at the disapproving Sun Kong and said, actually, this old man has long wanted to say this to old Sun Kong, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. If you weren't here today, this old man probably wouldn't have mentioned it to him. You don't like to say it, but I don't like to hear it. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Daoran finished speaking, Sun Kong immediately shouted. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, saying, Brother Sun Kong, don't be impatient. We've all cultivated for thousands of years. We should have a bit of patience, right? If Brother Xiao wasn't here, this old man wouldn't even bother with this old man. Sun Kong coldly snorted and looked into the distance. There, cultivators were looking for the jade boxes that had fallen there. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Neither of the two late nascent soul stage cultivators were willing to submit to the other. In addition, one of them was very arrogant and the other was too lazy to pay attention to others. They seemed to be high and mighty, but it was really strenuous to talk. If he hadn't just revealed his strength, the two of them might not have listened to him. And he could be considered a buffer for the two of them. Zhang Daoran slightly hesitated and said, actually, this old man has cultivated to a bottleneck. I keep feeling that I'm just a little bit away from entering the leaving aperture realm. Sun Kong's ears were naturally erect. When he heard this, he almost jumped up and shouted in an incredulous voice, Old Zhang, you're bragging. How could you cultivate to such a realm? Believe it or not. Zhang Daoran curled his lips, this old man is talking to Brother Xiao. You. Sun Kong opened his mouth. If it was before, he would have already left. He didn't believe that Zhang Daoran could enter the leaving aperture realm before him. Brother Daoran means. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he understood. He smiled and said, you're not interested in the azure nether dragon saliva? Zhang Daoran nodded, you can say that. Because if I can't get this little bit of opportunity, even if this old man lives another 10,000 years, I might not be able to break through. Damn it, old Zhang, you're too cunning. You were still saying that you wanted to snatch the azure nether dragon saliva. Sun Kong couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Zhang Daoran rolled his eyes and said, can this old man tell you the truth? Besides, even if this old man can't get anything else, getting the azure nether dragon saliva is also pretty good, right? This old man understands. You want the cold ghost gallbladder. Only this kind of extreme een item can match your ice profound physique and enter the leaving aperture realm. Sun Kong suddenly realized. Zhang Daoran didn't hide it and nodded, saying, this old man indeed wants the cold ghost gallbladder. It's not that this old man didn't plan to tell you, but think about it. Did you give this old man a chance? That's because you're hiding it and don't dare to say it. Of course, Sun Kong wouldn't admit it. Brother Sun Kong wants the azure nether dragon saliva, right? Xiaohua said to Sun Kong with a smile. Sun Kong nodded solemnly, that's right. This old man doesn't have old Zhang's opportunity. I'm afraid that I'll have to use this to extend my life and then break through. This Xiao already has the state teacher's lot. In that case, the three of us don't have any conflicts of interest? Xiaohua now also knew Zhang Daoran's plan. Looking at the two, he said, Brother Daoran means that the three of us should join forces? That's right. Zhang Daoran nodded, this old man doesn't dare to join forces with old ghost Sun Kong. This guy has too many tricks. If we're not careful, we'll suffer. Although this old man isn't familiar with Daoist's cultivation is deep and can be considered to have the qualifications to join forces with this old man. Moreover, this old man is very familiar with Li Jing. She's a cautious person and keeps herself clean. She never interacts with ordinary cultivators. Since she can take the initiative to find Daoist, then this old man can barely trust Daoist's character. Damn, this old man and Xiaohua hit it off at first sight. After we go out, I'll definitely chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper. Sun Kong was much more straightforward than Zhang Daoran. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. This Xiao understands what you two brothers mean, but, this Xiao doesn't plan on joining forces with you two brothers? Damn, who do you think you are? Sun Kong was immediately enraged. He sneered, this old man thinks highly of you, old man Sun Kong. Zhang Daoran shouted sternly, it's not too late to listen to Brother Zhao's intentions first. Didn't you hit it off at first sight with him? Humph. Sun Kong looked a bit unhappy. Hee, it's not that I'm looking down on you two brothers. Xiaohua actually admired Sun Kong's straightforwardness. He said with a smile, it's just that this Xiao was lucky enough to kill a 5th-level lower-rank Confucian general in a defensive formation. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be one of Star-Lord Hall's guardian Star-Lords. How could Star-Lord Hall leave this Xiao at that? This Xiao has been pondering on how to escape Star-Lord Hall's pursuit, but I couldn't find a good way. If this Xiao joins forces with you two brothers, wouldn't it be harming you two brothers? Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were both dumbfounded. They looked at each other, shock and doubt flashing in their eyes. What Xiaohua said was true. He had also thought of disguising himself, but even if he did, his spells and abilities would not change. It would still be impossible to escape Star-Lord Hall's pursuit. Rather than that, he might as well not expose his ability to disguise himself. Of course, he also wanted to disguise himself as a Confucian cultivator, but the time was not right. Appearing in this defensive formation filled with Taoism cultivators, wasn't that courting death? Brother Xiao, are you sure that Star-Lord has fallen? Zhang Daoran opened his mouth and asked softly. Of course, his primordial spirit was obliterated by this Xiao. His body was also burned by this Xiao's true Samadhi fire. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Very good. Sun Kong also hurriedly said, now that Yaotai Mountain is in chaos, others might not know that you killed that Star-Lord. Forget it, damn it, even if they know, this old man will still stand with you. To be able to kill a Star-Lord, this old man is truly impressed. This old man will definitely cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper with you. Zhang Daoran thought for a moment, then nodded and said, since Brother Xiao cannot hide this matter and tell us frankly, then you don't treat us as outsiders. You can kill a Star-Lord, so why can't we help you? If you didn't say this old man might not join forces with you. Now that this old man knows, how can I not join forces with you? Chapter 36-36. Damn it, Zhang Daoran, when did you become so hot-blooded? How come I've never seen you act so impulsively? Sun Kong also grinned. Actually, Zhang Daoran continued, this is related to the second thing I want to tell you two brothers. Brother Daoran, please speak. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he said indifferently. The second thing is related to the abnormality of the Jade Pavilion gathering. Zhang Daoran said tirelessly, I don't know if you two brothers have noticed that the Jade Pavilion gathering this time is completely different from before? To tell you the truth, I have participated in the Yaotai gatherings several times. In the past, the Yaotai gatherings were not so much a test for Taoist cultivators in the middle and late stages of Yuanying realm like me, but rather a different kind of auction. However, the usual auction was about primordial stones, but this auction is about strength. As long as you have the strength, you can get rare treasures and spiritual herbs from the Star Lord Hall, and you don't necessarily have to pay the price of your life. That kind of risk is only for golden core and early nascent soul stage cultivators. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many nascent soul stage cultivators coming to join in the fun. That's right. Hearing Zhang Daoran's words, Sun Kong nodded in agreement. Speaking of the Jade Pavilion gathering, who doesn't know that it's the bait of the Star Lord Hall? Every 10 years, they'll get some good things for us Taoist disciples to fight over. Come here and kill each other? However, how can there be no fighting over rare treasures? Outside the Jade Mountain is killing, inside the Jade Mountain is also killing. Rather than fighting over rare treasures outside the Jade Mountain, it's better to fight in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Of course, the most important thing is still the Imperial Preceptor's lot, which can only be used once. When we Taoist cultivators establish a country, the Imperial Preceptor's lot will reveal the country's title, and the Imperial Preceptor's lot can no longer be used. The most damaging move of the Star Lord Hall is that the Imperial Preceptor's lot with the title of the country is useless to Taoist cultivators, while Confucian cultivators can use the Imperial Preceptor's lot to come to the Jade Mountain to exchange for rich rewards. Aren't you just toying with us Tao sect cultivators? Xiao Hua sneered. Yeah, even if that's the case, didn't Brother Xiao also come? Zhang Daoran said self-mockingly, moreover, this old man and Master Sun Kong also came. Hundreds of fellow nascent soul cultivators have also arrived. In the past, the Yaotai meeting emphasized balance. Our Taoist cultivators suffered some losses, but they were all in the formation and defense formation. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of Star Lord Hall might not take action, and they would also give a lot of elixirs and treasures. Sun Kong narrowed his eyes and said, but it's obviously different this time. According to all the signs, this Jade Pavilion meeting. I'm afraid that Star Lord Palace has set up a great bait to kill most of the nascent soul stage cultivators. Zhang Daoran's eyes were fierce as well. He said, since Star Lord Hall wants me dead, why don't I fight to the death? If Brother Xiao can kill a Star Venerate, why can't I? That's true. You've already cultivated to the out-of-body stage, so you've reached the limit of Confucian cultivators' tolerance. If you can kill a Star Venerate here, you'll definitely leave your name as a hidden immortal. Sun Kong said thoughtfully. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I originally thought that I was the only one who saw it, but I didn't expect the two of you to also see it. Since it's like this, we can't let these Taoist cultivators kill each other. Instead, we should unite our spearheads against the outside, so as to find a way to survive for most of the cultivators. As for the matter of joining hands, this Xiao naturally agrees, but it's only limited to fighting for treasures. This Xiao is willing to lend you two a hand. If you encounter Star Lord Palace's pursuit, this Xiao feels that the two of you should look at your own strength. The two of you absolutely can't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. Moreover, this Xiao is confident that under the pursuit of a Star Lord, there's a chance. Xiao Hua's words were very clear. He didn't believe in the two's strength. After all, they were only late nascent soul stage cultivators, and it was difficult for them to compare to Star Lords of the lower 5th grade. Rather than sending them to their deaths, it was better to escape on their own. He believed that his Leaping Thunder Realm's Leaping Thunder escape technique would be able to escape a way out. How can that be? Sun Kong was about to shout again, but Zhang Daoran said in a low voice, "Old brother Sun Kong, listen to old brother Xiao. Even if we ambush and kill some immortal soldiers and immortal generals, it's also helping old brother Xiao. If we command a group of Taoism disciples to fight against Star Lord Palace's disciples, isn't that also helping old brother Xiao?" "Oh. All right." Sun Kong muttered a little, nodding slightly as a form of agreement. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "To be able to meet the two of you, this Xiao is truly fortunate. Actually, the so-called sworn brothers and sworn brothers are all nonsense. It's like having someone in your heart, but that person isn't your dual cultivation partner. It's unnecessary to take off your pants and fart. You and I both know in our hearts that it's enough to help each other." Well said. Sun Kong liked Xiao Hua talking about dual cultivation partners the most. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Zhang Daoran also smiled slightly. "If we become sworn brothers, there must be a blood oath. It seems more reliable. We're just saying this, there aren't any restrictions. There's no need for any restrictions. The Tao of Heaven and the Tao Heart are restrictions. My own heart is also a restriction." Xiao Hua disagreed. "If there's a rebellion in the heart, even if it's a blood oath, what can it do? If you don't plan to rebel, what's wrong with not making a blood oath? Trust." Zhang Daoran gave a thumbs up. "Trust without doubt, this is what brothers are like. I hope Taoism disciples are all brothers." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I can't chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper. I always feel like something is missing." Sun Kong was very regretful. He raised his hands and said, "How about we give each other a high five?" "All right." Zhang Daoran raised his hands and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. It was very normal for Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong to team up. After all, although the two didn't get along, they were also familiar with each other. He had only met the two for the first time. They hadn't reached that kind of friendship yet. However, Xiao Hua looked at the dozens of cultivators on the two flying boats standing there very obediently. They weren't like the group of cultivators led by Daoist Huada. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his hands and said, "I'm really lucky to be able to make friends with two late nascent soul stage brothers." Huh. Sun Kong high-fived Zhang Daoran with one hand and Xiao Hua with the other. He laughed loudly and said, "Even in my dreams, I didn't expect to be able to high-five old man Zhang. This time's Jade Pavilion meeting is really interesting." The three of them high-fived the alliance agreement. They were all very happy. Zhang Daoran removed the barrier and looked around. He said, "After we get the jade boxes, we'll first take out the items in the jade boxes. Whoever wants them, take out the corresponding item as the price. After these jade boxes are traded, we'll send a group of cultivators to explore the various parts of the Imperial Formation." "All right." Sun Kong nodded. "This old man has a magic treasure here that can detect the flaws in the Imperial Formation. After we find the jade boxes, we'll immediately leave the Imperial Formation." Sun Kong then pointed at the blood-colored star at the end of the starry sky. "Perhaps one of the three treasures is on that blood-colored star." "All right, we'll do as you say." Xiao Hua nodded. "If you need me to do anything, just say it." Soon after, the three of them discussed a bit. The dozen or so cultivators who were looking for the jade boxes had returned. Sure enough, each of them had a jade box in their hands. The jade boxes were all closed, so they didn't know what was inside. The cultivators holding the jade boxes didn't dare to open them. They walked in front of Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong and respectfully handed the jade boxes to them. Sun Kong waved his hand and said, "You all take them first. Xiaohua saw that Sun Kong didn't care and shook his head. He smiled and said, "Brother Sun Kong, these are all hot potatoes. If these cultivators take them, I'm afraid there will be problems. It's more suitable for you to take them." Sun Kong disdainfully replied, "We're going to trade in a bit. Who has the patience to take these things?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said to Zhang Daoran, "Brother Daoran, I don't think it's appropriate for us to trade here." "Oh? Why?" Zhang Daoran took the jade boxes from the cultivators and checked them one by one. He wanted to quickly distribute the jade boxes to appease everyone, so he was startled by Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua smiled. "It's actually very simple. It's just that Brother Daoran didn't think too much about it. Emichim, this old man understands." Xiaohua didn't say it out loud. He only gave a slight hint, and Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong already knew. The two of them looked at each other and controlled their flying boats to get closer. Fairy Jing gave the jade boxes to Zhang Daoran and then stood next to Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Daoist, can you follow me onto the flying boat now?" "Of course. Fairy Jing, please." Xiaohua replied with a smile. Fairy Jing had a sweet appearance and her eyes were even more beautiful. The two of them flew onto the boat. At this moment, they heard Zhang Daoran say, "Fellow Taoists, you've all seen it. Previously, we fought against each other and lost countless disciples. We might not have been able to obtain any treasures. Now, we've worked together and obtained all the treasures in this formation without fear of death. I don't need to say more about who is safe and who is in danger, right? Yes, Senior is right. Junior will follow Senior's arrangements." Immediately, a cultivator nearby said, "Junior is only at the Golden Core realm. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Seniors. If there is something Junior needs, Junior will wait until Seniors don't want it and Junior will pick it up. It's better than dying here." When this cultivator spoke, everyone laughed. They all understood, but no one dared to hold back after seeing the treasures. At this moment, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, and Xiaohua being able to stand out was exactly what they wanted to see. Sun Kong also shouted from the side, "Brother Daoran's words are what this old man wants to say. If you don't have any objections, then listen to Brother Daoran's explanation." Yes, Junior has no objections. Sun Kong's methods were ruthless, and everyone on his flying boat was even more united. No one said anything. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.